you a good self to please grace our stage with your presence. Professor Akbar Masood Saab is presently working as Vice Chancellor Baba Ghulam Shah Batu University, Rajouri, India. Before taking over as Vice Chancellor Baba Ghulam Shah Batu University, Professor Masood was a professor of biochemistry at Kashmir University and served it in various capacities, that is, head of department and dean academic affairs. So he contributed immensely in popularization of biochemistry and launch of many new departments at the university. Professor Masood has vast teaching, research, and administrative experience. He has published more than 225 research papers in journals of international reviews. His areas of interest include protein chemistry, phytobiochemistry, medicinal plants, and cancer research. His works have been cited extensively, and his research work carries recent impacts in H index. He has supervised a large number of students for the award of Amla and PhD degrees. So Professor Masood has been conferred with fellowships on many prestigious academic bodies. So please grace our stage with your presence. Thank you, sir. So another chairperson who is going to chair this technical session, first technical session of this is Professor Sahel Fatima. So I would request ma'am, please grace our stage with your presence. So Professor Dr. Sahel Fatima, SUD OBG, former Dean NMS, School of Unani Medical Education and Research, Jamia Hamdan, New Delhi. Working from last 33 years, recipient of 7 international awards.
I'm unable to hear the announcer.
Scientist of the Year award from National
Dr. Go, are you hearing?
Environmental Science Academy.
I think in this site, we will not be able to hear, if I'm not mistaken. So we have to go to another site to hear. But I think the technical people should let us know if our turn.
So they will indicate.
Yeah, I think we have to wait for them to invite Prof.
No, we are unable to hear. How we can understand that they are inviting whom?
They will put you on, if I'm not mistaken. I think Dr. Ashok, maybe you can respond to Prof. Question.
We are working on it, ma'am. And we will start.
We are unable to hear the announcer at the moment, Mr. Ashok.
Yeah, we are working on it, sir. And it will be resolved soon, sir. Just a moment.
Okay. Please.
Really overjoyed and overwhelmed that you have joined us on time. Thank you, sir. Now over to chairperson of this event, Professor Akbar Masood Saab, to go on with the proceedings of the session. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Madam Suhail Fatima ji, the audience offline, the presenters online, I welcome you all to the first session of the international conference, and the theme is the Unani Medicine for Global Health. Friends, I assure you that we are going to have a wonderful session because the speakers, they are very accomplished speakers, they are very accomplished scientists in their own particular area of research. So we will have very fruitful presentations during the session. There are 4 speakers: Dr. Muhammad Kamil, Dr. Mujib Hussain, Dr. Aman Zagam, and Dr. Go. Friends, to begin with, let me briefly introduce the topic. The topic for the session is the Unani Medicine for Global Health. Yes, the Unani medicine plays a very important role in the human health. We have excellent recipes to cure some diseases. We have excellent excellent potential for their use internationally, but there are certain reservations. Unfortunately, FDA has not recognized our recipes as medicine. We are recognized, or our recipes are recognized as the health supplements. In Unani medicine, we have recipes of animal origin, then mineral origin, and plant origin. Unlike allopathic medicines, who have isolated pure compounds, means if you have aspirin, it will be aspirin. If you have aspirin 500, it will have aspirin 500. But in our system, we don't have such type of thing. We are using strychnine, strychnos. Strychnos, the content may vary from place to place, from season to season. So in our case, we have certain problems, starting from collection of the raw material up to the production of the finished product. I will give you an example. We use strychnos. Strychnos means dhatura. This is a deadly poison, and we use the plant as such, of course, after some detoxification, that we call a detoxification method. But is it really a detoxification? Then why there is a need of the use of strychnos? Strychnos is a deadly poison. If you ask anybody that we are giving you this strychnos, will you accept it? And if I'm sure the person knows what is strychnos, he will never use that. But we are using it very efficiently. There are other problems also. The mistaken identity of the plant. There are certain plants which are similar in size and shape. So instead of using the real plant, we may use the other one. Then the drying of the raw material. We cannot use the plant material as such. We have to first dry it and then powder it. So during this process, there is a possibility of development of certain fungi we cannot use. Then during cultivation of plant, the farmer may use pesticide, and when we use the plant material, the pesticide might go in our body. That is not recommended. So there are certain other things also. So I am sure that we will hear in this regard about in this regard from our learned speakers. Now with this, I stop it here and hand over the mic to my co-chair for her introductory remarks, please.
ربي اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. With this dua, I'm Professor Dr. Suhail Fatima. I was the former dean and medical superintendent of School of Unani Medical Education and Research, Jamia Hamid. Moving forward very fast because I have my flight just after some time. So keeping that in mind, I just want to invite a very good friend of mine, Mr. Kamil, who is with us online, and the theme which is the Unani medicine for the global health, which is very apt, and he will inshallah enlighten us with the topic quality and safety of Unani medicine are global and dire need today. So I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Kamil, who is the Director General, Lotus Holistic Institute, Abu Dhabi, UAE. Please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah wa kafa wa salatu wa salam على عباده الذين اصطفى أما بعد فقال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وآله وسلم ما أنزل الله من داء إلا أنزل له شفاء. The Messenger of Allah said, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has not sent any disease except that He has also sent down its cure. Respected chairpersons, respected chairpersons, distinguished guests, organizers of CCRUM, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. At the outset, I would like to thank Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving me a chance to be here among this august gathering. After that, I will also thankful to the CCRUM organizers with a very special reference to Professor Asim Ali Khan Sahab, Director General CCRUM. I also want to thank Madam Amina Al-Haidam, the founder and chairperson of the Lotus Holistics, for encouraging me through and through. Well, I just recall a couplet I would like to say with the permission of chairs. मैं अपने ही घर में आया हूँ मगर अंदाज तो देखो कि अपने आप को मानिंद मेहमान लेके आया हूँ. The topic assigned to me as told by the chairperson is the quality and safety of Unani medicine, a global and dire need today. The challenges are innumerable and enormous, making the global herbal market unsafe. This talk seeks to enlighten the physicians, pharmacists, researchers, consumers, the stakeholders, and the manufacturers in the Unani medicine on the need to establish quality parameters for collection, handling, processing, and production of Unani medicine, and to imply these parameters for the safety of the global market. Since the incorporation of traditional medicine in its program in the year 1976, the World Health Organization has gone a long way in creating a worldwide interest for the promotion and development of different systems of traditional medicine and their best utilization in the healthcare services. The 9th and 10th centuries have been designated as the golden age of Arabic medicine. Unani medicine, as the very name suggests, it's originated in Greece and is based on the teaching of Hippocrates, Dioscorides, Galen, Jaber, Razel, Ibn Sina, and many others. Then these scholars, they enriched the system considerably and had written very, very important books, as you can see, from 9th to 13th century. The philosopher and physician Hippocrates, who freed the medicine from the realm of superstition and magic and gave it a status of science. He was the first person to establish that the disease is a natural process and the symptoms are the reactions of the body to the disease. He was also the first person, physician rather, and the only one on record since antiquity to introduce the method of taking medical histories. His chief contribution to the medical realm is the humoral theory. The framework of Unani medicine is based, of course, on the teaching of Hippocrates. Well, if Hippocrates devised the medicine and gave it a status of science, Galen, the pioneer of experimental medicine, who wrote 256 treatises, which are mostly of medical nature. In one of his famous books on anatomical procedures, he advised to his readers, in order to know the drugs, inspect them not once or twice, but frequently. Yes, and given a very good example, the Joe. They look alike. The twins look alike to the strangers, but they can be easily differentiated by the friends. Galen established a system on which the Arab physicians, Ibn Sina, Ibn Razi, Ibn Betar, Ibn Nafis, Ibn Khaldun, Ibn Baruni, and many others, they have constructed an imposing edifice. An old Arab saying is, medicine did not exist before. Hippocrates created it, dead before Galen revived it, scattered before Al-Razi collected it, and incomplete before Ibn Sina completed it. Well, the Unani medicine was introduced in India around 10th century with the spread of Islamic civilization. During the pre-independent India, it was pursued by two families of Unani physicians, with the Azizia family of Lucknow, normally known as Hakims of Jawai Tola, and the Sharifi family of eminent Hakim Janab Hakim Ajmal Khan Sahab of Delhi. In independent India, it was preserved and researched by Hakim Abdul Hamid Sahab, descendants of Hakim Majid Sahab of the famous Hamdard Dawakhana of Delhi. This system has a long and impressive record in India. Now, Unanipathy has become a part of Indian system of medicine, and India is one of the leading countries, or let me say that the only leading country so far as its practice and research is concerned. It will, of course, not be out of place to mention the exemplary role of Central Council for Research in Unani medicine over here. And plants have always been a common source of medicament, either in the form of traditional preparations or pure active principles. In a survey done by World Health Organization, it has been estimated that 80% of more than 7,000 million, that is 7 billion inhabitants of the world, rely mainly on traditional medicine for their primary healthcare needs, and it can safely be presumed that a major part of traditional therapy involves use of plant extract for their active principles. Well, in developed countries too, plant-derived drugs are considered important. For example, in the United States of America, 25% of all the prescriptions dispensed from community pharmacies contain plant extracts or their active principles. Of the conservatively estimated 300,000 to 400,000 species of the higher plants that exist on Earth, almost 10 to 20%, that is 35,000 to 70,000, have been employed in traditional medicine. The efficacy of these drugs is due to the presence of one or more biologically active chemical constituents. But unfortunately, quite a number of these drugs are frequently adulterated with cheap, less potent, and spurious plant material, posing danger to the public health. Either they are posing danger to the public health or not so efficacious as expected. And the reason for the therapeutic efficacy of these drugs, of these medicinal plants, will depend mostly on the purity and economic availability. Now, the counterfeit and unlicensed Unani medicines. The Drug Control Administration, this is a news from TNN for 2002. Drug Control Administration has banned 8 formulations, Unani formulations. Over the past week, they say the Unani pharmacy, Ahmed and company have been seized by DCA. And the Unani drugs seized include Madhunemakami, Itrifal Shahtra, Kiratex capsule, Silemex powder, Asab, Niswani. Now, near Delhi, Ghaziabad, many people have been arrested for this preparing where this fake variant of Unani medicine, Safi, was allegedly being manufactured. And the rebels, they found 400 bottles of the fake medicines and they informed the company of the original brand, Hamdard. From Canada, tested, their test showed one product, the same Safi made by Hamdard laboratories. It contains arsenic level more than 40 times the maximum allowable limit. My personal assumption is that this Safi might be what was being prepared in the Modi Nagar. The Lahore Express Tribune. The laboratories sealed are Ahmed Brothers, Unani Lab, Japan Herbal Pharma, Master Unani Laboratories, Unani Laboratories, Okay Herbal Pharma, Rashid Unani Laboratories, and Al Hayat Unani Dawakhana. And this was the news from Express Tribune of 9th December 2016. Well, the Pfizer cream, you all know it well. During its quality control studies, it has been found that the mercury level is more than the prescribed limit, and hence the recommendation is that this cream does not seem to be safe to use. Similarly, adulteration of glibenclamide is found in anti-diabetic Unani medicine. Adulteration of PD5 inhibitor, phosphodiesterase 5 inhibitor were found in Unani medicine. And their analogs were found in Unani medicine. The imperceptible use of these analogs is very dangerous because they have not been tested formally for their safety and efficacy. And in the best interest of the public health, these analogs, there should be strong action against it. Very recently, on Tuesday, February 1, 2022, a Hindustan Times news shows that a Unani doctor held for selling harmful drugs. Although much details were not given, but to my opinion, probably he was selling some herbal aphrodisiac with PD5 inhibitors power. In the recent year, with the ever-growing commercialization in the field of Unani medicine, there has been an instant demand for the quality control of the drugs in the Unani system. For this, standardization is usually recommended as a solution to the problem. The studies on the identity, purity, and quality of the genuine drugs will enhance information in checking the adulteration. A set of standards should no doubt be different in checking the adulteration, rather it will be an aid to the drug law enforcement. Sorry. For examining the problems in the standardization of Unani medicine, one has to examine the situation in totality. When the term totality stands for examining the problem of standardization from plantation of the drug to the time it is dispensed to the patient either in the crude form or in the form of the finished product. Of course, the identification of a single drug is very important. Nowadays, adulteration is a common practice. And to differentiate very minute differences, it's very important. Before going to the Unani drugs, I want to give a very pertinent example to emphasize the safety. Well, misidentification of a slimming preparation, including two plants. It was believed to be responsible for severe toxicity, that is renal intestinal fibrosis, experienced by some 70 Belgian women. 30 of them needed dialysis or kidney transplantation. This was thought to have been arisen due to the similarities. You can see it between similarities of these two plants. As aware, estrologic acid are well known for its nephrotoxicity for human and certain animal species. They are the potent carcinogens in the rodents, and that is why restrictive regulation has put forward in the year 1981 in Germany for the preparations that contains estrologic acid. Why I have given this example of misidentification? Let us recall and see the saying of Galen. In order to know drugs, inspect them not once or twice, but frequently. Well, saffron, the guide style and stigma of Crocus sativus contains 3 crystalline matter, alpha, beta, and gamma corstine, having 0.7 to 0.3% of saffron. Besides having refrigerant, tonic, and diuretic studies, it is antiseptic, anti-inflammatory, as well as aphrodisiac properties. That is why since it's a costly ingredient, the adulteration is on its peak. To differentiate between the adulterated and pure, the structure of the stigma, which is slightly expanded in the form of a narrow tubular structure, and is visible even with the hand lens, plays an important role. And since it's from 0.5 to 0.10 per gram, and therefore, of course, the substitutes are found over there. This substance are added to saffron in order to increase the weights or many other factors. And many adulterants like beet, pomegranate fiber, Catharanthus tinctorius, safflower, candula, turmeric, paprika, and many others are being added in it. There is a very good test of chemistry. Sulfuric acid produces with the sample of blue coloration. It changes to violet, cherry red, and finally to brown. There are many other tests, but I will tell. The FDA has given certain tests a criteria that the stigma must be yellow and foreign organic matter should not exceed more than 10%, and so on and so forth. Similarly, United States Pharmacopoeia has provided the following test for saffron. No time to read all these things. The chemical composition of saffron. We have received 2 samples. Normally, we receive unknown samples. However, it was said that it is saffron or not. See the 2 samples, number 1 and number 2, and the third one, when we compared it with the pure saffron and found that it is not at all pure, because the water soluble and alcohol soluble percentage were below 50% in both cases. Approximate analysis of saffron from this saffron stigma straight chromatographic fingerprinting for the Crocus sativus stigma. Chemical structure of protein. Sometimes identity by ordinary taxonomic means is a problem, and it requires various other fields of study. Let us take the example of a plant which is sold in the crude drug market in many countries in the form of isolated underground pod with some remains of red leaf. It's highly controversial because some 15 species belonging to 10 genera and 3 families, they are all being sold with the same trade name in India and Pakistan, Yadlang in Afghanistan, and Abu Khalta, Saleh Hamami, Arab countries.
Professor Kamil, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You have just 5 more minutes at your disposal because the time allotted to each speaker is just 20 minutes. So please, thank you, dear.
I will take care of it. Well, this plant, the pharmacognostic and the chemotaxonomic species of the studies of the boraginaceous species led to a conclusion that Cordelia nobilis is the genuine non-required plant material. And this plant is called as Shanja. This plant is called as Shanja for the treatment of burns or leukoderma. And it is used in Marhamia khanzir for the treatment of khanzir, that is the mumps. Standardization doesn't stop with the identification, but extends to quality and potency. Recourse to the physical and chemical method of standardization becomes necessary. I will not go in detail looking into the time. There can be several methods for the standardization of drugs chemically. It depends on the nature of the drug and the study. However, certain parameters are established, which are these. In the case of bold drugs, the macroscopic and sensory characters are usually sufficient to enable the drug to identify. The general appearance of the sample will often indicate whether it's likely to comply with such parameters like percentage of seeds in colocin, ash in valerian, alcohol in soluble matter in the case of the saponica. The kinds of certain drugs depend largely on the size and color, which are not necessarily related to the therapeutic value. Let us take the other example of Unani, which is one of the most important drugs in the Unani system of medicine. And this is also, it is commonly known as bishop's weed. The dried fruits, they are highly beneficial for the treatment of vitiligo and psoriasis. It's also used as an antidiuretic, that is mutirabol, immunogogue, that is mutirahealth, as well as blood purifier, that is mesophiedam. It's also used in a very important preparation called as majune acrylal. This is the test for if visnada is being mixed with the measures, it can be easily identified with this test. So the four extra bundles as well as the absence of lacunae on the outer stand is a clear identification. Moreover, the chemical, the measures and visnada has entirely different of the chromatographic technique. It's very easy to find out the number of the constituents present in various extracts of a drug. The identification can be done on the basis of fragmentation pattern and molecular weight also. Current manufacturing practice is a system for ensuring that the products are consistently produced and controlled according to the quality standard. There are many constraints in the quality control, but due to the time constraint, I'm not going to discuss it over here. Then the reproducible efficacy and safety will depend on the reproducible quality. And if a Unani drug wants to be a national drug, it needs to be standardized and the quality must be established. So the three fundamental factors are quality, safety, and efficacy. All the standardization, as you know, is a dynamic process, and today's standard will become obsolete tomorrow. And that is why it needs, although a lot of work has already been carried out globally, still it needs. There are certain dark recesses which have to be eliminated using high throughput drug technology like random amplified polymorphic DNA fingerprinting, hyphenated NMR technique, and so on and so forth. These genomics and metabolomics seems to be the future of the medicinal plant and Unanimation industry. In conclusion, I can only say that it is still a long way to go. And in the last, basically, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this conference, Unani Day, and this conference. And also to thanks once again to the CCRU with a special reference to Professor Asim Ali Khan and also to Madam Amina Al-Faidan. And also once again to the CCRU to put this Unani Day as well as conference as a place like Kashmir. Let me say, according to conclude, according to a poet, Amir Khosrow, says, Firdaus Baruez Zamias, Hamias, or Hamias to Hamias. There is a saying of William Wordsworth, you know it very well. Nature never does betray the heart that loves her. I have slightly modified it incompatible with this lecture, counterfeiting that betrays the nature. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Kamil. Just a minute. You gave an excellent lecture. You discussed in detail about the contribution of different people in the development of Unani medicine. You talked about history of Unani medicine. Then you discuss at length the various chemical methods that are available for the identification of adulteration. You spoke about fake medicine and spurious drugs. Professor Kamil, I would like to just ask one thing. Nowadays, we have divided plants also as Unani plants and Ayurvedic plants. Ayurvedic people, they say that these are the Ayurvedic plants. Unani people say, no, this is not the Ayurvedic plant, this is the Unani plant. So I would just briefly would like to have your opinion regarding this. Can we classify plants as Unani plants or Ayurvedic plants? Or
Basically, they are all plants. And I will give you a very personal touch. When in 1996 I joined Sheikh Zayed Institute, the name we have suggested, the Herbu, that complex for herbal research and traditional medicine, which includes both Unani, Ayurvedic, homeopathic, and everything. Because all they are originated from the plant. So word herbal will be more suffice as compared. It is our own things, you know it better why we call it Unani, why we call it Ayurvedic. At this platform, I don't want to clarify more that the institute where I worked 25 years as the head department of pharmacognostic sciences as well as the quality control in charge head, and we put the name herbal, and we have a standardized not more than 15,000 drugs, and a lot of samples. It was coming even from the His Highness councils. So it is herbal drug. If we say it will, I think, combine everything.
okay. Professor
Yes, any other
Kamil,
question?
Professor Kamil, you discussed about the fake or spurious medicines. The problem is not with the intentional production of spurious drugs and other thing. The law can take its own course, but the problem is unintentional adulteration. For example, we are using a plant which is contaminated with the pesticides. It is not intentional, it is unintentional. So problems which must be dealt at. Anyway, so due to paucity of time, I would like just to have just one question from the audience.
Answer this question. If you allow, let me answer this question.
Please.
If standardization starts from birth of the plant to its clinical application, so at every stage that good agriculture practices, good field collection practices, good laboratory practices,
That's right.
nothing will come as
That's
intentional, unintentional adulteration.
That's right. That's right. Yes, just one question, please.
Welcome.
आप
Yes, please.
just a minute. Please, first of all, please identify yourself and then.
I am Dr. Nasir. I am a private practitioner here. हम लोगों को जो ये इनका टॉपिक है बहुत अच्छा लगा मोहम्मद कामिल साहब का.
Right.
मगर हमारे यहाँ कश्मीर में इससे ज़्यादा और बुरी हालत है. बुरी हालत ये है कि यहाँ बहुत सारी अथॉरिटीज़ जिनको मैं एड्रेस करना चाहता हूँ जो रजिस्ट्रेशन से मुतल्लिक काम करते हैं. तो हम लोग अगर क्रूड ड्रग्स बाज़ार में लाने जाएं, क्रूड ड्रग की कोई एक्सपायरी कहीं लिखी नहीं होती है और क्रूड ड्रग में कितना गर्दा होता है कोई भी इंस्पेक्शन टीम उस गर्दे को अलग नहीं करता है. क्रूड ड्रग में स्पोर्स होते हैं और उन स्पोर्स को आइडेंटिफाई करके उनको डिस्ट्रॉय करने के लिए क्या काम करने चाहिए क्या नहीं करने चाहिए शायद अथॉरिटीज़ ये भी नहीं देखती हैं. और उसके अलावा हमारे यहाँ बहुत सारे जिनमें मॉइस्चर होता है जैसे इंजीर हैं, बहुत सारे कीड़े निकलते हैं और बहुत सारे क्रूड ड्रग्स ऐसे हैं जिनमें चूहे की मैंगनियाँ निकलती हैं. और हम बहुत शर्मिंदा हो जाते हैं जब इस तरह की पुड़ियाँ लेके पेशेंट हमारे पास आ जाते हैं और दैट वे वी लूज आवर पेशेंट्स.
थैंक यू.
नहीं, मैं अपना पॉइंट पूरा करूं सर. मैं कुछ 37 फाइल्स जो हैं रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए अथॉरिटीज़ के पास गई, और उनमें 30 फाइल्स को तो पास किया गया। और वो 30 फाइल्स कौन थे? सिर्फ यही क्रूड ड्रग वाले, जिनके क्रूड ड्रग्स बिल्कुल ओपन होते हैं, बोरियों में होते हैं, गर्दा भी होता
Just
है।
a minute, just a
ये
minute.
सारा
Please,
कुछ।
please, please.
यस सर।
Now, my request to the audience is that this is a technical session. Please confine yourselves to technical observations, which these speakers may respond.
Yes,
because
sir.
I don't think that people from outside will be able to answer your question. Please, thank you.
यहाँ अथॉरिटीज बैठी हैं, इसीलिए मैं बता रहा
One thing I
हूँ।
wanted to say.
चलिए,
One
शुक्रिया।
thing only I
Next,
wanted to say in replying.
Just a
प्लीज
minute,
आप
please.
शर्मिंदा को ना छोड़ दें, ये शर्मिंदा ताबिंदा फरखुंदा लड़कियों के नाम होते हैं। Yes, please go on. If the questions are over, may I conclude it by thanking?
Thank you. Conclude.
I am thankful to the chairpersons, Professor Akbar Masood, Professor Suhail Fatma, as well as all the audience, and especially to the CCRM organizers. So thank you for giving me this chance. And once again, I will thank my chairperson, Al-Haitam, for giving me a chance to be here. If there are no more questions, may I take your leave?
Thank you, Professor Kamil, for your external lecture. Now, the next speaker in line is Dr. Go from, she is Director, Traditional and Complementary Medicine, Ministry of Health, Malaysia. She would be speaking on regulation of traditional Indian medicine, Unani practitioners and their practice. So, over to you, Dr. Go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please, please.
Can you see my slide?
Please go ahead.
Yes, respective chairpersons, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. First and foremost, I would like to wish all the Unani practitioners Happy Unani Day and congratulate the CCRUM for the success in organizing this conference in spite of all the challenges. Thanks to the CCRUM for their kind invitations. On top of that, I would like to thank the organizer for reschedule the orders of the speaking for this conference. And also thanks to Dr. Hamid and Dr. Amagan allowed me to present before you all because I need to go for a meeting after this. Thank you very much. I do understand that the theme for this year is diet and nutrition in Unani medicines. For good health and well-being, dietotherapy is one of the treatments in Unani medicine. Since I am a policymaker and regulator, I will share with you all on professionalism of TNCM, means traditional and complementary medicine in Malaysia, which could contribute to a quality global health. The professionalism of TNCMs cover the areas of TNCM practice, policy and regulation, herbal products, and most importantly, research and development. Due to the time constraint, I will focus my presentations to the policy and regulations of TNCM practitioners and their practices. Hence, this will be the outline of my presentations for today. Definitions of TNCM, policy and regulation, training and education, and way forward. Malaysia is a multi-ethnic and multicultural country with a wide range of TNCM products, as well as practices. Hence, TNCM's practice in Malaysia means a form of health-related practice designed to prevent, treat or manage ailment or illness that preserve the mental and physical well-being of an individual and includes such practice such as traditional Malay medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, traditional Indian medicine, including Unani medicines, homeopathy, Islamic medical practice, and complementary therapies, but exclude medical and tender practices used by a medical and tender practitioner respectively. The National Health and Mobility Survey 2015 reported that 29.25% of the population had ever used any TNCM practices with consultations. Okay, females population show a significant higher usage compared to male populations, and the urban populations also show the highest usage of TNCM as compared to rural populations during the survey. TNCM practices in Malaysia are mainly used to maintain wellness. Now, let us turn to the policy and regulations. The governance of TNCM in Malaysia mainly composed practitioners and their practices, research, product and education, as well as the training. Apart from education and training, the other three main components are under the jurisdictions of Ministry of Health. National TNCM Policy. I would like to take this opportunity to share with ladies and gentlemen pertaining to the policy of TNCM in Malaysia. Moving in line with the World Health Organization, Malaysia has taken a proactive approach in drafting and formulating this policy. This was launched in the year 2001 to ensure a quality and safe use of TNCM practice and product, and as well as to facilitate the integrations of TNCM into our mainstream healthcare system, means the modern medicines, so that traditional and complementary medicine shall be an important component of healthcare system. It will coexist with modern medicines and contribute towards enhancing the health and quality of life of all Malaysians. In order to implement the national policy, achieve the long-term sustainability and ensuring TNCM can reliably meet the current and future health needs of the population, TNCM blueprint has been formulated to look at the bigger picture and to take concerted action. The main objective of the TNCM blueprint is to facilitate the regulation, integration, and economic development of the TNCM industry in Malaysia, so that it can contribute ultimately to the national healthcare system, meet economic and social-cultural goals, maximize health systems, reach towards universal health coverage, and enhance the total well-being of all Malaysians. TNCM 775 has been gazetted on the 10th March 2016. The main objective of the TNCM Act are to ensure the high quality, effectiveness, and safety of the TNCM practices, as well as to determine eligibility requirement for each type of TNCM practices, to ensure compulsory registrations of TNCM practitioner, and to enforce the registrations. TNCM Act has yet to be enforced fully. The implementations of the TNCM Act 2016 or 775 is gone through three phases. Phase 1, to enable the establishment of the TNCM Council and to identify recognized practice area. Recognized practice area means a practice area which is recognized by the minister under the section 20 of the 775, as well as to designate practitioner body, under the Section 42 of the Act 775. How about the phase 2? Now, at this moment, Malaysia is in the phase 2, means that to start the TNCM practitioner registrations. The TNCM regulation 2021 also have come into operation on the 1st of March 2021. That is the reason we can start our registrations on 1st March 2021. For your information, the transitional period will be from 1st March 2021 to 29 February 2024. Why I mention this transitional period? This is very, very important. I will try to explain in my subsequent slide later. Okay, the last phase means the phase 3 is the fully enforced of the TNCM Act, means that every person who practices in a recognized practice area without being registered with the council will offence the Act. Okay, and legal actions can be taken against the practitioners. So, traditional and complementary councils has been established on the 16th January 2017. The membership of the TNCM Council mainly composed of the chairperson is our Director General of Health and the other 21 members, okay, who shall be appointed by the Minister of the recommendations. Director General means the chairpersons. So who are those 21 representatives? So they are from Ministry of Health as well as from the local university with expertise in TNCM field. They are also registered practitioner in the public service and individual from private practice representing the designated TNCM practitioner bodies in Malaysia, as well as those with possess sufficient experience and expertise in the relevant industry. Since the Act 775 comes into operations the 1st August 2016, the following two orders have been gazetted, identified in the 7 recognized practice area and 6 designated practitioner body. The first order is traditional and complementary medicine recognized practice area. Order 2017 gazetted on 28 July 2017 and effective from 1st August 2017. So the 7 recognized practice area are traditional Malay medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, traditional Indian medicine, which includes Unani medicine in Malaysia, homeopathy, chiropathic, osteopathic, and as well as Islamic medical practice. The second order is traditional and complementary medicines designations of practitioner body. Order 2020 gazetted on 27 February 2020 and deemed to have come into operation on 1st August 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, since the establishment of the TNCM Council, there are 2 working committee has been established under the council. They are Joint Technical Committee (JTC) for accreditation assessments of the TNCM programs, as well as Lajna Pengawas Seriang Amaran Penghubatan Islam (LASHP). Okay, JTC may need to establish to ensure TNCM education program that is going to be offered is of quality and will produce practitioners that can practice safely and effectively. As for the LASHP formations is to assist the TNCM Council in the regulation of Islamic medical practice and its practitioner in Malaysia. So, in fact, LASHP was formed as a result of close collaborations between Ministry of Health as well as the Islamic Development Department in Malaysia. We know it as JAKIM. A person intending to practice TNCM in any recognized practice area shall apply to the TNCM Council to register and shall comply with any qualification as specified by the TNCM Council for that recognized practice area. A practitioner may be registered in one or more recognized practice areas, for example, Malay medicine or Indian medicine, if he satisfied the eligibility requirement, means that he's qualified in Malay medicine as well as Indian medicine for those practice areas and has paid the prescribed fee. A person who is not a registered practitioner shall not directly or indirectly practice TNCM services. Any person who commits an offence will be liable to a fine not exceeding 30,000 ringgit Malaysia or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years or to both. So for the subsequent offence, then they will be liable to a fine of not more than 50,000 ringgit Malaysia or to a term of imprisonment of not more than 3 years. Applications for registrations of TNCM, both local as well as a foreign practitioner in the 7 recognized practice area. These 7 recognized practice area, just now I have mentioned Malay medicine, Indian medicine, Chinese medicine, homeopathy, cryopathic, as well as Islamic medical practice, has been accepted from 15 March 2021. So there are 7 registration guidelines for local TNCM practitioner for each recognized practice areas, a registration guideline for foreign TNCM practitioners. The registration in all 7 recognized practice area is open to local TNCM practitioners. For foreign TNCM practitioners, registration is open only for 5 recognized practice area, excluding Malay medicine and Islamic medical practice. Bilingual registration guideline, form and FAQ are available on the TNCM division's website. So, registration will be conducted in phases by zones. So, as illustrated in this slide. So, as of 9 February 2021, about 4,329 applications has been received by TNCM divisions. So, until 20 January 2022, there are about 2,447 local practitioners were approved by TNCM Council, means that they are registered practitioners able to practice in Malaysia legally. Okay, among them, there are about 18 traditional Indian medicine, including Ayurveda, Siddha, and Unani. So, foreign practitioners who practice in Malaysia, there are about 53 of them were approved by the council, okay, until 20th January 2021. Okay, so that's for Indian medicine, about 8 of them. These practitioners are many of Ayurveda system of medicines. Okay, for local practitioners, about 5 of them are Ayurvedic practitioners and 13 of them are Siddha practitioners. Okay, it doesn't mean that don't have the Unani practitioner. Maybe they have yet to come forward for registrations. There are many grandfathering group. Okay, now capacity building costs. In fact, this CBC is for the practitioner who do not possess the recognized qualification but have years of experience as determined by the TNCM Council, known as the grandfathering group. So just now I have mentioned there are Unani practitioners have yet to come forward for registration. So they are most likely under the grandfathering group. So So according to the 775, any individual intending to practice in a recognized practice area needs to be registered with the TNCM Council. To help practitioners in the grandfathering group to register as the TNCM Council, okay, under this act, Council has decided on this program, this course, okay, for the traditional medicine, they are Malay, Chinese, Indian, and homeopathy. Again, I would like to emphasize here, traditional Indian medicine in Malaysia include Ayurveda, Siddha, and Unani. Successfully attended at the CBC is one of the registration criteria that needs to be fulfilled by the identified practitioner during the transitional period from 1st March 2021 until 29 February 2024. That is to say, the practitioner under this grandfathering group, they need to register during this transitional period. After 29 February 2024, if they fail to register, they will not be able to practice in Malaysia. If they practice, they will be penalized and will be fined or will be imprisoned. Okay, only CBC trainer and training center approved by the TNCM Council allowed to offer the CBC according to the set free. Applications for the training center or to become the CBC trainer was begun on the 15th March 2021. Until 31st January 2021, you can see the date here. Okay, so there were 23 centers applied and only 15 centers were approved by the council. On the other hand, 63 out of 128 applicants for the trainer also has approved by council. So amongst the amongst the 63 trainer, only one is traditional Indian medicines trainer. Unfortunately, at this moment, no center come forward for Indian medicines. In fact, this training center as well as a trainer mainly is for CBC, means capacity building course, okay? Now, let us turn to the training and applications for TNCM in Malaysia. Applications in Malaysia pertaining to TNCM mainly divide into academic sector as well as skill sector. For academic, it is under the jurisdictions of Malaysian Qualification Agency, Ministry of Education, Malaysia, under the Malaysian Qualification Agency Act 2007. How about skill? Skill is under the Department of Skill Development, Ministry of Human Resources, under the National Skill Development Act 2006. Ladies and gentlemen, the TNCM Council, in collaboration with Malaysian Qualification Agency, Ministry of Higher Education, had conducted a review of the TNCM program standard. Okay? So the TNCM Council was responsible for organizing small to medium enterprise group discussion for each recognized practice area under the TNCM Act 2016. Discussions was held on selected components of the program standard TNCM according to the specific requirement of each practice area. New program standards were developed for osteopathy, bachelor program, Siddha medicine, bachelor program, and Malay medicine diploma program for traditional Malay medicine. We have yet to develop Unani medicines. The revised program standard was published in the year 2021.
Professor Go, you just have 5 more minutes at your disposal, please.
No problem. I got
Thank
2
you.
more slides only.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
yes, yes.
Yeah. So this slide shows the Higher Education Institute that offer the academic of TNCM program. These are the 11th higher institute offer the TNCM program in Malaysia. So this slide shows the National Occupational Skills Standard available for recognized TNCM practice area. So Panchakama is also one of the norms being developed by the Ministry of Human Resource. Okay. Last but not the least, I would like to sum up my presentations by mentioning that with the professionalism of TNCM practitioners and their practice, Malaysia will be well positioned for high quality of integrated healthcare. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Go, for
Thank you.
your excellent presentation. You spoke at length about the professionalism of traditional and complementary medicine in Malaysia. It is satisfying to know that you have a national policy on traditional and complementary medicine in your country with the well-defined vision and mission. But what I could gather is that mostly you people are using the traditional and complementary medicine for topical use. Topic, for example, the this cupping and massage and other type. So you are not using as oral or other. So what may be the reason for?
Okay. For your information, in fact, in fact, we use the oral consumptions of the herbal medicines as well.
Okay.
But I say that in Malaysia, TNCM practice mainly is private driven, means that in government hospital, being restricted to manipulative therapy, which I show in the survey. Many is manipulative therapy for wellness maintenance. So this one is the survey. We are very limited data, but in private entity. So they also provide the herbal consumptions of the herbs. Okay, oral consumptions of the herbs. But how you say in government sector means that in the Ministry of Health hospital, we need more evidence to support the usage of oral consumption of herbal therapy for the disease treatment. Okay, so in Malaysia, the herbal product mainly for general well-being. For your information, because how you say that the requirement for the registrations of the product are very high standards. I would say that. So that is the challenges for the product to be registered in Malaysia.
Thank you, Dr. Go, for joining us and for your excellent lecture. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I would like to excuse myself. I go for my next meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, the next speaker in line is Professor Arman Zargaran. He is Coordinator International Affairs for Traditional Medicine, Ministry of Health, and Professor, School of Persian Medicine, Tehran University of Medicine, Iran. And he is Assistant Professor of Traditional Pharmacy and also History of Medicine. His main research interests are history of Persian medicine, ancient Persian medicine, formulation and sterilization of traditional and natural products, and ethnopharmacology. He has published more than 100 research papers in the areas of interest. He will be speaking on traditional medicine in Iran. So over to you, Dr. Arman, please. My request, please confine to 20 minutes just. Professor Arman.
Do you hear?
Professor Arman, please unmute yourself. Yeah,
Hello?
please go ahead.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. It's my great pleasure that and honor that I am joining you in this very well organized and very important event. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Asim Ali Khan, to invite me. I try to summarize my words in 20 minutes. Of course, the scenario of traditional medicine is in Iran is a comprehensive topic, but I try to point briefly to the key points of this topic and finalize my speech in about 20 minutes. Okay, my country, Iran, is a country located in Middle East with the area about 1.6 million kilometers and more than 82 million populations. You can find more than 8,000 plant species in Iran, and most of the different climates and different territories you can find here, and also a history about 10,000 years ago led this country that have a very deep traditional medicine and the good area for developing traditional medicine here because of this diversity of plants, environments, and different climates and everything, and a deep history as well. Traditional medicine in Iran is called as Persian medicine today. It is rooted in ancient times, at least from 7,000 years ago. It is developed in Islamic era mostly by Persian physicians like Avicenna, Razi, Zahawaini, Jorjani, and so on, and it is practiced in Iran currently. This medical system is also developed in India after migration of many of, for example, many of physicians from this area to India in 600 or 500 years ago, and it was developed in India and nowadays called as Unani medicine. Therefore, there are close similarities between Persian and Unani medicines, and they are like brother and sister, and it makes a very good opportunity for collaboration between these two traditional medical systems. But in current Iran, there are a very good and precious governmental supports for traditional medicine. Traditional medicines, in particular Persian medicine, are well regulated in Iran currently, and there are many official documents in top levels that support development of traditional medicine and also integration of this traditional medicine into health system of Iran. For example, in the level of supreme leader, in the level of parliament laws, and in the level of presidency, there are too many documents that support developing traditional medicine and integration of traditional medicine into the health system.
Sorry to interrupt you, please make your presentation full screen, sir.
Yes. It's okay?
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
Okay. In Iran, maybe like India, you can find many traditional healers and herbal shops. We call them attaris and the pharmacology, and too many other traditional system of medicine that rooted in the culture of people. And they are not academic, but they are part of culture and history of the country. And you can find too many prestigious techniques and traditional medicine systems and products among them. But there are also an academic system for traditional medicine in Iran that is developed about 15 years ago. In this academic system, you can find some majors that I will mention to them in the next slides. Also, in the Ministry of Health, there are some types of traditional medical systems that are approved by Ministry of Health, like Persian medicine, Chinese medicine, homeopathy, naturopathy, and so on. That administration, the Ministry of Health and Medical Education is the top level of system for managing healthcare in the country. Directly in the supervision of minister, there is a office that namely Office of Persian and Complementary Medicine, and also there is another system that it's called as Food and Drug Administration (FDA) that under this administration system there is a Directorate of Natural and Traditional Products and Supplements that it is responsible for approving traditional and natural products. And also in the level of presidency, there is a vice for research and technology under this office supervision. There is a science and technology development headquarter for medicinal plants and traditional medicine. Of course, there are too many other offices, regulatory offices, like in Council of Medicine, there is an advisory committee for traditional medicine. There are too many associations for traditional medicine, NGOs and institutes and others. But for education and academy, there are schools of Persian medicine. There are 8 schools of Persian medicine in the country, and more than 23 departments of traditional medicine in the faculties of medicine and schools of Persian medicine and so on, that they are responsible for training PhDs of traditional medicine in Iran. Also, there are departments of traditional pharmacy. 8 departments of traditional pharmacy are active in schools of pharmacy and also schools of Persian medicine, and also Department of Chinese medicine are opened in Mashhad University of Medical Sciences, and also Department of History of Medicine. In these departments, we trained PhDs for traditional medicine, PhDs for traditional pharmacy, and for Chinese medicine, and also Master of Science and PhD of History of Medicine. PhD of traditional medicine and Chinese medicine is only for physicians with MD degree that they can apply for PhD course. And also for traditional pharmacy like me, we should be pharmacists in advance, and then we can apply for PhD of traditional pharmacy. Therefore, in this educational system, the integration of conventional medicine, current medicine, and traditional medicine is well organized, because all of the PhDs of traditional medicine in Iran are firstly physician and also pharmacist for traditional pharmacy, and then they became PhD of traditional medicine and traditional pharmacy. For medical services, there are too many levels for get these services. For example, in hospitals, there are advisory services. We have Salamat Kade traditional medicine health centers, that in all the medical universities you can find these centers to serve services to the people, and also in private sector, and so also traditional medicine clinics, offices, and like them. And also we started to integrate traditional medicine, Persian medicine, in health houses in rural areas, and the pilot study is done, and we are going to spread it in the whole country. In research, we do it in our departments, in research centers, in institutes. There are too many research centers and institutes in all the countries under the supervision of medical universities have their activities in the field of research. If you see the SciMago report for 2020, the latest report that is issued, after China, United States, and India, Iran is the 4th country that have the most publications in the field of complementary and alternative medicine. If you compare the size of our country and the number of our practitioners in the field of traditional medicine, you can find it is a good report for Iran. You can see some of the researchers in the field that are too many publications with H indexes. For example, Roja Rahimi with 168 publications in Scopus with 46 H-index in Scopus, or my colleagues, Dr. Farzai, with 38 his H-index. It shows that the quality of research and researchers in the field of Persian medicine in Iran is good. Only there are 4 examples. There are too many examples of such researchers in the field of Persian medicine and traditional pharmacy in Iran. You can find their publications in Scopus, PubMed, and other databases. As an example only, for COVID-19, we did more than 100 research projects in whole country as RCTs. That some of them some published papers you can find here. For example, in the paper you can see here, efficacy of Persian medicine herbal formulations. We trialed on more than 300 people in 5 centers at multi-center, and you can see the publications of such research projects here. And we have about 11 approved natural products for COVID-19 nowadays in Iran, and specific traditional medicine clinics for COVID-19 were held, and also the national guideline for physicians. It is 11th edition of this national guidelines, and there are too many activities in media, television, and so on. Also, we have very good international collaborations. You can see here for MOUs and contracts with too many countries. We have in the fields of education, research, and exchange of students and professors, and we encourage all the universities to spread and to expand their collaborations internationally in the field of traditional medicine. And for the future, we have strongly aim to progress and development of traditional medicine in Iran, especially in the current government that come on the power less than 1 year. It is one of their main goals and their to development of traditional medicine in Iran, and we aim to integrate this traditional system of medicine into conventional medicine and serve the services integrately. And also we encourage all of our universities and researchers in the field for international collaboration, and our Ministry of Health and our office in the field of Persian medicine and traditional medicine are ready for spread the international collaborations. Persian and Unani medicines are, as I told, like sister and brother, and there are too many similarities, and it is a very good opportunity for both countries, Iran and India, and other countries, that Unani medicine system is developed there for spreading these collaborations, and we are ready for this collaboration. And it is a memorial photo for Unani medicine's celebration day about 3 years ago, before COVID pandemic. In the first day of COVID pandemic, that it was my honor that I joined you in Delhi in the conference in that time. Thanks for your attention. I try to summarize and briefly and rapidly present my presentation, and I invite you to come to my country, and I hope see you soon after the pandemic, and not in virtual system, in present I can see you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Arman. Thank you for your very informative talk on traditional medicine in Iran, its regulation and education. We are happy to know that you are doing exemplary work in the management of COVID-19 using traditional and alternative medicine. Professor Arman, you mentioned about Persian medicine. So I have a curiosity, how is it different than the Unani medicine? Because, yeah, please.
Yes, as I told you, there are too many similarities between two medical systems, and maybe the origin of them are the same. But but there are some differences in the developing this medical system in India and Iran, because for some centuries it was developed separately in India, and it was developed separately in Iran and maybe in other region of the world, of the countries in the region. Therefore, the fundamentals of these two medical systems are the same. We are believed to for temperaments like you, but in the details, maybe we can find some differences because of these some centuries development in both countries. But I think we should focus on the similarities more than differences between these two medical systems. And this is an opportunity for both India and Iran because traditional medicine are well organized in both countries. Therefore, if we collaborate together to improve the traditional medicine without attention to the name Persian or Unani, it's not important. The whole of this traditional system of medicine is more important, and I think it is a very good opportunity for us to collaborate together to improve Persian and Unani medicine with together in the research area, in national products, in education, and so on, and different views to this subject in Iran and India help us to integrate our powers and together to improve this system of medicine, I think.
Professor Arman, since both the systems are more or less same, so I would pass on the recommendation to the concerned people to join hands for more fruitful collaborative work between Unani system of medicine in India and Persian medicine in your country. Thank you very much, Professor Arman. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Well, friends, the next speaker is Dr. Mujib Hussain. Dr. Mujib Hussain, he is coordinator Unani Tib School of Community and Health Sciences, University of Western Cape, South Africa. And he will be speaking on scope of Unani medicine in South Africa. So over to you, Dr. Mujib.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Now,
good morning.
Before I hand over the stage to you, Professor Mujib, I would like to tell the audience about the professor. Professor Mujib is coordinator of Unani Tibbi degree program at the School of Natural Medicine in the Faculty of Community and Health Sciences at the University of Western Cape in South Africa. He holds a bachelor's degree in complementary health sciences, a bachelor degree in complementary medicine Unani Tib, and master's degree in medical biosciences, which focuses on the immunomodulatory effect of African herbs. He is a current PhD candidate in Center for Interdisciplinary Studies of Children, Family and Society, Faculty of Community and Health Sciences at the University of the Western Cape. Over to you, Professor Mujib.
Thank you. Thank you, respected Chairperson. Warm greetings and appreciation to firstly the DG, Professor Asim Ali Khan, and his organizing committee at CCRUM. Warm greetings to all the chairpersons, distinguished guests, the entire Unani fraternity, my friends and teachers around the world, and all the participants and promoters of Unani medicine. It is a great honor for me to be present here again and to share our experiences in South Africa. I will be talking about the scope of Unani medicine in South Africa, and the University of the Western Cape is located at the southernmost tip of Africa, and we find that the South African population is diverse, many cultures, many traditions. And if you look at the Indian diaspora, we'll find there's a huge Indian community settled in South Africa. So it's no wonder that Unani medicine is such a loved medicine in South Africa. The country, like the rest of Africa, has a diversity of flora and fauna, with literally thousands of species of herbs and plants. And equally so, the people of South Africa are diverse in their cultures and their traditions. But the common thread that connects us, the common thread of humanity that connects us from the tip of South Africa right through Africa is our love for traditional medicine. Every society, every community is connected to a tradition. And in South Africa, the communities hold strong onto the tradition. So when Unani medicine is introduced to the community at any level, no matter what the socioeconomics class is, or background, or religion, we find communities take to the universal principles of temperament and faces and tabia to live in harmony with your environment. It's a common concept, well accepted amongst the communities in South Africa. The University of the Western Cape is a national university which is alert and it responds to the African needs. So it promotes excellence in teaching and learning and research whilst nurturing the cultural diversity of our population. So this presentation will broadly look at the practice, the education of Unani medicine in South Africa, as well as community engagement and research. So the Faculty of Community and Health Science is an internationally recognized community-based interdisciplinary education and research center, well established in health and social sciences. The School of Natural Medicine is a department housed in the faculty, and in the school, we offer 4 types of natural medicine training: Chinese medicine, phytotherapy, naturopathy, and Unani Tib. So in South Africa, Unani medicine is known as Unani Tib, and it's registered under the Department of Health as a profession of complementary and alternative medicine. So when we qualify as doctors of Unani Tib. The faculty is located in the CBD area, so the City Bowl area of a very busy part of the Western Cape. And the faculty is made up of different health professions like social work, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, psychology, nursing, dietetics, natural medicine, and sports science. So our students, they receive their training and education at on a multidisciplinary platform where they come in contact with different disciplines, and we try to promote this inter-referral type of consultations where physiotherapists, dietitians, and everybody work together and refer where we might have some solutions or a joint approach to healthcare. So we're promoting this multidisciplinary team approach where the patient is at the center, the professionals are around the patient, and we work together, partnerships amongst each other and with the patient to find better healthcare solutions. The fact it's set up at different sites. Unani medicine, and we stick to the pharmacopoeia, but often those Indian herbs are not available in South Africa. And so then we have to look for its substitutes. And often we do find similar species. For instance, Artemisia afra is common to Africa. And if you look at the functions of Artemisia afra and Artemisia absinthe, you'll see that they have similar approaches. So our challenge in South Africa is finding the substitutes and sticking to the Unani pharmacopoeia, because obviously the Unani pharmacopoeia is based on years of research and based on the work that's done in India. So that is our challenge, but what we do is we find that's in our vicinity and it fits within the pharmacopoeia. Those are the formulations that we will prescribe and make up. We also promote community engagement with our students. So as our students train, they impart their knowledge with the rest of the campus community. So here we have some students performing the temperament evaluation, doing head massage, giving advice on dietotherapy. And because in South Africa, we have limited access to the wide range of medications that India have, we rely a lot on other aspects of healing. For instance, we pay a lot of attention to the philosophy and temperament. So lifestyle advice is key. We try to give patients as much resources that's easy accessible in the environment. So therefore, in our circumstance, we had to pay a lot of attention to dietotherapy. And to the 6 lifestyle factors, we build up treatments focused on that before we actually prescribe meds. This is an image of one of our Unani staff who conducted effective community projects based on Unani medicine. So she created partnerships with the surrounding clinics, and with that, we had an influx of patients coming to our clinic, as well as partnerships that grew from this. So here she's giving a talk to the clinic staff and to patients about cupping therapy, about simple teas that can be used for chronic conditions. Our students also visit schools where they impart their experiences in order to encourage those that are interested to pursue a career path in natural medicine or Unani medicine. Part of our community engagement involves going out to rural areas. So the entire faculty will have a clinic set up in a town hall in a rural area. And the faculty targets areas that are impoverished, areas of South Africa where the healthcare facilities are limited. So we often have community drives where we go out and we do a needs analysis, assessment, and the entire faculty goes, and under one roof, people have access to various types of profession. And what we found was that when they visit the different stations and they come to our station and they see the herbs and the oils and the massage and the cupping, and we're talking about their temperament and we're talking about their lifestyle, we found that it draws crowds. People are very interested, and when they hear about the medicine, they talk about their experiences. They talk about when they grew up and their mother gave them ginger honey tea for the flu, for instance. And then we talk to them and we'll tell them that this is totally in line with our profession. It's in line with treating cold illnesses with warming teas and antimicrobial teas. And so we find that it's easy for us to speak the language of any traditional medicine in South Africa. So when we go out and we do our promotion work, we find that the communities, they are very welcoming and they want more of this practice. Our doctors also have different partnerships with NGOs, with medical associations, and through that, medicine and awareness spread. One of our biggest partnerships is with the Ibn Sina Institute of Tib, headed by Professor Rashid Pika. And for those that do not know, the Institute of Tib is one of the biggest driving forces of Unani Tib, of Unani medicine in South Africa and abroad. The work is outstanding at the national and international level, and they contribute to the profession in many ways. They have effective programs through community engagement, through education, through media publications. And the Ibn Sina Institute of Tib has been instrumental in setting up the Unani course at UWC and supporting the practice of the course throughout time. So up until today, the doors are open to our students and practitioners. So they offer a clinical environment for our doctors to gain more experience and for our students to go through the internship. A big partnership at the international level is our partnership with CCRUM. We have always contributed greatly to our course in various ways. In terms of setting up the Unani chair, a few years ago, Prof. Mushtaq Ahmed joined us for 3 full years, and his role in the university was very important because he brought the research of India to South Africa to show us the level, the organization, how the impact that Unani medicine have in India, and his work has been very influential. He presented various Unani medicine clinical trials at a faculty level, at the university level, at a department level, and for the association. So for United practitioners, Prof. Mushtaq Ahmed also created a good interest and awareness. And today we have practitioners that are pursuing studies further based on the work of Professor Ahmed. Another important partnership is with our association, SATA. SATA is the South African TIB Association, which is an association for practitioners, for Unani practitioners, and it's run by Unani practitioners and well supported by the Ibn Sina Institute. And this is a screenshot of the website. It's a very interactive, easy to use website for the public to learn about Unani medicine. And on this website, they can find a practitioner that's close to the area. And this, the organizers, the executive committee of SATA and its members are very active. They have CPD programs all the time where they exchange case studies, knowledge of research, knowledge of significant findings in practice, or the use of some of Unani formulations and so forth. Here is a slide from an interesting study conducted by the Ibn Sina Institute on the prevalence of melancholic imbalances with age groups, showing that as patients age, the melancholic imbalance increases, which is totally in line with what we follow in our profession, that as we age, we move towards the cold and dry phase. So SATA is very active. The activities include that of theoretical as well as practical and group discussions. Over here, they are making medication based on Unani formulations, making tablets and pills, and so we are continuously working to upgrade our practitioners to bring them to a level that is indicative of the authenticity of the science, where we stick to formulations as far as we can when we apply the philosophy and we bring in the temperament of the patient all the time. So these are some of the ECBD activities for 2022, and it ranges from different topics where the SATA, the South African TIB Association, aims to upskill the practitioners, digital marketing to make their presence on social media better. There's topics on growing food as medicine, reviving the philosophy of Hippocrates when he said, make food your medicine and medicine your food. So we promote the culture of growing food in your home as practitioners, but also to pass that on to patients. The whole growing of food, growing of medicine, connecting with nature is in line with our philosophy. And also we look at matters pertaining to the pandemic, for the patients and for practitioners. How do we overcome the stresses and how do we assist our patients better? Other topics include pharmacodynamics of Eastern herbs, looking at detoxification, the elimination processes of Unani medicine, the immune response during illnesses. The research activities at the university over the past few years concentrated on herbal medicine, child and family health, chronic diseases, cupping therapy, as well as spirituality and spiritual care, which is a PhD project. These are the registered projects within the last 5 years, mainly focusing on systematic reviews, scoping reviews, trying to gather as much data as we can about cupping therapy in the profession, cancer management in the profession, looking at perception studies to understand patients and students much better, And one big project that's also happening now at the university is the development of guidelines for spirituality and spiritual care in Unani practice. And this is a project supported by the National Research Foundation of South Africa. These are some slides of our presentations done by our final year students. So our 5th year students, before they complete, they have to do a year-long research project based on clinical practice. And so these are students presenting to the department. These are some studies done on African herbs, looking at its effects on immune pathways. So Artemisia afra compared to some medications like Septilin and rooibos tea. All the research that comes out of the university would be disseminated on different levels, on a national level, international level. It's presented at faculty, as well as a multidisciplinary level. So within the faculty, there's a big drive to share information within our profession, but also across other health professions to create this awareness so that somebody in a different health profession remembers that this profession looks after health and well-being through medicine, through hijama, through hydrotherapy, and the list goes on. So the future vision of Unani Medicine at UWC is a strong one, and it's highly connected to our relationship with India, our relationship with Ayush and CCRM. So recently, there has been a call for restructuring of all the natural medicine courses at the university, and part of it restructuring, Unani Medicine has its place, and the faculty is committed to promote the medicine through international benchmarking, through international collaborations with our partners already, and to broaden that. And the faculty is committed to introduce PG courses in Unani Medicine. So professional courses which enrolls people into the registry as Unani doctors, but also PG courses for masters and PhD. So the UWC, the University of the Western Cape Faculty of Community and Health Science, continuously support Unani Medicine through interprofessional education and practice. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Professor Mujib. You spoke at length about the scope of Unani medicine in your country, that is the South Africa. You informed about the work being done at the University of Western Cape. We are happy to know that you have established a Unani chair at your institute, and it is a matter of pride that somebody from CCREM, the Professor Mushtaq, is holding the chair. So with this, we come to the end of the session. Now, before I wind it up finally, on behalf of the organizers and on my own behalf, I would like to thank everybody present here and online. With this, over to the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Very wonderful session. Thank you. Thank you, sir. What a wonderful session we had, and we are really delighted. I extend my thanks to all the worthy speakers who spoke on the occasion and on the theme, which was Unani Medicine for Global Health. And this session was chaired by Professor Akbar Masood, Honorable Vice Chancellor Baba Ghulam Shah Badshah University, Rajouri JNK, and Professor Suhail Fatima. She is Dean, HOD, and Professor Amrad Nisma wa Kabalat, Jamia Hamdard, New Delhi. Now, I would like to request Mr. K.K. Sapra, Assistant Director Admin, CCRUM, please present bouquet and memento as a token of love and respect to Professor Akbar Masood Saab. So, big round of applause for the same. Thank you. extend our thanks to Dr. Mohammed Kamil, who joined us through online virtual mode. He is Director General Lotus Holistic Healthcare Institute, Abu Dhabi. Sir, thank you for joining us. Dr. Mujib Hussain, Coordinator, Unani School of Community Health Science at University of Western Cape, South Africa. Professor Arman Zargaran, Coordinator, International Affairs for Traditional Medicine, Ministry of Health, and Professor, School of Persian Medicine, Tehran, University of Medical Sciences, Iran. Thank you so much for joining us. And Dr. Go Cheng Soon, Director, Traditional and Complementary Medicine, Ministry of Health, Malaysia. Thanks to all the distinguished speakers for making this wonderful session a rich experience for all of us. And the rapporteurs for this session were Dr. Farah Ahmed, Research Officer, Unani, Dr. Shugufta Parvi, Research Associate, Unani. So thanks to rapporteurs as well. Let's continue with the second technical session. So on the second technical session is getting started right now. Yes. Now this second scientific session will be chaired by Professor Rais Ahmed Qadri, Head of Department of Biotechnology, University of Kashmir. Sir, I would request, please come on the stage and grace our stage with your presence. So big round of applause. Professor Rais Ahmed Qadri is presently holding position of the Head Department of Biotechnology and Dean Student Welfare, University of Kashmir. He has obtained his master's and PhD degree in biosciences from Jamia Millia Islamia and National Institute of Immunology, New Delhi respectively. Professor Qadri has more than 50 international research publications and many books to his credit. He has guided over 15 research scholars leading to MPhil and PhD degrees. Besides, he has various projects funded by ICMR, DBT, CSIR, National Medicinal Plant Board and SERB operational in his lab. Sir, thank you so much for being here. Thank you. We are honored. So now I would like to call on stage Dr. Rabia Hamid, Head Department of Nanotechnology, University of Kashmir. Please, ma'am, grace our stage with your presence. So big round of applause. Dr. Rabia Hamid currently works as Associate Professor and Head of the Department of Nanotechnology, University of Kashmir. She is also Nodal Officer, Gender Advancement in Transforming Institutions at DST British Council Partnership Programme. She has obtained her PhD, MPhil and MSc in Biochemistry from University of Kashmir with CSIR UGC NET in Life Sciences. She has a teaching research experience of more than 25 years in biochemistry and nanotechnology with research specializations in nanomedicine, free radical biology, and protein chemistry. Thank you so much for being here, ma'am. We are really honored to have you here. Now, the speakers, worthy speakers who will join us, two of the speakers will join us through virtual mode and two are offline. So, the worthy speakers who will talk on this topic and theme, that is diet and nutrition, an important component for improving immunity in Unani medicine. First speaker who will be with us through virtual mode is Professor Hakim Said Zilur Rahman. He is President Ibn Sina Academy of Medieval Medicine and Sciences. Next speaker will be Professor Shahul Hamid. He is going to join us through virtual mode. Principal Head Department of Ilmul Adwiya Pharmacology, Markaz Unani Medical College and Hospital, Kerala. Second speaker who is very much here, that is he is Dr. Altaf Hussain Shah, Senior Medical Officer, Ayush J&K. Next speaker is Dr. Wahidul Hassan, Nodal Officer, J&K Medicinal Plants Board. And next, Dr. Hilal Ahmed Panu, Associate Professor, Department of Food Science and Technology, University of Kashmir. These three speakers are going to join us offline. And the rapporteurs for the sessions are Dr. Usama Akram, RO Unani, online, he will join us online. Dr. Saad Ahmed, Consultant Unani. And Dr. Mehwish Mehraj, PG Scholar, RRIUM Srinagar. Sir, over to you now.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so very much. Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to be part of this conference. I would like to extend my gratitude and special thanks to Dr. Seema, who is in charge and coordinator of this conference. And simultaneously, I would like to thank all the delegates who have joined this conference. And really, I believe this is very important for us to sit and discuss the future line of action. And we should basically, I'm expecting a big consortium out of this conference. Well, we have one huge bioresources in this part of the world, but unfortunately it's unexplored. We have a knowledge, but we don't have a labs. We have resources, but unfortunately we don't have a technical know-how. So we have a chemist over here, but unfortunately we have never been able to explore them. So today I would like to request all the stakeholders to make a platform where we can discuss the Unani medicine, where we can discuss the bioactivity of those medicines, where we can discuss the local issues which is emerged with the passage of time. Well, with these words. Now, let me not take much time because today it's a Friday and we have to go for the prayers. I would request the speakers to be brief and very precise. To begin with, I would call upon Said Rahman, who will be the first speaker and who will talk about, I don't know, there is no title which has been given to me. So I would request okay, Said Zulu Rahman is. Okay. So I would request the speaker to please be precise and be brief and talk. Thank you.
हेलो, मैं बोलूं?
So I would request Dr. Zilur Rahman to be, on the dais and, talk about his topic. Thank you.
मैं CCRUM की तहसीन करता हूँ कि उसने इस मौजू के हवाले से इस सेमिनार का इनेकाद किया। ये एक बहुत अहम मौजू है, न सिर्फ मौजूदा दुनिया के लिए बल्कि यूनानी तिब के लिहाज से भी। यूनानी तिब ने इल्मुल ग़िज़ा को जिस कदर अहमियत दी है और उस पर मुख्तलिफ हैसियतों से जिस तरह काम किया है, उसका शायद हमारे बहुत से साथियों को अंदाज़ा न हो। देखिए, इस वक्त बड़ा मसला ये है यूनानी के लिए कि अरबी फारसी तो बहुत बड़ी बात है, उर्दू के लाले पड़े हुए हैं और यूनानी का सारा लिटरेचर अरबी फारसी या बहुत बड़ी हद तक उर्दू में है। तो मैं पहले तो यूनानी स्कॉलर से गुजारिश करूंगा कि वो यूनानी की जो बुनियादी ज़बानें हैं कम से कम उर्दू से पूरी वाक़फ़ियत हासिल करें। देखिए, ये मौजू इस लिहाज से भी बहुत अहम है कि दुनिया में शुरू में इंसान को जिस तरह भूख प्यास ने सताया होगा, हवाइज की ज़रूरत लाहिक हुई होगी, इसी तरह इंसान ने शुरू के अंदर बीमारी की सूरत में जिन चीज़ों को इस्तेमाल किया होगा उनमें सबसे पहले नबातात का इस्तेमाल है। जमादात ज़ाहिर है वो नहीं खा सकता था, हैवानात उसकी पहुंच से बाहर थे, शिकार करके वो उनको हासिल करता, तो उसके लिए सबसे सहल और आसान ग़िज़ाई ज़रूरतों को पूरा करने के लिए नबातात का इस्तेमाल था। तो इब्तिदा में नबात के तमाम अज्जा इंसान ने इस्तेमाल किए, जड़, तना, शाख, पत्ता, फूल, फल, इसी तरह के दूसरे अज्जा। तो ये मालूम होता है कि दवाई तौर पर سب سے پہلے جو نباتات استعمال کیے گئے وہ نبات تھے جن کو انسان نے غذا کے طور پر کھانا سیکھا تھا. چنانچہ چاہے وہ اولڈسٹ میڈیکل سویلائزیشن میسوپٹامیا ہو اب سے 5000 برس پہلے کی، یا قدیم ترین طب مصری ہو، تو انسان نے اپنے ارد گرد نباتات کی بہتات دیکھی اور اس نے آہستہ آہستہ ان کو چکھنا اور کھانا شروع کیا، اور اس کے نتیجے میں انسان کے علم میں بہت سی دوائیں بھی آتی چلی گئیں. نباتات کے سلسلے میں جیسے میں نے عرض کیا کہ شروع میں وہ چیزیں استعمال کی گئیں کہ جن کو انسان نے بطور غذا کھانا شروع کیا تھا، اور وہ یہ نباتات اس کی غذائی تکمیل کا ذریعہ بنے. دوسری اہم بات یہ کہ دیوتاؤں کے حضور اظہار عقیدت کے لیے اور مذہبی فرائض کی انجام دہی کے لیے جس طرح بعض خوشبوؤں کا استعمال کیا گیا تھا، مثلاً روبان، سندل، زرش، عود جیسی چیزیں شامل تھیں. ان کی دھونی کے علاوہ شراب اور بعض پھولوں، غلوں اور میووں کی بھیٹ بھی کی جاتی تھی. مثلاً گلاب، گندم، چاول اور انگور کے نام ملتے ہیں. آگے چل کر یہ چیزیں دوائی استعمال میں آئیں اور ان غذاؤں کے طبی فوائد انسان کے سامنے آئے. اولڈسٹ میڈیکل سویلائزیشن میسوپوٹامیا میں جن غذاؤں کو بطور دوا استعمال کیا گیا تھا ان میں انجیر، انگور، انار، سیب، لہسن، پیاز، باقلا، ککڑی کے بیج، کاہو، جو، گندم، باجرہ، زعفران، رائی، زیرہ، زیتون، اور حیوانی دواؤں میں جانوروں کی چربیاں، خون، جگر، گوشت، ہڈی، انڈا، دودھ، شہد شامل ہیں. جن جانوروں کے اعضاء استعمال کیے گئے تھے ان میں بھیڑ، بکری، ہنس، ہرن، مرغ، کبوتر جیسے جانور تھے جنہیں بطور غذا استعمال میں لایا گیا تھا. قدیم مصری طب جس نے براہ راست یونانی طب پر اثرات قائم کیے ہیں، ان کے یہاں بھی حفظان صحت اور علاج کے بطور غذاؤں کی اہمیت ملتی ہے. حفظ صحت کے نقطۂ نظر سے مثلاً غذاؤں میں سور کے گوشت سے روکا گیا ہے اور پانی ابال کر پینے کی ہدایت کی گئی ہے. اس سے ابرس پپائرس جو 2500 سال پرانا پپائرس ہے، اس میں جو غذائیں استعمال کی گئی ہیں ان میں پودینہ، زیرہ، سونف، انگور، اجوائن، لہسن، پیاز، شہد، سرکہ، انجیر، پھپھون لگا گوشت، دودھ، شہد اور دوسرے مغزیات شامل ہیں. تو یونانی طب نے جیسا کہ آپ کو معلوم ہے ان قدیم ترین طبوں سے فائدہ اٹھایا اور وہ غذائیں استعمال میں لائی گئیں بطور علاج بھی اور بطور غذا بھی، جن کو یونانیوں نے اولڈسٹ میڈیکل سویلائزیشن، عقادی، سمیری، آشوری طبوں سے اخذ کیا تھا. یونانی دور میں بقراط، ارسطو، ساوفرستس نے غذاؤں کی طبی منافع تحریر کیے ہیں. بقراط کے تصانیف میں رسالہ غذا کے نام سے ایک رسالے کے علاوہ کتاب اختلاف الازمنہ و اصلاح الاغذیہ اور کتاب اللحوم ہے. دیکھیے، اصلاح الاغذیہ سے یہ ظاہر ہوتا ہے کہ غذاؤں کے نقصانات بھی ان کے علم میں آئے تھے، تو انہوں نے یہ محسوس کیا کہ غذاؤں کی اصلاح پر بھی کام کیا جائے. چنانچہ بقراط کے وقت ہی سے غذاؤں کی اصلاح پر کتابوں کے لکھنے کا سلسلہ شروع ہو گیا تھا. غذاؤں پر طبی لحاظ سے پورے یونانی عہد میں کام جاری رہا. اس سلسلے میں ساوفرستس کی خدمات سب سے زیادہ ہیں. یونانیوں کے بعد رومی دور شروع ہونے پر حیوانی دوائیں بھی اس کے اندر شامل ہوتی گئیں اور نباتی غذاؤں سے زیادہ اب انسان نے حیوانات کا بھی استعمال کرنا شروع کیا. چنانچہ میں ایک نسخہ آپ کو بتاتا ہوں کہ جو رومی عہد کی کتابوں ملتا ہے، اس نسخے میں اونٹ کا بھیجا، بحری بچھڑے کا پنیر مایا، مگرمچھ کے افراز، خرگوش کا دل، بحری کچھے کا خون اور جنگلی سور کی خصیے شامل ہیں. یعنی یہ پورا نسخہ حیوانی اجزاء پر مشتمل تھا. تو اس سے ظاہر ہوتا ہے کہ غذائی ضرورتوں کی تکمیل کے علاوہ نباتی ادویہ کے ساتھ حیوانی ادویہ کا چلن شروع ہو گیا تھا. جائنوس کی کتابوں میں 3 مقالوں میں کتاب اقوال اغذیہ کے نام سے ایک کتاب ہے. یہ کتاب کا ترجمہ لاطینی زبان میں بھی ہو چکا ہے اور یہ بڑی اہم کتاب ہے جو قدیم ترین غذاؤں سے متعلق طبی معلومات کو ظاہر کرتی ہیں. حنیر بن اسحاق نے اس کا عربی میں ترجمہ کیا تھا. اس کے مخطوطے دنیا کی مختلف لائبریریوں میں موجود ہیں. اس میں غذاؤں کی قوتیں اور ان کی تاثیرات کو بیان کیا گیا ہے. سینکڑوں دواؤں کا اس نے یونانیوں نے اضافہ کیا اور اس کے اندر علم الغذا کو انہوں نے ایک باقاعدہ فن کی شکل عطا کی. غذاؤں کے تعلق سے بڑا قیمتی سرمایہ یونانیوں کی یادگار ہے، جن میں سے بہت ضائع ہونے کے باوجود ہم تک کافی سرمایہ آج بھی کتب خانوں کے اندر محفوظ ہے، پہنچا ہے. ابن ویشیہ عربی اطباء میں پہلا شخص ہے کہ جس نے نباتات کی فلاحت کے اوپر اور نباتات کے اگانے کے اوپر توجہ دی، اور خاص طور پر جو غذائی نباتات تھے ان پر اس کی توجہ مرکوز رہی. اور اس نے اس پر ایک کتاب بھی لکھی، اور پھر اسی کام کو ابن العوام نے بھی آگے بڑھایا، اور اس نے کاشتکاری کے عملی تجربات جو اسپین کے کسانوں کو حاصل تھے اس سے انہوں نے اخذ کیے ان معلومات کو جن کا تعلق غذاؤں سے تھا، اور خاص طور پر ان غذاؤں سے جو بطور دوا استعمال میں لائی گئی تھیں. ابن العوام کی کتاب میں 585 پودوں کا بیان ہے. اس میں 50 سے زیادہ پھلوں کی درخت سے متعلق اور غذاؤں سے متعلق تفصیلات فراہم کی گئی ہیں. علم الغذا کے سلسلے میں یونانی طب میں سب سے بڑا نام ابن وافد کا ہے. ابن وافد علم الغذا کا قائل تھا. اس کا یہ کہنا تھا کہ جب تک ممکن ہے کسی بھی مرض کا علاج غذا کے ذریعے کیا جائے، اور اگر غذا کے ذریعے اس کا علاج نہ ہو سکے تو مفرد دواؤں سے کام لیا جائے. اور مفرد دواؤں میں بھی ان دواؤں سے جو ہلکی پھلکی ہوں اور درجے 1 اور درجے 2 کی ہوں، اور مجبوری کی صورت میں مرکب دواؤں کا استعمال کیا جائے، اور مرکبات میں بھی ان مرکب کو لیا جائے کہ جو کم سے کم اجزاء پر مشتمل ہوں. تو سب سے بڑا نام جو ہمارے ہاں ہے وہ ابن وافد کا ہے، جو علاج بالغذا کا قائل تھا، اور ہر بیماری کا علاج اس کی کوشش ہوتی تھی کہ وہ غذاؤں کے ذریعے سے کرے. انسانی تاریخ میں پہلی مرتبہ بابلیوں نے تنجیم سے مدد لی تھی، اور انہوں نے کواکب اور بروج فلکیہ کی ولادت، جسمانی وظائف، امراض و علاج اور ادویہ کے ساتھ اغذیہ پر بھی ان کا مطالعہ کیا تھا. بیماریوں اور دواؤں کے علاوہ غذا اور پرہیز کے سلسلے میں ستاروں کی اہمیت تسلیم کی گئی تھی. مختلف برجوں میں واقع ہونے کے دوران دواؤں اور غذاؤں پر مخصوص اثرات، ان کا باہمی رشتہ و تعلق، اجرام فلکی اور سیاروں کا انسانی طبیعت، مزاج اور جسم پر اثر، اور اس ضمن میں دن اور تاریخ کے لحاظ سے غذا اور پرہیز کے احکامات انہوں نے بیان کیے تھے. یونانی اطباء ماہرین فلکیات کی اس رائے سے متفق تھے کہ چاند کے آفتاب سے دور ہونے، قریب ہونے اور دوسرے ستاروں کا اثر آب و ہوا، امراض اور دواؤں کے ساتھ غذاؤں پر بھی مرتب ہوتا ہے. ستاروں کے ذریعے موسموں کے تغیر کا پتہ چلانے اور دواؤں اور غذاؤں پر ان کے اثرات کے مطالعے کے علاوہ عرب اطباء کو مختلف موسموں میں چلنے والی ہواؤں کی شناخت میں ملکہ حاصل تھا. ان کے نزدیک جنوبی و شمالی اور مشرقی و مغربی 12 قسم کی ہوائیں تھیں. ان ہواؤں کی خاصیت اور ان کی مختلف قسموں کے بارے میں انہیں جو بڑی واقفیت تھی، طب کی کتابوں میں جگہ جگہ ان سے متعلق مواد ملتا ہے. اس کے دائرے میں غذائیں بطور خاص شامل تھیں. علم الالوا و علم محاب الریاح میں مہارت کے ساتھ اس موضوع پر انہوں نے کتابیں بھی لکھی ہیں جن میں ان کے تجربات درج ہیں. اس سلسلے کی کتابوں میں مشہور ماہر ادویہ و اغذیہ ابو حنیفہ الدینوری کی کتاب الالوا ہے. اس میں یہ بتانے کی کوشش کی گئی ہے کہ مختلف ہواؤں کے غذاؤں پر کیا اثرات مرتب ہوتے ہیں. ابن ظہر اس سلسلے میں دوسرا بڑا اہم نام ہے. اس نے کسی بھی تکلیف کی بنا پر کھانا نہ کھانے کی حالت میں حقنہ غذائی تجویز کیا تھا. دیکھیے یہ بہت بڑی بات ہے کہ اس زمانے میں جب یہ محسوس کیا گیا کہ بہت سی غذائیں منہ کے ذریعے نہیں کھائی جا سکتی ہیں تو اطباء نے حقنہ غذائی تجویز کیا جس کے ذریعے غذا بدن میں پہنچائی جاتی تھی اور حقنے میں ضروری غذائی اجزاء شامل کیے جاتے تھے. اسحاق بن سلیمان کی کتاب الادویہ والمفردہ والاغذیہ بہت قابل ذکر ہے. اس نے اس کتاب پر فخر کیا ہے. اس کے کوئی اولاد نہیں تھی. وہ کہتا تھا کہ میرا دنیا میں نام اس کتاب الاغذیہ کی وجہ سے زندہ رہے گا. تو اس کے علاوہ موسیٰ بن میمون نے رسالہ افضلیہ میں اس نے الملک الافضل کے لیے تحریر کی ہے، غذا سے متعلق بہت سی معلومات فراہم کی ہیں. لاطینی میں یہ رسالہ الغذاء الصحی یعنی صحت مندوں کی غذا کے عنوان سے شائع ہوا ہے. دیکھیے یونانی طبیبوں نے صرف بہت خاص بات میں آپ سے عرض کر رہا ہوں، صرف ادویہ کی طرح غذاؤں کے منافع اور ان کی طبی استعمالات پر روشنی نہیں ڈالی ہے، بلکہ انہوں نے مریضوں کے لیے بھی غذائیں تجویز کی ہیں اور اس کے پر انہوں نے کتابیں لکھی ہیں. اسی طرح انہوں نے صحت مندوں کے لیے بھی کتابیں لکھی ہیں اور غذائیں تجویز کی ہیں کہ انسان کو صحت کی حالت میں کون سی غذائیں استعمال کرنا چاہیے، مختلف امراض کی صورت میں کون کون سی غذائیں انہیں استعمال کرنی چاہیے. تو ہمارے ذخیرے کے اندر صحت مند افراد کے لیے بھی متوازن غذاؤں پر گفتگو کی گئی ہے اور امراض کی شکل میں مختلف بیماریوں کے اوپر بھی غذاؤں کو بیان کیا گیا ہے اور ان کی تاثیرات پر گفتگو کی گئی ہے. تو یونانی کے اندر جس طرح آپ کو معلوم ہے کہ صرف ادویہ کی طرح افعال و خواص اور ان کے استعمال پر گفتگو نہیں ہے. ہر بڑی علم الادویہ کی کتاب میں غذاؤں کا بیان شامل ہے، لیکن اطباء نے محض اس پر اکتفا نہیں کیا بلکہ غذاؤں کے اوپر علیحدہ سے کتابیں لکھی اور صحت مندوں کی غذاؤں پر الگ کتابیں، مریضوں کی غذاؤں پر انہوں نے الگ کتابیں اور مختلف غذائی اجزاء پر بحث کرتے ہوئے غذاؤں کے جو نقصانات ہیں ان نقصانات انہوں نے مرتب ہوتے ہوئے دیکھے، ان پر انہوں نے علیحدہ سے رسالے اور کتابیں لکھی. یہ بہت بڑی بات ہے. دنیا کی کسی روایتی طب میں غذا سے متعلق اس طرح مختلف نوع چیزوں کے اوپر اور مختلف جہتوں پر مختلف حیثیتوں کے اوپر لٹریچر نہیں ملتا ہے جتنا لٹریچر یونانی طب میں فراہم کیا گیا ہے. اور اس سلسلے کو عربوں نے اپنے زمانے میں یونانیوں سے کہیں زیادہ آگے بڑھا دیا تھا. علم الغذا کے اوپر جتنی کتابیں ہمارے ذخیرے میں ملتی ہیں ان میں مثلا اقصہ بن لوقا کا رسالہ فی قوانین الاغذیہ یعنی اغذیہ کے قوانین کے بارے میں، ان کے اصولوں کے بارے میں کہ کوئی غذا کس وقت استعمال کی جائے مختلف امراض میں یا مختلف صحت کی حالتوں کے اندر. اسی طریقے سے یعقوب بن اسحاق کی ثابت بن قرہ کی فی قوى الاغذیہ، اس میں بھی انہوں نے غذاؤں کی قوتوں پر ان کی تاثیرات کے اوپر لکھا ہے. زکریا رازی کی کتاب کیفیت الاقتضاء یعنی غذا کی کیفیتوں کے اوپر مستقل ایک رسالہ اس نے اپنی یادگار چھوڑا ہے. اسی کی کتاب ایک ہے اتمت المرضى، جیسے میں نے ابھی کچھ نام لیے تھے آپ کے سامنے کہ صحت مندوں کی غذاؤں پر کتابیں، ایسے ہی مریضوں کے لیے جو غذائیں لکھی گئی ہیں، ان میں زکریا رازی کا رسالہ فی اتمت المرضہ، یعنی مریضوں کی غذائیں، اس نے اس نام سے رسالہ لکھا ہے. اس کے علاوہ زکریا رازی نے منافع الاغذیہ و دفع مضارہ پر دوسرا رسالہ لکھا، جس میں غذاؤں کی مضرتوں پر اور ان کے نقصانات پر اس نے اظہار خیال کیا، اور اس کے بعد اس کی اصلاح کی اس نے کوشش کی، اور بتایا کہ دواؤں کے اندر جو مضرات، غذاؤں کے اندر جو مضرات پائے جاتے ہیں اور نقصانات ہوتے ہیں، ان کا کیسے ازالہ کیا جائے. تو اس پر ہمارے یہاں زکریا رازی کے علاوہ دوسرے اطباء کی بھی کتابیں موجود ہیں. یہ بڑا اہم موضوع ہے. ابن رضوان کی کتاب فی الاغذیہ والادویہ بھی اس سلسلے کی بہت اہم کڑی ہے، اور اس نے جہاں یہ کتاب لکھی، وہاں اس نے کتاب اور لکھی ہے. اس کا نام ہے اشربہ و اغذیہ لذیذۃ للصحہ، یعنی صحت مندوں کے لیے جو لذیذ غذائیں اور لذیذ مشروبات ہو سکتے ہیں. ایک مستقل کتاب اسی موضوع پر اس نے لکھی ہے. اور اسی طریقے سے فی الغریوس کی جو یونانی طبیب تھا، اس کی کتاب کا ترجمہ کیا گیا. اس کا نام بھی الاشربۃ النافیۃ اللذیذہ، یعنی وہ مشروبات اور وہ غذائیں جو لذیذ بھی ہیں اور منفعت بخش بھی ہیں. کھانے پینے کی وہ قواعد پر بھی اطباء نے کتابیں لکھی تھیں. ایک عرب طبیب کی کتاب کا نام اصول معقول و مشروب ہے. یہ کتاب 1331 کی تصنیف ہے. اس میں پودوں کے خواص ان پودوں کے خواص بیان کیے ہیں جو بدن کا تغذیہ کرتے ہیں اور بطور غذا استعمال ہوتے ہیں. اس میں زائد تر ایسے پودے ہوتے ہیں اور پودے بیان کیے گئے ہیں جو عام طور پر عرب اور سینٹرل ایشین کنٹریز میں پیدا ہوتے تھے. یہ کتاب کا واحد مخطوطہ پیکن یونیورسٹی چائنا میں محفوظ ہے، اور یہ ایک بڑا ضخیم مخطوطہ ہے جو 36 اجزاء پر مشتمل ہے. نباتی غذاؤں، سبزیوں اور ترکاریوں کی طبی منفعتوں کے علاوہ حیوانات کی غذائی منفعتوں پر بھی اطباء نے کتابیں تصنیف کی ہیں. ابن بختوشی کی منافع الحیوان بھی، اور رشید الدین سوری کی کتاب منافع الحیوان میں 585 دواؤں کا جہاں بیان ہے، وہاں 44 دوائیں حیوانات سے تعلق رکھتی ہیں، اور حیوانات کی غذائی منفعتوں پر اس میں روشنی ڈالی گئی ہے. تو غذاؤں کے سلسلے میں محض نباتی اغذیہ پر انہوں نے کام نہیں کیا، بلکہ حیوانی ادویہ پر بھی بہت بڑی تعداد میں انہوں نے کتابیں اور رسالے تصنیف کیے. اس سلسلے میں بہت ایک اہم نام السکندر الملک کے نام سے ہے. اس کا 10واں مقالہ خواص الحیوان پر ہے، اور یہ بڑا اہم کام سمجھا جاتا ہے. ایک بہت اہم بات کی طرف توجہ دلانا چاہتا ہوں کہ یونانی طبیبوں نے سب سے پہلے علاج بالعضو آرگینو تھراپی کا نظریہ پیش کیا، اور انہوں نے یہ بتایا کہ جو عضو مریض، جس عضو میں کوئی مرض پیدا ہوتا ہے، اس کا علاج اسی کے حیوانی اعضاء سے کرنا چاہیے. مثلا جگر کی خرابی کی صورت میں انہوں نے کلیجے کا استعمال کیا. ذہن کی پختگی کے لیے اور دماغی امراض کے لیے انہوں نے بھیجوں کا استعمال کیا. اور ہڈیوں کی کمزوری کی صورت میں انہوں نے ہڈیوں کا آبی جوش پلوایا. تو یہ اس طرح کی پھیپھڑے کی کمزوری کی صورت میں اور نیمونیا کے بعد جو پھیپھڑوں میں کمزوری پائی جاتی ہے، اس کے لیے انہوں نے پھیپھڑوں کا استعمال کرایا، اور خاص طور پر پھیپھڑے کا کشتہ. میرے دادا صاحب کے بھی معمول میں شامل تھا کہ وہ ٹیوبرکلوسس، سل، دل کے مریضوں کے اندر پھیپھڑے کا کشتہ استعمال کرتے تھے. تو آرگینو تھراپی یا علاج بالعضو کا انہوں نے محض تصور نہیں پیش کیا، بلکہ مختلف اعضاء کی بیماری کی صورت میں انہوں نے جانوروں کے اعضاء استعمال کروائے، اور اس پر انہوں نے متعدد کتابیں لکھی. اربوں سے پہلے یونانیوں کے ہاں علاج بالعزو کا تصور نہیں تھا، یہ ان کی ایجادات میں ہے. میرے ذخیرے میں بھی اس طرح کی کتابیں موجود ہیں. دیکھیے ایک خاص بات یہ کہ موالد ثلاثہ میں جہاں معدنیات، حیوانیات، وہاں سب سے زیادہ اہمیت آپ کو معلوم ہے نباتات کو حاصل ہے، اور نباتات کی ترتیب اور حیوانات کے اعتبار سے
حکیم صاحب میں
انہوں نے
معذرت چاہتا ہوں
نہیں آپ مجھے بولنے دیجیے، میں ابھی 5 منٹ اور لوں گا. یہ آپ کا پروگرام دیر میں شروع ہوا ہے، آپ بالکل مت ٹوکیے مجھے.
نہیں
میں خود ختم کرنے
سر
والا ہوں.
معذرت چاہتا ہوں، آج جمعہ کا دن ہے، اگر آپ تھوڑا
نہیں
اف یو
آپ
کین بی
مت
ویری
ٹوکیے مجھے،
پریسائز.
آپ مجھے مت ٹوکیے،
اوکے سوری.
آپ کی یہ حیثیت نہیں ہے.
اوکے آلرائٹ.
تو میں یہ عرض کر رہا تھا کہ یونانی طب کے ذخیرے میں غذاؤں کے حوالے سے جتنا کام کیا گیا ہے، ہمیں دوسری طبوں میں، روایتی طبوں میں اس کی مثال نہیں ملتی ہے، اور مختلف جہتوں سے، مختلف حیثیتوں سے. یعنی محض یہ نہیں کہ غذاؤں کے افعال و خواص اب بیان کر دیے، بلکہ غذاؤں کے نقصانات، ان کے فوائد، اور خاص طور پر غذا کے ذریعے علاج، اس پر بھی ان کی توجہ رہی ہے. اور انہوں نے نباتی اغذیہ کے ساتھ حیوانی غذاؤں سے بھی کام لیا ہے، اور اس پر ان کا بڑا کام ہے. اگر CCRUM کے تحت اس کو موضوع بنا کر یونانی ذخیرے میں غذا کے تعلق سے جو لٹریچر موجود ہے اس پر کام کیا جائے تو وہ ایک بہت بڑا اضافہ ہوگا. بہت بہت شکریہ.
Thank you so very much, sir. Today I learned that there are day and night diet for the patients. And simultaneously, first time I learned that there's an impact diet, human health. So thank you so very much, sir, for educating us and for making us aware about the giza for the human health. So,
excuse me, if allowed, I would like to say something to Professor Zilur Rahman sir.
Yeah, please.
At the outset, I would like to congratulate you for a very, very impressive and lucid presentation about the result. आपने जो ऑर्गेनोथेरेपी जो बताया ऑर्गेनोथेरेपी का, और यही चीज एक बिल्कुल एक डॉक्ट्रिन ऑफ सॉर्ड में भी ये दिया हुआ है, वहां फ्रूट्स का तस्करा किया है उन्होंने, और उसमें उन्होंने ये बताया है कि साहब जैसे बादाम आंख के लिए, अखरोट दिमाग के लिए. तो मैं आपके इस उससे बहुत मुतासिर हुआ कि हमारे यहाँ माशाल्लाह यूनानी में इस किस्म की हल्का मौजूद है. बहुत शुक्रिया के साथ, जज़ाकल्लाह. आई विल नॉट टेक मच टाइम.
شکریہ.
Yeah, before concluding his speech, Professor Hakim Said Zilur Rahman, he is the Padma Shri and he is the founder president Ibn Sina Academy of Medical Sciences, Aligarh Muslim University, and he has visited different countries, and he has joined different at this 75 conference in different parts of the world. Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much for being with us, and it was wonderful talk, and we learned so much from your speech. Thank you so very much. The next speaker, I would request Dr. My co-chairman to please introduce him.
Thank you, Professor Qadri. Our next speaker for today is Professor Dr. Shaikh Shuhul Hamid. He is the Principal and Head Department of Ilmul Adviya Pharmacology, Markaz-e Unani Medical College and Hospital, Kozhikode, Kerala. Professor Shaikh is presently working as the Principal and Head Department of Markaz-e Unani Medical College, Kozhikode, Kerala. He has done his MD in 1996 from Dr. NTR Vijayawada, Andhra Pradesh, and he has also rendered his services in the Regional Research of Institute of Unani Medicine, Chennai. He has almost 35 years of professional experience, including clinical research and teaching in the Unani medicine in different capacities in the central as well as state governments. He was the first PG degree MD Unani holder in Tamil Nadu Medical Services. He has been conferred the Best Professor Award by MGR Medical University, and he has participated in various seminars and conferences and delivered lectures as resource person in many conferences. He is also the president and member of editorial board, Journal of Indian Medicine of Homeopathy, Directorate of Indian Medicine and Homeopathy, Chennai. So Professor Shuhul Hamid will be speaking on hepatoprotective diet and nutrition, which is, I think, a very pertinent topic related to the theme of this session. And as you all know, the theme of this session is an important diet and nutrition, an important component of improving immunity in Unani medicine. Over to you, Professor Hakim.
Before Professor Hamid takes over, please be precise, and I would request you to make the presentation within 6-7 minutes, because today is a Friday. We have to go for the prayers. Thank you so very much, sir.
Am I audible? Assalamu alaikum.
Salam, sir, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. Respected chairpersons of the session, Professor Raisam and Dr. Rabia Hamid Madam, and other international and national delegates, and our Unani, the senior most faculty, Hakim Syed Zilur Rahman Sahab Padma Shri, and other friends, faculties and students. The topic as given to me by the CCRM is hepatoprotective diet and nutrition. As you people know that diet and nutrition is a very big topic, but I am confining myself to the things which are used in diet and which have the hepatoprotective activities. The sharing part. Dear delegates, as you know that in Unani medicine, we have 6 factors for the preservation of health. They are Hawa Muhit and Makulu mushroom, that is foods and drinks.
Sir, sorry to interrupt you, but we are not able to see your PPT. Please open your PPT, sir.
Yes, it is going on. The nutrition taghziya. The process of providing or obtaining the food necessary for health and growth is the nutrition taghziya. Nutrition is the branch of science that deals with nutrients and nutrition, particularly in humans. In Unani system of medicine, there is a concept of vital organs for the preservation of individual. There are 3 vital organs, among which one is the liver, kabid. In addition, for the preservation of human species, reproductive organ is added as a 4th vital organ. Today's topic is hepatoprotective diet, that is the liver. The liver is one of the vital organ according to Quwwat Tabiyya natural faculty. It serves the
please open your PPT, sir.
They are doing.
Then able to see this slide.
Okay. We are trying our level best because there is a time constraint. I am proceeding it. Meanwhile, it will be corrected. It is responsible for nearly all metabolic functions of the body. Liver is considered the seat or center of Quwwat Tabiyya natural faculties. Liver is the largest gland of the body, therefore it is called as a matbakh, kitchen of body, where a number of metabolic processes are taking place, benefiting the liver cells themselves as well as the entire body. Ibn Sina says that Quwwat Mughayra, power of transformation form in the liver performs such as vast and extensive function by which the entire body is benefited. Since most of the metabolic processes, synthesis of materials and production of energy take place in the liver, most of our ailments are transformed into the major constituents of blood in the liver for the nutrition of the body cells. As a result of digestive power of the liver, some constituents of food change color, some change taste. Today's topic is related with the diet and nutrition, which is dealt in detail under second point of Asbab-e-Sitte Zaruriya, that is food and health have always been interconnected with each other. Without intake of proper and balanced food, one cannot preserve his health. Now coming to hepatoprotective diet and nutrition, I feel it is pertinent to explain the definition of diet and drug and also dawai ghazai, the eatable which are consumed along with the diet in micro quantity, though they are not consumed as a diet, and ghazai dawai, the diet which is used as a drug in rare conditions. Share Are you showing are you seeing my slides?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Please proceed on.
Diet and nutrition. The hepatoprotective diet and nutrition can be substances which are as follows. Fruits. Fresh fruits are anar, amla, anjeer, grapes. Dry fruits are walnut and almond. Flowers, worth, saffron, etc. Cereals, wheat, rice, paddy, barley, maize, popcorn. Spices, darchini, clove, jeera, kalonji, turmeric, garlic. The pulses, Bengal gram, black-eyed peas, chickpeas, kidney beans, chana, red green, brown lentils, blue green algae, and spirulina. Your healthy foods are green leafy vegetables, cabbage, fenugreek, kasini, spinach, hurfa, walnut, pumpkin seeds, fennel, garlic, etc. Among which I have a beautiful slides, but unfortunately it cannot be displayed now because of some technical problem, and also we are running out of time. So I am continuing my lecture. Share करना है उसे क्या करेंगे अभी हाँ तो लोग वेट करें ना. So Kasini, Chicory intybus is well known for the resolvent action of internal organs and especially for its hepatoprotective and nephroprotective properties. Regarding the hepatoprotective activity, chicory extract reduces the levels of hepatic enzymes such as alanine aminotransferase, aspartate aminotransferase, and alkaline phosphatase. It contains dietary fiber inulin, which is useful in treating diabetes and constipation. The main actions which are attributed to the chicory, treatment of jaundice, gastritis, ascites, arthritis, are deobstructant, diuretic, blood purifier, and antipyretic and anti-inflammatory, as mentioned in Unani medicine. It is recommended for many other disorders, either alone or in compound form. Yapa, yaradu kubudu. Yaradu vilchu. Basically, yaradu vilchu bagratu. Malabar imli is Garcinia cambogia. Garcinia cambogia is a plant which contains hydroxytric acid and suppresses appetite and body fat accumulation. It is also having liver protective effect. A recent study conducted on rats who fed with high fat diet. In the result of histopathological examinations, marked fat infiltration was observed in hepatocytes. Livers of animals fed Garcinia cambogia added diet showed moderate fat infiltration of the hepatocytes. Hence, it proved that hepatoprotective effect of Garcinia cambogia. Then Pigeon tea, arhar ki dal. Pigeon pea is widely consumed in the form of dal as an economical source of protein. It is a dense source of nutrients. Recent evidences suggest that pigeon pea bioactive compounds play a vital role in modulating the gut microbiota. hence can reduce inflammation. Next is the gulab, dwarf. In Unani literature, gulasurf is useful as a mukhawiya jigar, mufarre. The recent scientific research studies on fresh juice of Rosa domesana mill flower exhibited promising in vitro antioxidant potential. The partially purified acetone fraction of birth found to be activation fraction with antioxidant properties. Fresh fruits. Among the fresh fruits, like grapes, strawberries, pineapple, banana, and lemon garlic acid is found, which is a secondary metabolite with a phenolic ring. Gallic acid and its derivatives possess numerous biological activities such as antiviral, antifungal, and antioxidant and anti-cancer properties. Therefore, the treatment of liver fibrosis by gallic acid could be linked to the downregulation of inflammatory responses mediated by cytokines and the upregulation of antioxidant genes. Next is Anjeer, Ficus carica. Ficus carica having a wide variety of chemical constituents, and it is widely used in traditional medicine as remedies for many health problems due to its biological activities. The plant has been traditionally to treat various ailments such as gastric problems. Phytochemical studies on the leaves and fruits of the plant of Anjeer have shown that they are rich in phenolics, organic acids, volatile compounds. The therapeutic effect of figs include anti-cancer, anti-protective, hepatoprotective, and hypoglycemic and hypolipidemic effect. Lesson, garlic. Garlic and its active compounds have been described to have key role in disease management because of its anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, and anti-cancer and other various health-promoting activities. Garlic oil has been shown to have hepatoprotective ability against carbon tetrachloride induced hepatotoxicity. The effect of ginger upon hepatotoxicity induced in albino rats by the anti-cancer drug adriamycin was studied. Results of the various research studies indicated that ginger had protective effect against liver damage induced by adriamycin, and this is due to its antioxidant activities. Methi, fenugreek. Methi is a jali, munzik, mohallil, auram, and is useful as aphrodisiac. Fenugreek has medicinal properties such as appetite stimulation, antibacterial, antinociceptive, anti-diabetic, anti-leukemic, and hypocholesterolemic effects. The latest research study suggested that fenugreek seeds have hepatoprotective effects against carbon tetrachloride-induced hepatotoxicity in rats. Zira. The seeds of cumin are widely used as a spice for their distinctive aroma. They are also commonly used in traditional medicine to treat a variety of diseases. The literature presents ample evidence for the biomedical activities of cumin, which have generally been ascribed in its bioactive constituents such as terpenes, phenols, flavonoids. Those healthy effects of cumin seeds are experimentally validated. Next is Nigella Sativa. In Unani system of medicine, kalonji is useful in jaundice and ascites. It is also useful as anti-helminthic, anti-rheumatic, and also in cold phlegmatic illness. Numerous preclinical, clinical trials have investigated its efficacy using the kalonji oil. Amla. Amla is very beneficial to keep the liver healthy. It flushes out toxins present in the body. Amla is considered as the best food for people with fatty liver. It is rich in antioxidants and possesses powerful anti-inflammatory properties which benefit for liver health. It is a tonic for all vital organs. Next is Solanum nigrum, that is mako. It helps to build bones as it contains calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, iron, and other caloric ingredients in sufficient quantity. It is specifically used as an anti-inflammatory, hepatoprotective, antioxidant for liver ailments. Recent research studies of Solanum nigrum has proved hepatoprotective effects against alcoholic liver damage, both in vitro and in vivo studies. Hakim Rabban Tibri, in his famous book Firdaus al-Hikmah, stated that The maku is best for liver and gastric inflammatory disorders. The next is kurkum, saffron. In ancient Unani literature, it is mentioned that saffron is having muhallil and jali properties. It strengthens the liver, heart and brain. Therefore, it is used in hepatitis and uterine inflammations. Saffron contains a variety of mineral agents, glycosides, anthocyanins, alkaloids, carotenoids, and flavonoids, including quercetin and camphorol, which further increase its immunoregulatory properties. Studies using animal models have revealed that saffron acts as selective Th2 upregulation, naming it a nutraceutical spice. Anar. Pomegranate is used by all the sects of people globally as a fruit. It is having nutritive value. Pomegranate anar is useful in acute liver injury like jaundice. The flowers of pomegranate have significant hepatoprotective and anti-inflammatory potential. Mooli, radish. Radish is a powerful detoxifier. It reduces the destruction of RBC caused by jaundice. It helps in digestive problems and flush out toxins from urinary tract. It boosts immunity to fight against infections. Darchini. Darchini is useful in various ailments. It is antiviral, antibacterial, and antifungal having.
Sir, sorry for interruption.
Activity.
I would request you to be brief and precise because we are running short of time. Thank you.
Yes, I'm in the fag end. The cinnamon is high in fiber and is helpful in promoting weight loss. It boosts metabolism and have therapeutic benefits on lipid profile, liver enzymes, and helpful in non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Palak, leafy green vegetable which have a powerful antioxidant called glutathiones. It is having a high content of iron and is useful in iron deficiency conditions. It contains vitamin A, C, K, and folate. Purfa. Purfa green leaves are widely used in curries either alone or with non-veg dishes. It is useful in heart temperamental ailments of liver and stomach as a corrective remedy. It also contains vitamin C, iron, vitamin B6, magnesium, calcium, etc. in considerable amounts. Beetroot. Red beetroot is considered important to improve hepatic health, but its use is primarily limited to fresh salads. This study was aimed at exploring prophylactic role of red beetroot based beverages.
Sir, please conclude now. Sir, please, that's my humble request to you, sir.
Okay, the last one is a healthy. Last one is the healthy. Turmeric have shown antioxidant, hepatoprotective nature as well as anti-carcinogenic activity better than garlic. It is useful in cirrhosis of the liver. So friend, sorry for I could not share these slides, though I had a beautiful slides. But all these items which I have presented before you, having the hepatoprotective diet and the whatever mentioned in your Unani literature is validated.
Absolutely no issue, sir. Thank you so very much. It was wonderful. It was wonderful talk.
Thank you very much.
Sir, looking forward to see you in future. Thank you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Dr. Altaf Hussain Shah. Dr. Altaf Hussain Shah is presently working officer in charge government Ayush district Pulwama, and he has done his graduation from Jamia Hamda and post graduation from Hospital and Health Management International Institute of Population Science, which is a deemed university in the University Mumbai. He has published, lots of papers, and he is the Vice President of National Unani Doctors Welfare Association, and is actively involved in promoting Unani medicine at Kashmir Valley. He has organized and co-organized various national level conferences in Unani medicine and considered CME program and workshops at grassroots level. He has received various awards, from private organizations, from the government organizations, and is promoting Unani medicines at different levels. The title of his talk would be Role, Diet and Nutrition in Unani Medicine. I would request Dr. Altaf Hussain to be on the. Thank you.
Respected Chairperson, Professor Rais Ahmed Qadri Sahab, Dr. Rabia, Hamid, and our worthy Director, Dr. Mohan Singh Ji, and Deputy Director, Dr. Haider Sahab, and senior officers of RRIM and Ayush Department, and my colleagues. Assalamu alaikum. Let food be the medicine and let medicine be the food, a famous quote which emphasizes role of diet in disease preservation and prevention and management by Hippocrates, father of Unani medicine. ये नहीं दिख रहा है. ये छोटा है. Diet can be defined as any substance which is used for the purpose of providing nutrition to the body. Nutrition is the science of food, the nutrient and the other substances therein, their action, interaction and balance, relation to the health and disease and process by which organism ingests, digests, absorbs, transports and utilizes services, excretes the substances. As per the Unani classicals, the substance which can become the part of the cells, tissues or organ of the human body and provides badale ma tahallul, replacement of cellular organelles. Food and humors. Food has always been a basic need. Next. Food has always been a basic need of human body, but it was understood only as a source of energy that are important of the survival in the history of medicine. Unani medicine emphasizes food as a source for the maintenance of health and establishes their notion of akhlaq or humors and food as the proximate principle and equilibrium status of different akhlaqs leading to healthy condition. The word diet is taken from Latin word dieta, which means a way of life. In Greek, in Unani system of medicine, dietotherapy is a unique non-medicinal therapy by which patients are treated and health is attained through modulation in dietary habits like fasting, use of food in more quantities having less nutritional value and less quantity having more nutrients. The dietetics and lifestyle measures are just one word in Greek, and that is diatamesi. Dietotherapy seeks to restore the imbalance in the body due to errant lifestyle. Unani system of medicine lays foundation of a balanced lifestyle which revolves around 6 essential factors. Non-compliance with these principal factors leading to errant lifestyle and ultimately leads to disease. The Unani system of medicine believes that physician is not the healer but an assistant to Meditrex Naturae or Tabiyat, which is true healer, hence the diet should be according to it. As per the general principles of Unani medicine, there is dietotherapy, lifestyle management under general management and diet, simple pharmacotherapy and compound pharmacotherapy under pharmacotherapy, and ilaj bil yad and ilaj bil tadbir under operative and physical procedures. General principle of dietotherapy, there can be abstinence of food or tarke giza, or reduction or in intake of the food or taklil giza. Food may be withheld, reduced or in moderate quantity or purposely increased. Food is withheld when the physician wants to rid the body of the morbid matter. It is reduced to maintain the strength and allow sufficient time to body to deal efficiently with the meal. When the problem is dual, important one should be prioritized, and if strength is low, it should be receive prior attention, but if the disease is severe, it should be attended first. Therefore, diet is reduced in quantity or quality or both. Quality is lowered by giving food which is heavily and bulky but of low nutritional value. E.g., for example, a diet mainly of vegetable and fruits. Classification, this is classification according to calories, time and function, and this is according to calories, light food, moderate food, heavy food, and as per the Unani doctrine, there is Ghazai Latif, easy digestible food. It is further classified into Ghazai Latif, Qalilul Taqziya, and Ghazai Latif, Kasirul Taqziya. Second is Ghazai Kasif, hard digestible food. It is further divided into Ghazai Kasif, Qalilul Taqziya and Kasirul Taqziya, and in between of these is Ghazai Mutawassit.
I would request the ladies from the right side, please maintain calm, otherwise there is a distraction. Thank you.
Unani modified diets are Unani modified diets. Next. Yes. Unani modified diets are the principle of therapeutic agents in some metabolic disorders. It serves as preventive measures as well as therapeutic aid. Many modified or special diets separately or in adjuvant with pharmacotherapy are also used for the treatment of various diseases. Maul share, it is very useful in acute conditions and is moist, moderate and cleanses the system. It was recently studied in Orarium Srinagar for its antipyretic activity in albino blister rats, and it showed comparable activity to that of paracetamol. Juvan milk, it is very moderate in temperament with the little influence of cold. It is light with excess water. It helps to eliminate the morbid matter, maintains body heat, nourishes and energizes and increases the body weight. Maul Jubn milk, milk water. It is considered as very good purgative, used in bilious conditions like jaundice. It is very difficult, dilute and light, easily absorbable and digestible. Maul lahem, this is basically a meat water. This is prepared with the process of distillation. Medicinal halwa, this is prepared with maida, suji, honey, ghee and dry fruits, herbs like aloe vera, carrot, almonds. It is very energetic. Kahwa, it is made with tea leaves, food and other herbs such as saffron, cinnamon, cardamom, black pepper, ginger, etc. and is very useful in common cold, cough and even in bronchial asthma and headache. Sikanji bean, oxymel, prepared from honey and vinegar. It is useful in purging out the thick chyme. It is a soothing medicine. It removes yellow bile. It acts as emetic in hot water and antiemetic in cold water. It regulates metabolism and reduces obesity. Nabis arisht. This is basically a type of wine prepared from grapes, dates and wheat. Next. Sharbat, certain sharbat such as sharbat ananas, sharbat bahi, sharbat tamarhandi, etc. are prescribed for the treatment of several common and specific elements like nausea, vomiting, gastritis, hepatitis, jaundice and fever. Next, murabba. Seasonal fruits are preserved by boiling in sugar, syrup or honey. This is basically a fruit jam. Gulkand, rose petals are preserved in sugar syrup or honey to form a jam useful in fever and is good laxative liver and heart tonic, and in large quantity is a purgative. And these are other modified foods like harisa, paneer maya, julab, abkama, hasar maya, maul asal, sikanj bean. Okay. And in conclusion, diet and nutrition plays an important role to treat and prevent diseases. Dietotherapy minimizes the duration of treatment and improves the drug tolerance by slight modification in diet or proper management of diet. In chronic illnesses like diabetes mellitus, hypertension, renal diseases, modified diet helps in preventing complications and improves their health. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Altaf Saab. Now I would request Professor Rabia to introduce next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Qadri. Our next speaker is Dr. Wahidul Hassan, who is a medical officer Unani and is presently working as Nodal Officer J&K Medicinal Plants Board, Directorate of Ayush J&K, which as you know is the nodal agency for National Medicinal Plants Board. He has completed his BUMS from Jamia Hamdard, New Delhi, and has nearly 11 years of experience in working in the medicinal plant sector. He has several publications in reputed international journals, and during his career he has also organized several national workshops on conservation, development and sustainability of medicinal plants in J&K. His area of research is on the high altitude medicinal plants, and he is also actively involved in the establishment of Institute of High Altitude Medicinal Plants at Bhadrawa, Doda. He has also been awarded Best Performance Unani Physician by the then Honorable Health Minister of J&K in 2008. And Professor Dr. Wahidul Hassan would be speaking about medicinal plants in Kashmir Valley for health and immunity. So over to you, Dr. Wahid.
Respected Chair, Professor Rais Qadri, Dr. Rabia Hamid, our worthy Director, Dr. Mohan Singh, our Assistant Director, Dr. Shriya Saab, and it's all because of our last 2 years. If we see that it's all because of our worthy Director that the medicinal plants, even the Ayush systems as well as the medicinal plant sector has flourished under his leadership, sir. And I am here because of his ventures, what he did for getting back the Medicinal Plants Board from Forest Department because of the performance he showed at the highest levels. Now, I will talk about the medicinal plants of Kashmir Valley. I have worked a lot on medicinal plant sector for the last 12 years. But now, today, the topic is the medicinal plants of Kashmir Valley having immunological or immunomodulating activities, as well as the nutritional, as well as antioxidant, as well as the medicinal value. So I have chosen those medicinal plants, those type of medicinal plants which have medicinal value, which are using for medicinal in industry as well. These medicinal plants are used for medicinal values as antioxidants or as anti-inflammatories, for gout, for rheumatism, for every disease, for every other diseases. But these medicinal plants are being taken by the people as diet as well. So I am talking about those medicinal plants. The people take them as diet. Their leaves are used as diet. Their roots are used for medicinal purposes in the industries, in manufacturing units, in Unani medicine, in Ayurvedic medicine, in the ASU and H, these companies or manufacturing units. Now let's start. The Kashmir Valley, the J&K, I'm talking about the whole J&K. There are 572 medicinal plants which are being used for their medicinal values in whole Jammu and Kashmir. And there are 300 medicinal plants of Kashmir Valley which are being used, and about 60% of medicinal plants found all over the world or found in British Pharmacopoeia are present in Jammu and Kashmir. So we have a rich culture, we have a rich flora and fauna of these medicinal plants, and we can exploit and explore them to the hilt for generating employment, for generating anything, for generating employment, and even for starting about the entrepreneurship in medicinal plant sector. I'm talking about the Kashmir Himalayas. So Kashmir Himalayas, I will start because due to the time constraint, I will straight away go to my main topic, that is the medicinal plants which are being used as diet and nutrition or for immunomodulation of Kashmir Valley. Now, I will tell you an interesting fact that during last 2 years, there was a we all know that COVID pandemic, which is still ongoing. There is a COVID pandemic, but you will see a strange statistics that in tribal areas or the forest dwellers, the death rate is less. It is negligible. I think maybe some may have died, but there is negligible death rate because these forest dwellers or the tribal people, they live in the forest and they take these medicinal plants which are naturally present in the forest flora and fauna. They take these medicinal plants as dietary products, and by these things, they develop the immunological activity. They've developed the immunity against any viral or infectious diseases. They may have lifestyle disorder, they may have some other disease, but I have also taken up duties in far-flung areas, in remote areas of district Jammu division, as well as in Kashmir division, but I have rarely seen so much of infectious diseases prevalent in these tribal people or forest dwellers. Let's start about I have taken few medicinal plants which can be used for both immunomodulating activities as well as for medicinal activities. So let's have this glimpse of some medicinal plants of Kashmir Valley or the high altitude medicinal plants. This is Picorrhiza curva, Kutki, hepatoprotective. Then there is Inula racemosa, Poshkar mole. It's called Poshkar mole, used for angina pectoralis, much more potent than isosorbide trinitrate, its root powder. Then we have Podophyllum hexandrum, used in anti-cancer and its stopside, or used as a podovart in allopathic medicine. Then we have Rehemimodi. Rehemimodi, I will be talking about this plant today. And then we have Hippophae romanites. Although Hippophae romanites is not now present in our UT of J&K, it's present in Ladakh region, but it can still be cultivated in in Matsel area of Kashtawar district. It can be cultivated there because the resemblance of the weather is same, climate is same as that of Ladakh. Then we have Paganum harmala, that is called Isban. And we have Digitalis purpura, digoxin is derived from that. Texas baccata, Taxol is derived, Plaxitil, that is used for as an anti-cancer agent. And then we have Aconitum heterophyllum. Aconite is developed, all these are poison plant, but it's a very high demand in industry. Colchicum luteum, colchicine, now used in allopathic industry. Colchicine is derived from that. And then we have Dactyriza hetegra, salum vagina, good aphrodisiac, having high demand in industry. These are some medicinal plants, Berberis aristata. Berberin is derived, and that is used as an anti-diabetic for type 2 diabetes mellitus, and berberin is used in allopathic now. And then we have Hysocine. You all know Hysocine is an antispasmodic used in allopathy as well. So these are the medicinal plants which have a higher value and high commercial value, and that can be cultivated, that can be commercialized in J&K. Now we have nutritional value of some medicinal plants of Kashmir Valley. First of all, I will take Rehemimodi. Rehemimodi is called Revanchini in Unani, and it's called Pamsalan, Pambahak in Kashmir. Pamsalan is extensively used by the forest dwellers or the village local, the rural areas, the people from the rural areas. This Pambahak is used for nutrition, for as a diet, as a part of the dietary mechanism. Its leaves are used and its roots are used for medicinal purposes. Medicinal more thing is that imodine is extracted from this plant. Imodine is used for type 2 diabetes mellitus, and now the research is ongoing for using it as an anti-pancreatic cancer. It has a very good chemotherapeutic properties as well, and now is used for chemotherapeutic properties. But along with these medicinal properties, we do use it for anti-inflammatory. The locals, the forest developer, the traditional part is that they use it for this inflammatory processes, or even for wounds and scalds, burns. They use for everything, whatever they get. And but apart from that, it has a nutritional value as well, and it can be used. It is a very good immunomodulator as well. Its leaves are used as a nutritional part, and it has very large health benefits. It contains vitamin A and lutein, and you know vitamin A is good for eyes, and then it has a lot of vitamin K. Then that means that it helps in blood clotting. If your platelet counts are less, it helps in increasing the platelet count in the blood. And then it has vitamin C. That's an antioxidant that is used for immunomodulation. Lycopenes, these are immunomodulatory agents that we use during COVID, and it has anthraquinones which can prevent cancer as well. That was about, I was talking about even imodine. For imodine, the anti-cancer therapy is being researched upon these days. Then we have Artica dioica. Artica dioica soy, in Kashmiri soy, and stinging nettle in soy is extensively present. And we take it out because we don't want it in our gardens, we don't want it in our...
Another 2 minutes.
Sir, please.
You have to conclude because we have to go for the prayers. And there is one more speaker.
That's right, that's right.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, Artica dioica is, everybody knows soy. So, this is extensively 15 pounds per kg of root in Britain. 15 kg for 15 pounds per kg. That means 1,500 rupees per kg. Its root is being sold in Britain, and it reduces in joint pain, in rheumatoid arthritis. Its root is used, its root powder is used, and it has a very good anti-allergic as well as these are the medicinal properties. Now, talking about the nutritional value, it has high quantity of iron, more iron than spinach, more iron than any other plant. Its leaves can be taken out. Their stinging properties can be meted out from by boiling those leaves, and then you can just cook it like any other vegetable, which can be and it can be taken with any. You can cook it with meat. You can cook it with paneer. You can cook it with anything else, and you can make a pulao of these leaves. And this is rich in iron and has high source of antioxidants, which can be used as immunomodulator. Then we have Tncm officinale. Tncm officinale is next please. Tncm officinale is called Hand in Kashmiri. And Dandelion. This is anti-inflammatory. This has galactogog used in loss gas. Loss gas is a traditional way of this thing. This, and that loss gas is extensively used and still is being used. Loss gas not only acts for to swiftly go for involution of uterus, but as well it acts as galactogog as well. It increases the production of milk as well because it increases the release of prolactin from the this, and that is used extensively. There are two types of dandelions. There is another species that is called kasni. It is also called kasni, but don't confuse it with another kasni that is used in Unani tib. That is Sycorium intybus. Professor Shoal was talking about that. So that is Sycorium intybus. Sycorium intybus is also kasni. This is also called kasni. But this is edible kasni, and that kasni is for medicinal purposes. That is used as an anti-inflammatory agent in Arke kasni, and we have so many of compound drugs manufactured from that. Then it has vitamins, it has minerals, it has vitamin A, C, K, everything is in it, and we prepare it और हम खाते हैं इसको. हंत तो हम खाते ही हैं, हंत मांस, हंत मतलब कुछ भी बनाते हैं हम इसको. Then we have Portulaca oleracea. Portulaca oleracea is called Nunar in Kashmir. Everybody must have taken just few seconds, sir. Portulaca oleracea is called Nunar, sir, and this Nunar, because these are the main medicinal plants which can be used, cultivated, and they can be cultivated in your kitchen gardens, and they can grow like anything. So they have medicinal uses as well. This has medicinal use. It is used for burns. It is used for headaches. It is used for scalds. It is used for stomach problems. This Nunar, this has medicinal properties, and then it has nutritional properties. Is rich source of potassium. So it has a very good potassium, magnesium. It has calcium. So any that is nutritional diseases can be covered by these naturally produced medicinal plants. Then we have another trigonol. I will not talk about this because already some speaker has already talked about this. Methi. Next slide, please. Next slide. Methi. So already a speaker has talked about this, and it is used for treatment of anemia. It has a high quantity of its seeds as well as its leaves are used. This methi seeds as well as leaves are used for nutritional purposes. Then we have another. I will talk about this medicinal plant, Bistorta amphlexicolis. That is called Mazran chai. Mazran chai in Kashmiri. That is called Jungli chai as well. And this is used as a blood purifier. This is used in traditional medicine as blood purifier, and locally the traditional practitioners use it for stomach ulcers. They use it, the leaf paste is used for cure wounds. So this has a very good wound healing property as well. This Mazran chai is a very good antioxidant and can have a very good immunomodulating activity, and this immunomodulating activity will prevent us from diseases and all that. So last but not the least, that is Cytokine Oblonga. So this is used for Unani, extensively used in Unani medicine. That is called Bahi, and Bahi Dana is derived from, extracted from that. Bahi is used extensively for hepatoprotective, anti-inflammatory, anti-allergic, anti-tussive, for respiratory purposes. But this Cytokine Oblonga is having a high nutritive value. It's a very good antioxidant, and worldwide this quince fruit is used by all the people, and this quince fruit should be taken like it should be taken by boiling, or it should be roasted on a fire, and then it should be taken. It will give a very good taste as well as good nutritional value as well. Thank you so much. I hope that I have taken too much of time.
Dr. V, thank you so very much. We know you are a blast and you are an encyclopedia in medicinal plants. Please be my guest, come to my department. Thank you so very much. I'm sorry, basically, because of the paucity of the time, I couldn't make you, make your presentation. Thank you so very much. And next speaker, please, Rabia, introduce the next speaker.
Our next and the last speaker for this session is Dr. Hilal Ahmed Panu. Dr. Panu is presently working as Senior Assistant Professor in the Department of Food Science and Technology in the University of Kashmir. He has obtained his master's from Agra University, and his PhD is from the Dairy Technology PhD is in Dairy Technology from the National Dairy Research Institute, Karnal. He has 11 years of teaching experience, and the same amount of time he has also obtained his research experience. And during his tenure, he has guided about 75 students in different research projects, and he's also currently guiding 5 PhD students, and has several publications in the national and international journals of repute, and he has also obtained 1 patent so far. His area of research is development and fortification of food beverages, development and modification of soy foods, dairy food characterization, formulation, nutraceutical exploration of traditional foods, etc. He's also a life member of the Association of Food Scientists and Technologists India, Indian Dairy Association, and Dairy Technologists Society of India. So Dr. Panu will be speaking about he will be speaking about recent advances in nutraceuticals. So Dr. Panu, please go ahead, and I request you to be precise and stick to the time. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, respected chair, co-chair, reporters, and distinguished delegates. I will talk about recent advances in nutraceuticals. About a nutraceutical, the Greek physician Hippocrates said, "Let food be your medicine," and the philosophy behind it was focus on prevention. The term nutraceutical has been coined it has been taken from nutrition and pharmaceutical in 1989 by Stephen Delsey, who was the founder of Innovation in Medicine. Various nutraceuticals are in market, for example, nutrients, herbals, vitamins, phytochemicals. A nutraceutical can be defined as a food or part of food or a nutrient that provides health benefits, including the prevention and treatment of disease. There is a big scope of nutraceuticals in disease prevention, like in joint health we use glucosamine. It is found in ligaments. Then in cardiovascular health disease management, for example, we take DHA, docosahexaenoic acid, for example, from fish oil. For example, for eye health, we take lutein from spinach. For cancer prevention, we take lycopene from tomatoes. Now the classification of nutraceuticals, for example, we have from fatty acids, we have conjugated linoleic acid. It is present in milk and meat, and it improves body composition. Then we have omega-3 fatty acids, which are present in fish oil, and they reduce CVD diseases. Then we have polyphenols. For example, we take catechins. They are found in tea, and they reduce the risk of cancer. Then we have probiotics. For example, lactobacillus, it is present in dahi yogurt, and it improves the GI health. Then we have phytoestrogens. For example, dadizin, genistin. They are found in soybean, and they reduce menopause symptoms, and also bone density is maintained. Carotenoids, we have beta-carotene, which is found in vegetables. Lycopene, it is found in tomatoes. It reduces prostate cancer. Then dietary fiber, for example, insoluble fiber, it is taken from so many sources like wheat bran, and it reduces breast colon cancer. Nutraceuticals are non-specific biological therapies used to promote wellness, prevent malignant processes, and control systems. Substances with established nutritional functions such as vitamins, minerals, amino acids, and fatty acids. Herbs are also there, and reagents from other sources. There are many nutraceuticals in the market. For example, brand name is betaine, and the components are carotene. Then we have Zadrim. It is, for example, it is obtained from wheat, and it has 0 calorie. It is used for weight management. And the broadly defined, we take, for example, nutrients, which include vitamins, minerals, amino acids, fatty acids, then herbals, then dietary supplements. Then among the vitamins, we take vitamin A. It has antioxidant activity. Then vitamin D, it is essential for bones. Vitamin E as an antioxidant. Vitamin K in blood clotting. Vitamin C, it is an antioxidant. Then vitamin B12, it helps in producing genetic material, DNA, RNA. Then vitamin-like compounds, for example, choline, it is a lipotropic agent. Then minerals, for example, iron, it is used for energy production, oxygen transport. And then we have aloe vera, which is from herbals. Aloe vera is anti-inflammatory, and it is used in wound healing. Then we have phytochemicals. Then among the phytochemicals, we have tocopherols, which are obtained from grains, and they suppress the growth of tumor cells. And then methods to enhance the active components in foods. We have to manipulate the diet to get maximum level of active components. Combination of food ingredients rich in nutraceuticals. Fortify the foods with active ingredients by fermentation of food products. Changing food habits to natural type of diet. Now, why functional foods? Functional foods are taken because for well-being, life prolongation, prevention of cancer, prevention of cardiovascular diseases, and also osteoporosis. Now there are some issues in designing functional foods. For example, we have face a problem of poor solubility, sensitivity to oxygen, light, temperature, adverse sensory attributes, and nutrients bind to the food matrix become unavailable. Then there are now a novel delivery system has been developed for the availability of bioactive compounds. And for example, nano encapsulation is currently the second largest area in nanotechnology used in the food sector, and it is food encapsulation market has reached to $41.74 billion by 2021. Now there are challenges in the development of functional foods. For example, cost of bringing a new product to the market. Then nutraceutical technology, it requires quality control. Quality control requirements are there. For example, quality control involves size, shape, and thickness of the capsule, organoleptic properties like color and the odor. Then we have many standards which are in British, India, and USA. For example, in British labeling, disintegration test, uniformity test. Then the tests related to these nutraceutical capsules are hardness, friability, disintegration, weight variation, dissolution test, granulation, moisture content. Hardness test is there. It is the load required to crush the tablet when placed. Then disintegration test, it is the time required for the tablet to break into particles. Then weight variation test is there. Granular strength test is there. Now nutraceuticals are the most important food ingredients with varying concentration, and tablet capsule have their own requirement. The quality control must be done before distribution. So thank you, sir. So I have covered some of the slides I have skipped, so still I have covered a significant part of this presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so very much. With this presentation, we conclude the session. The take-home message should be, let one day we derive the compounds from the medicinal plants and look at their bioactivity and see how it basically binds on the receptors of the human cell, and which could then we can talk about the immunomodulatory effect as well as the regulation of the immune system. Well, this was a wonderful session, and but unfortunately, because of the time, we couldn't make it much bigger. So maybe next time, Dr. Seema may organize another conference, and we can discuss certain things over there. Thank you so very much, and thank you, organizers, for inviting us to this place. We are highly thankful. Thank you so very much. Good day.
Thank you, organizers, for inviting and letting us be a part of this wonderful session and conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. A wonderful session it was. Indeed, it was. Thank you for joining us, and thanks. I extend thanks to all the worthy speakers who joined us through online. Professor Hakim Said Zilur Rahman Sahab and Professor Shuhul Hamid. They joined us through virtual mode, and offline speakers were Dr. Altaf Hussain Shah, Dr. Wahidul Hassan, Dr. Hilal Ahmed Panu. Thank you so much for joining us and for having such a wonderful deliberations over here. Now, I would like to request Professor Rais Ahmed Qadri, Head of Department of Biotech, University of Kashmir, to present memento as a token of appreciation and gratitude to the speaker, Dr. Altaf Hussain Shah, Senior Medical Officer, Ayush JNK. So big round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Rabia Hamid, Head Department of Nanotechnology, University of Kashmir, to do the honors of presenting memento as a token of gratitude and appreciation to Dr. Wahidul Hassan, Noodle Officer, JNK Medicinal Plants Board. So big round of applause, please. So thank you so much. Next, I would like to request Dr. Professor Rais Ahmed Qadri Saab to present a memento as a token of appreciation to Dr. Hilal Ahmed Panu, Associate Professor, Department of Food Science and Technology, University of Kashmir. Thank you, sir. Now, I would request Dr. Seema, Assistant Director in charge RRIM Srinagar, to present bouquet and memento as a token of love and respect to Dr. Professor Rabia Hamid, Head Department of Nanotechnology, University of Kashmir. So put your hands together, please. Now, ma'am, please do the honors again to present bouquet and memento as a token of love and respect to Professor Rais Ahmed Qadri, Head of Department of Biotechnology, University of Kashmir. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks to all. It was wonderful session indeed. So it's the end of the session. Inshallah, we will meet again after lunch break. So kindly enjoy your meals, and after that, two scientific sessions will be there. So enjoy. Thank you. Hi, sir.
All Congratulations.
Check, hello, sound check. Check, hello.
Hello.
Check sound, hello, check.
என்கிட்ட என்ன சொன்னாங்க? இப்போ 2 மினிட்ஸ்ல வர முடியுமா 3 மினிட்ஸ்ல வர முடியுமான்னு சொல்றேன். ஏன் விளையாடுறியா 20 சொல்லிட்டு कहता नहीं 2:30 to 2:20 to 3:30 तक मुझे टाइम दिए 2:20 to 3 बस टू
यस मैम मुझे बता रहे हो
Are you hearing me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
हाँ नहीं चेयर
I need to have a mask or shall I remove it?
पहले आ जाए ना वो आ जाएंगे तो आई विल
As you want, sir.
नहीं कुछ प्रोटोकॉल कुछ वो हो तो
ओके ठीक है We are profoundly delighted to have you here again in this wonderful scientific session on the theme Lessons Learned During Pandemic. And the session will be chaired by Dr. Mohan Singh, Director, Indian Systems of Medicine, Ayush TNK, and Professor Irshad Ahmed Nauchu, Dean, Research, University of Kashmir. Sir, I would like to request Dr. Mohan Singh, Director, Indian Systems of Medicine, Ayush TNK, to please grace our stage with your presence. So, big round of applause. Irshad sir is going to join us in a moment. Till then, we have to take a pause. Thank you. One Kashmiri couplet for all of you, क्योंकि कोई मुझे बता रहे थे कि आपने कोई शेर यूज़ नहीं किया, so that's के अज़दम छी गनीमत ऐ हमदम वाइनन कुस्बन हमराज पगा अज़दम छी गनीमत ऐ हमदम वाइनन कुस्बन हमराज पगा युसरात कदम तुल सुमा छअज पगहुक नन्नेस अंदाज पगा ए गुल बुलबुल शबनम तो संबुल वल खुलडुल असना गिंदुना कर इच सरी लल खुल तस्तामत पत कुस बोझियम नाज पगा. Thank you.
Inshallah.
Now I would like to call distinguished speakers who will speak on the theme lessons during pandemic. One of the speaker, Professor Imamuddin, he is going to join us through virtual mode, former principal, Government Unani Medical College, Chennai. One more distinguished speaker with us is Dr. Yasir Ahmed Rathir, Professor, Government Psychiatry Hospital, GMC Srinagar. He will speak on the theme taking care of mental health during and after COVID-19. So big round of applause for Dr. Yasir Ahmed Rathir. Sir, please grace our stage with your presence. Thank you. Another speaker with us is Dr. Mushtaq Ahmed, Divisional Nodal Officer, Ayush Health and Wellness Centers, Kashmir, Duja. So I request Dr. Mushtaq Ahmed to please grace our stage with your presence. Big round of applause. One more speaker with us is Dr. Iftikhar Hussain Ghazi, MS Kashmir Tibia College and Hospital and Research Center, Shalting, Sumbul, Jammu and Kashmir. He will speak on the theme experience sharing during COVID pandemic. So big round of applause for Dr. Iftikhar Hussain Ghazi. Sir, please join us on the stage and grace the stage with your presence. Rapporteurs for this session will be Dr. Zaki Ahmed Siddiqui, Research Officer Unani. So please come forward. Zaki Ahmed Siddiqui, Rapporteur. Zaki Ahmed Siddiqui. One more rapporteur for the same session is Dr. Shamim, Research Associate, but he is online. One more rapporteur with us is Dr. Uzman Rahman, PG Scholar, RRIUM Srinagar. Uzman Rahman. Thank you. So we have to wait for a moment because the chairperson of this session, Professor Irshad Ahmed Nauchu, Dean Research University of Kashmir, is going to join us in a moment. So please, we have to wait for some time. Huh? Session. Sir, session start kare ki? Shall we go, sir? I will over to you. So we are profoundly delighted to have you here. Thank you for joining us back. And now this session on the theme that lesson learned during pandemic will be chaired by Dr. Mohan Singh, Director, Indian System of Medicine, Ayush, Professor Ahmed Nauchu. And worthy speakers for this session are Professor Imamuddin, who is going to join us through virtual mode, Dr. Yasir Ahmed Rathir, who is very much here, Dr. Mushtaq Ahmed, and Dr. Iftikhar Hussain Ghazi. So I would like to request Dr. Mohan Singh, Director, Indian System of Medicine, IUJNK, who is going to chair this session, to please take over the mic. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. First of all, at the outset, I welcome you all, and the topic chosen by the organizers is a wonderful topic because the lessons learned during COVID-19, these lessons will have a futuristic plan for our healthcare delivery system. So, first of all, I would like that let speakers go on. The first speaker is Professor Hakim Said Imamuddin Ahmed Saab, who is Director, Tamil Nadu. मैडम इसका ये क्लियर नहीं है बोलो.
Yes, sir. Sir.
Amcol.
Sir.
You just named like Amcol.
Yeah.
Sir, he is Professor Imamuddin.
Yeah.
Former Principal, Government Unani Medical College, Chennai.
Chennai.
Yes. Theme is Single Unani Drugs for Immunity Enhancement.
Okay.
So please.
My dear speaker, please start.
Yeah, they were not. Hello.
He's not there. Dr. Yasir.
Dr. Yasir Hassan Rathar.
Rathar. Now I request Dr. Yasir Hassan Rathar.
No, I have not been permitted to. I mean, the technical support is not there. Eh?
Professor Department of. चलो ठीक. नहीं मेरी बात सुनो यार. उसको उधर रखो ना, वो इनकी डिटेल वहाँ से बोलेगी, अब मैं किधर उसकी डिटेल बोलता हूँ.
Hello, cannot share the content like that it is displaying here. Hello?
Yeah, we are hearing you.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah, please.
It is displaying as cannot share the content.
You can start sharing.
What do you say?
Yes.
Please make it full screen, sir.
Okay, please start, sir.
Please go ahead, sir.
Very good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Nahmaduna salli ala rasulihil kareem amma ba'd. Moses Haziran Karam, dignitaries on the dais, of the dais. So the objectives and other kind of things which are here, I have prepared. I just to make it, you can just go through instead of wasting time in all this matter. I think everybody will be knows properly. In this, what most important, the post-COVID complications, what we have come across in our practices, and the Unani fraternity, how they could be able to meet out the needs of the patients who are terribly underwent neurological, cardiological, and musculoskeletal weaknesses. It's really alarming. Thousands of patients coming with different kind of complaints. I mean, it affects their nervous system so badly. They are slowly they are getting tremors. The loss of memory they are facing, giddiness they are facing, and their sleep disturbances are there. Then they have chest pain or palpitation, restlessness, retrosternal discomfort, and then lethargic. This lethargic and fatigueness prominently we have noticed in our practices. That was taken very much care with our excellent medicines. I mean, this insomnia, brain fog, all this, these kind of most common post-COVID complications we have come across. Apart from this, if you can see each system in cardiovascular, like myocarditis, heart failure, pericarditis, tachycardia, these kind of things we have come across in our practices. Then pulmonary, the retrosternal discomfort with breathlessness, dyspnea, the air hunger, and the cough, continuous cough, irritative cough, productive cough, and different patient, different kind of things they have came across. What we have seen that some of the critical cases which has been admitted in ICU and CCU, and they have put on ventilation and oxygen, and they have given oxygen in such a way that the lot of air which has entered into the air passages in the pulmonary system, that has dried the mucous membrane in the bronchopulmonary segments, which is lined with the mucous membrane. So the elasticity, the flexibility of the air passages has came so badly that it cannot be recovered with modern system of medicine. And there we have seen the mucosal layer, submucosal layer, and vascular layer. This vascular layer, the dryness comes in such a way that it has caused hemorrhages and the blood clot. Thereby they are undergoing cardiac arrest and all. But thank God that our system of medicine, like Aslasus, Katan, Ulna, these kind of medicines which produce the flexibility and elasticity in the mucous membrane of the air passages and bronchopulmonary segment. In Unani we called it as uruq-e-khashna. ये उरूq-e-khashna की जो इंतलाई कैफियत जो होती है, वो जो है हवाई नालियों को तंग करके जो है डिस्निया जो है वो काज करती है, और उससे जो सेक्रेशंस जो लंग्स के अंदर जमा हो जाते हैं, वो सेक्रेशंस जो म्यूकस में कन्वर्ट हो जाते हैं, اور پھر میوکس جو ہے فلم میں کنورٹ ہو جاتا ہے اور فلم جو ہے ایسے غلیظ بلغم میں تبدیل ہو جاتا ہے کہ وہ اس طرح چسپاں ہو جاتا ہے کہ وہ نیروئنگ پس کر کے ذیخ و نفس جو ہے وہ پیدا کرتا ہے اور اریٹیٹو کاف. اور یہ چیزیں مخرج بلغم ہی نہیں، منفذ بلغم ہی نہیں، اور بلکہ بلغم کو اخراج بھی کرتا ہے اور وہ میوکس ممبرین اور عروق خشنہ کو جو ہے ڈرائی ہونے نہیں دیتا ہے. یہ خوبصورتی ہے اپنے دواؤں کی، اور اس کے اندر الاسٹیسٹی برقرار رکھتا ہے اور میوکس کو جو ہے فلم میں کنورٹ ہونے سے جو ہے یہ روکتا ہے. یہ خوبصورتی ہے اپنے دواؤں کی. سو یہ پلمونری جو ایئر ویز کے اندر جو کمپلیکیشنز ہم لوگ جو 2-4 ہوتے ہیں اپنے پریکٹسز میں، اس سے جو ہے کافی ہم لوگ جو ہے بہت فائدہ دیکھے ہیں، بہت فائدہ دیکھے ہیں. چاہے وہ لوح قطع ہو، لوح سفرستان قیاس شمبری ہو، لوح سفرستان ہو اور لوح ذیخ النفس ہو، اس طرح کے لوح جات جو ہیں وہ اس میں جو ہے کافی کارآمد ثابت ہوئے ہیں. اس کے ساتھ بدری کا جو ہے ہم شربت زوفا وغیرہ اور شربت تولسیا وغیرہ کے ساتھ جو ہے دینے سے کافی فائدہ ہم لوگ دیکھے ہیں. اس کا ریٹروسٹرنل ڈسکمفرٹ جو ہے کافی حد تک کیا بلکہ 100% جو ہے وہ بڑا فاسٹ ریکور ہوا ہے. اور ایون پلمونالوجسٹ جو ہے کیسز کو یہ دواؤں کے استعمال کے بعد دیکھ کر حیران رہتے ہیں کہ جو ہے کتنا ریکور اس کے اندر ہوا ہے. اینٹی بایوٹک کا رول صرف جو ہے وہ اگر بیکٹیریا ہے اور اینٹی انفلیمیٹری ہے تو وہ اینٹی انفلیمیٹری انفلیمیشن کو کم کرے گی اور انفیکشن کا جو ہے کیئر لے گی. لیکن جو اسٹرکچرل ڈیفیکٹ ہے، جو اسٹرکچرل لاس ہے، جو میوکوزل لاس ہے، جو عروق خشنہ کے اندر جو خرابی پیدا ہوتی ہے، وہ کس چیزوں سے ڈیفیکٹ وہ جو ہے صحیح ہوتی ہے، وہ اپنے دواؤں سے جو ہے وہ کافی جو ہے کارآمد ثابت ہوا ہے اور اس سے جو ہے پیشنٹ ریکور ہونے میں بہت آسانی ہوئی ہے. اب جیسے کارڈیو ویسکولر اور لنگس تھوریسک آرگنس ہے اور اس کے اندر جو ہے ہارٹ کے اوپر کتنا اسٹرین ہوتا ہے لنگ میں کنڈیشن ہونے کی وجہ سے، تھوریسک پریشر بڑھنے کی وجہ سے ہارٹ پریشر کے اوپر کتنا فرق پڑتا ہے، اس کے ایلوی فنکشنز کے اوپر جو ہے کتنا فرق پڑتا ہے. اس میں اپنے دوائیں جو ہے خمیر آپریشن حکیم ارشد والا، جواہر والا، دواء معتدل سادہ اور مفر یافوتی معتدل، مفر شیخ الرئیس، اس طرح کے دوائیں جو ہیں بہت ہی کارآمد ثابت ہوئے ہیں. وہ پیشنٹ کی جنرل کنڈیشن کو اس قدر امپروو کیے ہیں کہ جو ہے اگر ان کا بی پی ریٹ اور پلس ریٹ اور جو ہے اگر ڈاؤن ہوتا ہے تو اس کو وہ اتنی خوبصورتی سے جو ہے وہ ایلیویٹ کر کے نارمل لے آتے ہیں. جواہر مہرہ کے ساتھ دینے پر جو ہے ہم لوگ یہاں تک کہ نوٹس کیا ہے کہ 90/60 چلا گیا ہے بی پی. اور جیسے جواہر مہرہ اور دوا معتدل جواہر والا کے ساتھ اس کے ساتھ جو ہے یہ بدریخے کے ساتھ ہم لوگ جو دیے ہیں اور الحمدللہ اور پیشنٹ جو ہے اتنا فاسٹ ریکور ہوا ہے، بی پی ریٹ، پلس ریٹ، ہارٹ ریٹ سب جو ہے انکریز ہو کر کے نارمل کنڈیشن میں اس طرح سے آئے ہیں. پھر اس کے بعد رینل امپیئرمنٹ بھی دیکھے ہیں اور اس میں جو ہے کچھ کیا کہتے ہیں وہ کریاٹینین اور بلڈ یوریا جو ہے سلائٹلی ایلیویٹڈ ہوئے ہیں. رینل انسفیشینسی ہوئی ہے. اس میں یہ کباب چینی، بیخ بادیان، بیخ کاسنی، اس طرح کے جوشان کو ترتیب دینے کے بعد جو ہے چیزیں جو ہے وہ کافی حد تک دیر ہوئے ہیں. یہ نیورولوجیکل سائیکیٹرک یہ جو ہے یہ زیادہ اب یہ آئی ٹی سیکٹر میں جو لوگ کام کر رہے ہیں وہ جو یہ کووڈ کے جو شکار ہو گئے ہیں وہ لوگ جو ہے یہ تمام چیزوں میں جو ہے بہت ڈپریشن ہو، اینگزائٹی ہو، سلیپ ریگولیرٹیز ہو، میموری امپیئرمنٹ ہو، ہیڈک ہو، یہ تمام چیزیں جو ہیں وہ بہت زیادہ ہم لوگوں کو جو ہے دیکھنے کو ملے ہیں. اور یہ سب اور انہوں نے اپنے ادویات سے جو ہے وہ کافی حد تک جو ہے اس کو ریکور کیا گیا ہے. اب رہا یہ کوئی بھی اپنے پاس یونانی میں کہ پبلک کے اندر جو آسانی سے میسر ہو اور ایزیلی اسیسیبل ہو اور اکنامیکل ہو. اب کوئی بھی جو ہے خمیر ابرشم حکیم ارشد والا کاسٹلی میڈیسنز پہ نہیں خرید سکتے ہیں تو ان لوگوں کو جو ہے دواؤں میں ہی کچھ نیورولوجیکل یہ ڈسٹریس جتنا بھی یہ ہوتے ہیں یہ سب کو ریگولر کرنے کے لیے ہم لوگ جو ہے ماؤ شعیر جو کا پانی، اس ماؤ شعیر کے اندر یہ مغز بادام، مغز چلغوزہ، مغز پستہ، خرپزہ خیارین ان کو جو ہے پیش کے طور پر کر کر اسے جو ہے تلبینہ کے طور پر جو ہے हम लोग एडवाइसेस किए हैं, इसके इस्तेमाल के बाद इतना क्विक रिलीफ पेशेंट्स को मिला है, यहाँ तक कि ये डिप्रेशन से भी जो है वो ओवरकम हो सकते हैं, और ट्रॉमेटिक स्ट्रेस डिसऑर्डर वगैरह बहुत फास्ट जो है इससे रेस्पॉन्स हुआ है। और माउल जिबल वो भी जो है हम कुछ पेशेंट्स को जो है मिजाज के एतबार के हिसाब से जो है हम लोग एडवाइस किए हैं। और उसके बाद दवाओं के हद तक है अजगंद नागुरी, वो इम्यूनिटी बूस्टर है, एक जनरल टॉनिक है, न्यूरोसेडेटिव है, नर्वाइन टॉनिक है। ये स्ट्रेस और एंजाइटी को बहुत अच्छी तरीके से जो है रिलीव करता है। और उसके बाद ये दवाएं ग़िज़ाई भी है, दवाएं जुल्खासा है, और ये लिम्स को और मस्कुलर को इतना ये जैसे कि जो है मस्कुलो न्यूरास्थीनिया जिसे कहते हैं कि स्केलेटल सिस्टम के अंदर मसल्स के अंदर एक एंजाइम होता है जो मसल के टोन को जो है इम्प्रूव करता है। अगर वो एंजाइम अगर कमी हो गई, तो टोन अगर रिड्यूस हो गया, तो उसके अंदर फैटिगनेस और लेथार्जिक जो है काफी होता है, वो उठ बैठ नहीं सकता है, चल फिर नहीं सकता है, वो अपने डेली रूटीन को जो है अटेंड नहीं कर सकता है। हम लोग कहते हैं कि ये सफूफ अजगन को दूध में मिला करके दूध के साथ देने पर तो इतना जल्दी से जो है वो फैटिगनेस और लेथार्जिक एटीट्यूड जो है रिकवर कर सकता है कि ये 2 डोसेस में जो है लोग जो है अपने ड्यूटी को रिज्यूम करने पर आ गए हैं। इतना ज्यादा जो है वो फास्ट अपने तजुर्बों में जो ये चीजें हम लोग देख सके हैं, ये बहुत ही कारामद साबित हुआ है, ये मुजर्रब भी है और मामूल मतलब भी है, और ये चीजें जो है पब्लिक को अवेयरनेस में लाना बहुत जरूरी है। मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि अपनी CCREM ये जो सिंगल ड्रग जो माओ शहीर है, जैसे कि ये ग़िज़ाए मोतदिल है, सरीउल नफूस है, बतदबीर और तरतीब से जो है बदन के अंदर नफूस होता है, और ज़ोफ और नखाहत को जो है दूर करता है, सफरे की हिद्दत को जो है कम करता है, आंखों को तस्वीर देता है, और जो फासिद मवाद और फासिद अखलाक का जो है इखराज भी करता है। क्या बेहतरीन माउस शहीर, सिर्फ बार्ली वाटर। लोगों को मालूम नहीं है कि माउस शहीर सुनते ही पता नहीं किस किस्म की दवा है, क्या है, पब्लिक के अंदर एक कॉन्सेप्ट अलग होता है ना। हम लोगों को मालूम है यूनानी फटर्निटी तो माउस शहीर क्या चीज है, लेकिन पब्लिक के अंदर दूसरे डिसिप्लिन में जो लोग रहते हैं उनको ये बताना जरूरी है कि बार्ली गरीबों की जो है ये बेहतरीन टॉनिक है। गरीबों के लिए एक नॉमिनल एवरेज जो लोग कमाई करते हैं उन लोगों के लिए माउल शहीर जो है बेहतरीन चीज है। वैसे ही माउल जुबन यानी दूध का फाड़ा हुआ पानी उनको तरतीब बना के दे देना है बस है। उससे क्या होता है कि जो है खून की जो विस्कोसिटी जो बढ़ जाती है, और उसके ये उसको क्या कहते हैं कि रफीकुल खिवाम, यानी कि विस्कोसिटी को जो है रफीक करके नॉर्मल विस्कोसिटी ब्लड की जो है ये मेंटेन करता है माउल जुबन। इतनी उसके अंदर जो है, और ये लतीफ होने के बाइस इसके कुव्वत बदन के अंदर जो है घुस जाती है, और अज़ू के मसामात में जल्द नफूस कर जाती है माउल जिबन। ये सिंगल ड्रग के ताल्लुक से जो है मेरा सबमिशन है कि जो है ये चीजों को जो है काम में अगर लाए तो ये बेहतरीन जो है कारामद साबित होता है। इसके बाद ये दूसरे इस तरह से बेस्ड ऑन अवेलेबल एविडेंसेस bulk post-COVID complications seem to associated with cardiopulmonary system. ये post-COVID manifestation में myocarditis, arrhythmias और most common, फिर उसके बाद यूनानी ट्रीटमेंट पर ये असबाब सित्ते ज़रूरिया के ताल्लुक से पब्लिक के अंदर एक ऐसी अवेयरनेस लाई जाए कि इससे कितना फायदा होता है। 6 essential इसकी अवेयरनेस नहीं है पब्लिक के अंदर, और ये अवेयरनेस अगर दे दिया जाए तो वो जो है प्रिवेंटिव एस्पेक्ट के तौर पर जो है काफी फायदेमंद होता है। पब्लिक मासेस के अंदर इसकी अवेयरनेस लाना बहुत ही जरूरी है। फिर पोस्ट हमारा गोल यूनानी का है, मैनेजमेंट किस तरह से हमें करना है। क्रिएटिंग ए कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव रिहैबिलिटेशन प्लान may be helpful for some patients. Many post-COVID conditions can be improved through already established symptom management approaches. Evidences indicates that holistic approach for the patient throughout their illness's course can be beneficial. Unani system prefers treatment through single drug or their combination in raw form, and there can be compound formulations if needed. In Canon of Medicine, Avicenna has described 3 rules in selection of medicines. Selection according to the quality, whether it is hot, cold, moist, dry, उसके मिजाज के एतबार से. फिर selection of amount, the doses, मकदार के एतबार से. Measurement in terms of weight, measurement in terms of its quality, degree of hot, cold, etc. The rules related to the
Imam
time
Sahab,
of
please,
administration.
Imam
How
Sahab,
far-
please be quick because your time is already over. Please be quick.
Yes, my paper was, my topic was also already, it has come to an end. So even on a formulation ingredients, this kind of things which are very available. Okay, here, this what we have displayed here, how the cardio, respiratory, muscular, brain, neurological, renal, ये देख लीजिए. अब जिस तरह से पहले हम बयान कर चुके हैं कि क्या क्या दवाएं इसके लिए मौसर साबित हुए हैं, आरामद साबित हुए हैं, मुजर्रब साबित हुए हैं, वो चीज को जो है पब्लिक के अंदर जो है अवेयरनेस लाना है. इस तरह के फिगर्स जो डिस्प्ले करने के बाद पब्लिक के अंदर ये समझ में आता है कि जो है हरीरा, माउल शईर, माउल जुबन या अजगंद नागुरी को दूध में मिलाकर पीना सिंगल ड्रग कितना जो है बेहतरीन जो है वो कंपनसेट करता है वो डेफिशिएंसीज को, ये पब्लिक के अंदर लाने के लिए कहता हूं. थैंक्स फॉर द अपॉर्चुनिटी गिवन टू मी एंड दिस आई एम एंडिंग माय पेपर. थैंक यू.
Now I will request Dr. Yasir Ali Rathar. Hassan.
எல்லாருக்கு டெர்மினாலஜி டேர்ம்ஸ் நம்ம அப்படியே வீடியோல இருக்கலாமா இல்ல?
Esteemed chairpersons, dignitaries, and audience, good afternoon. I'd like to extend my gratitude to the organizers for inviting me here to be one of the speakers for this session. It's really a pleasure and honor to be part of it. As the session, the session is about learned experiences during this, lessons learned during this pandemic. Life, actually, if you see, life, there are a lot of experiences you go through in life, and they teach you something. And in this COVID, there has been one thing positive what happened is that there has been a lot of focus on mental health. And I think we need to give equal importance and we need to give that acceptance to this mental health as we give to physical health. So regarding this, I have been I will be talking on taking care of mental health during and after COVID-19. How to, excuse me, can you just help me? Next, sorry. So, next. Before we talk about how it affected the mental health, let's understand what mental health is. Normally, we understand mental health is absence of mental illness, which is not true. Mental health or mental well-being is when one is cognitively and emotionally and behaviorally, there's well-being of all these domains. That is, he thinks properly, his feelings, he has normal feelings, includes feelings and behavior, how he behaves. As you can see by the definition of WHO emphasis on this thing. It's a state of well-being in which an individual, I as an individual, realize my abilities and am able to cope with the normal stresses of life, because life is like an ECG, you have stresses, and can work productively and am able to contribute to the society, to the community. If I fulfill all these criteria, then only I'll be considered mentally healthy. Next. COVID-19 pandemic was not just about disease. There were other associated factors with it. We know there was an extended lockdown. And this lockdown measure was taken by the governments or the states to mitigate the spread of infection. But this lockdown had its own fallouts. People suffered, there were some sector of people who suffered financial losses, who got unemployed, who lost their livelihood, their jobs. And that drove them towards poverty. And we know poverty is one of the risk factors for mental health. Then the SOPs which we had to follow once we got an infection, that's isolation and quarantine. Isolation and quarantine, it was for an extended period, for at least 2-3 weeks. And during these 2-3 weeks, a person usually felt loneliness. There was a feeling of loneliness. So loneliness, we know, again, is a risk factor for mental health problems. And then initially there was this fear, uncertainty, anxiety among people. What will happen? How long this pandemic will go? And there was no knowledge about this virus. And then because of this lockdown and because of measures of social distancing, our social life got disrupted. Our children and adolescents were confined to home because of closure of schools. And because this age group, children and adolescents, they are already in a vulnerable age group. Maximum mental health issues start at this age group. And once you have this brunt on them, they're confined at homes, their schools, they are not able to go schools. And let me tell you, school is not just for academic growth. It's for emotional growth, social growth, overall growth of a person, of a child. So they were deprived from that. They were able to acquire academic from other growths. And then there was these families who lost their loved ones because of this COVID-19 infection. And initially, the protocols were very strict. The disease body was not handed over to the families. And also, because of that, the family be close to their loved ones while they were dying. That, in addition to this also, there was the mourning, the grieving, which usually we have here in Kashmir. You talk about Kashmir. We have these 4 days grieving ritual of 4 days, where your near dear come to you and you try to share your emotional sufferings with them. That grieving process, they were deprived from that grieving process. That led to them to severe mental illnesses or mental health problems. So in short, what I mean to say, it was not just a COVID-19 disease, it was other associated factors with it which led to huge mental health issues in our society. Next. And this has been corroborated, this has been documented recently even by the WHO document which was released just last week, where they have documented that there has been 25% increase in global prevalence of anxiety and depression during these 2 years. And maximum brunt was taken by young people. And there has been increased incidences of suicides in young people. And self-harm behavior have been reported a lot in these adolescents. And in same document, it has been reported that women were severely impacted than men. Next. Where? So same was witnessed by us in Kashmir, and we also saw that, we as mental health experts saw that after the lockdown was over, there was huge rush of patients coming to our hospitals with complaints of post-COVID depression, post-COVID anxiety, and even in old population, we found new onset dementias happening after COVID infection. So there have been reports of lot of mental health issues in COVID survivors. And as last speaker already emphasized on that, it's not just a disease of a pulmonary lung, it's a multisystemic disease. So it affected the brain. So once brain got affected, your person's mental health also got affected. Next. And we also witnessed initially that general population got affected during this pandemic. This is one of the studies which we did from our institute, where we saw around half of the population, half of the sample size of this study, they were normal persons like you and me. They didn't have any previous history of mental illnesses. So they reported about half of the sample size reported about anxiety, depressive symptoms, poor quality sleep, and they used 30% used maladaptive coping skills. And significant depressive symptoms were reported in younger age group. Next. And there has been a lot of talk about frontline health workers. And we also witnessed in our state that the frontline health workers took the maximum brunt. And we did this study where we found that more than half of the frontline health workers reported about severe psychological issues. And the source of stress among them was, we know, because this virus, there was no knowledge about this virus. It was a novel virus. We didn't know how it would behave, how it gets infected. And then in the inadequate testing, initially there were lack of testings, lack of treatment options, lack of PPEs, and other medical supplies. And there was extended workload. They had to work for extended hours. And after coming home, they had to separate themselves they had to go in isolation from families with the fear of that the families may get infected because of them. So that social support which they usually have, the family support, that was also, they were also deprived from that also. So WHO, World Health Organization, acknowledged this fact, and they report that we are handling not just one pandemic of COVID-19. There is another parallel pandemic happening with this, that's mental health crisis, pandemic of mental health problems. And in fact, in every 10th October, every year on 10th October, mental health days are commemorated celebrated throughout world, and the themes which the World WHO gave during these 2 years was acknowledging the fact there is a gap, and between now there's there's a gap between the mental health services and the mental health problem we are facing right now. And there was a move for, the theme was to move for mental health and increase investment on the mental health, be at individual level, be at organizational level, state level, or any other policy level. And in 21, there was this theme of acknowledgement of that there has been, because of this pandemic, there has been disparity. There was already a disparity between haves and have-not, but this disparity increased during these years, and it led to mental health in unequal world. There was the services. There was huge gap in services. So what the WHO wanted by giving these themes, they wanted to fill that gap, bridge that gap. So these themes were indicative of how mental health needs acceptance, acknowledgement, and importance. So what to do, how to intervene now? You being doctors, this is a time that mental health, now that we know that there's a mental health problem, huge mental health surge in societies. So we cannot deal with these problems just in psychiatric hospitals or psychiatric clinics. So what we need to do is we need to integration of mental health services into general practice services. So how we can do it is, first step is to acceptance. Acceptance. We as medical practitioners need to accept, yes, we are going to face mental health problems. So the mental health issues are going to be surfaced. So we need to rule out mental health issues in our general practice. Just as simple screening tools like GHQ, which is a brief tool of just 2 minutes tool, which can help you to rule out any stress level or distress in a patient. Or just asking about some questions like, how's your mood from last 2 weeks? Have you felt depressed lately from 2 weeks? Do you feel any change in biological functions like sleep, appetite, energy? So once you ask these questions, you can rule out majority of mental health problems like common mental health disease, and majority is depression and anxiety. So asking about these mental health issues brings that acceptance in patients as well. Once you as a medical practitioners ask about these issues, that destigmatizes this. That takes the taboo from it. So that brings an acceptance in patients also. Mental health, I need to focus on this. Yeah, I need to express about it. So after acceptance, then there is referrals and psychoeducation. So as a practitioner, when you feel the need, the patient is struggling with mental health issues, it's your duty to make a proper referral. Your one step of referral can be of immense help for the person not only struggling with the illness, but also the stigma attached to it. It will destigmatize it. You need to psychoeducate the patients about the severity of illness and how treatment can be provided. Intervention part doesn't start at the doorstep of mental health professionals, but it starts from the acceptance and understanding from the society at a large, especially health care practitioners. So that will help a lot. So not talking about what service self-care tools one can use or one can educate patients in your day-to-day practice to overcome psychological.
Please, no doubt your lecture is very educative.
Okay, fine.
I also want
I will try to find.
I also want to hear more, but time is constrained.
Sorry. So just briefly, we can tell them most of the time patients they think of things which are out of their control. So that brings more frustration in them. Like I will give an example, like COVID patient, he's in isolation, he's in quarantine. So he will feel, why I am caged here? Instead of thinking about that thing, he needs to be educated तुम उन चीज़ों पे फोकस करो which are under your control. Like you can schedule your day. If you are indoor, just try to keep yourself busy. Try to watch TV. Try to be, if you're religious, try to get into religious, read religious books or do religious activities. So somewhat like focus on those things which are under your control. Mindfulness. Mindfulness is a very beautiful exercise where it has been seen, it has been actually, research has shown that most of the time our 80% of thoughts are either involved in future or thinking about future or about past. Only 20% of your thoughts are of present. So mindfulness tries to emphasize on that we need to live with present. Pay more attention to the present moment. Then coping strategies. Employ some coping strategies like simple journaling, writing about your feelings, thoughts. That gives a ventilation to your emotions. Or exercise, simple exercise of hardly of half an hour will. It has been seen that it releases endorphins or happy hormones like serotonin and norepinephrine. It elevates your mood. Or joining a group like youth, it's young population, they can go for sports group, sports programs, or somebody is religious, he can go to religious. With this, and then validate emotions. As a practitioner, you need to tell them, yes, it's normal to be that we had a very roller coaster ride of emotions during this pandemic. So it's normal to be anxious, to be fearful during these times. And lastly, if we need to, somebody who has mental health issues or severe mental health problems, there is no shame in seeking professional mental help from mental health professional. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Saab. Dr. Yasir, your lecture was very educative. I would rather say, please don't take it that way. As B people, as Ayush sector, we got an opportunity in COVID-19. You as psychiatrist also may have got an opportunity, because before this people never used to go to psychiatrists. People think that even if, as you said, that referrals, doctors, instead of referring, general practitioners, I mean physicians, instead of referring to a psychiatrist, they used to refer it to the neurologist. So you people have also got an opportunity to be recognized, and you as very rightly said that COVID-19 ke saath saath this mental health has also become a pandemic. This is a big issue. All of us have to take care of it. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Dr. Nasreen was asking me something for a pause. I could not give her. So please, you wanted a pause. Before I go for the next,
Yes, sir, go for the next speaker.
Okay, then Dr. Mushtaq Pare is the next speaker. I will request him to give his lecture.
Worthy Chairpersons, Dr. Mohan Singh, Director Ayush, UT of Jammu and Kashmir, Professor Dr. Irshad Wanchu Saab, Dean Research, University of Kashmir, Dr. Dr. Yasir from Government Medical College, and our esteemed doctor, he is presently medical superintendent, Kashmir Tibia College. Okay. Deputy Director Ayush, Assistant Director Ayush, district officers, Ayush, Professor Mubashir Saab from University of Kashmir, senior medical officers, dear students, very good afternoon. I have been assigned a topic. It is the role of diet in Unani system of medicine as far as the COVID-19 is concerned. What exactly Unani says about the diet? It is, we are what we eat. All faculties, whether it is physical, mental, spiritual, emotional, it all depends what we eat. And we need to focus on the nutritional aspect. Low immunity, it paves the way for the infections, whether it is viral, bacterial. And in Unani system of medicine, the stress is laid to boost the immunity. Next. Now, what are the enemies of the immunity? As far as the Unani literature goes, it says that malnutrition, overweight and obesity, and these are actually the reasons for the low immunity, and we need to maintain a balance between the overeating and undereating. Now, diet and medicine. Unani physicians, they strongly believe that wrong selection and mismanaged of diet may hamper the tabiyat or immunity, which leads to increase in the severity of the disease. And reduction in amount of food is generally advised in acute illnesses. The importance of food and drink, as you see what the Unani physicians, see the founder of the Unani system of medicine, Hippocrates, what he says about the role of the diet. He says, let food be your medicine and medicine be your food. Leave your drugs in the chemist's spot if you can heal the patient with food. The cause of sickness is overeating, and the cause of health is eating like a bird. Take food only when you have the desire. What Aristotle says, he says, the person who takes grape juice, bread and mutton, do physical exercises, taking adequate sleep, would not fall ill frequently. And what Razi says, he says good nutrition, adequate rest, happiness, or the line of treatment or the pillars of curing a disease. This is exactly the stress is laid on the role of the diet as far as all these faculties of life are concerned. The role of diet and nutrition in combating COVID-19, you see, as Dr. Yasir says, that it is a multi-organal disease. In individuals infected with COVID-19, the nutritional status of the host plays a pivotal role to determine the clinical severity and prognosis of the COVID-19. Therefore, optimal diet may be an effective approach in influencing the severity of the COVID-19. For prevention, management and recovery from the COVID-19, following measures are important. And this is actually, these are the studies which says that specific dietary regimen, use of dietary supplements, healthy lifestyle, exercise, yoga, measures that help to regulate inflammatory mediators, and COVID-19 behavioral protocols. This is actually the Ayush way of life. This Ayush way of life, what we have seen, that in COVID-19, with the treatment, we have to apply the Ayush ways of life. Diet and COVID-19, proper nutrition and hydration are important to tackle this disease. And along with that, Unani medicine advocates the intake of nutritional and easily digestible and foods during acute illnesses, including COVID-19. And now, few modifications in our daily routine. which can help in good recovery include protein-rich diet, zinc foods, foods containing vitamin C and vitamin D, and with added herbs like Glycyrrhiza glabra, adrak, bahi, darchini, etc. Now, what were the recommended diets as far as the Ayush principles goes? It was the herbal tea and kahwa based on Glycyrrhiza, darchini, black pepper, and clove. Easily digestible foods like chick soups, mutton soups, vegetable soups, boiled eggs, and in Kashmir we have Kashmiri kahwa made with different spices, and eggs fried with garlic and red chili. Now, specific Unani diets recommended during illness. What is actually, as far as the Unani system goes? There is a treasure as far as this nutrition goes. The treatment of the diseases nutrition goes. There is a treasure as far as the Unani classical medicine is concerned. In Unani system of medicine, the role of diets and drinks for health issues has been considered very much significant. And dietary modification as per Unani, as this is very important. You see, for the communicable diseases, we got vaccines, and maximum of these communicable diseases are eradicated from the world. But what about the NCDs, non-communicable diseases? It is the biggest threat to the humanity, and we say this is the important cause of morbidity throughout the globe. And what is for that? For that, we have got the dietary modifications, which is stated in the Unani system of medicine, that is the Tark-e Giza and Taqleel al-Giza. These two principles are very important. If we want to get rid of these NCDs, then we have to apply this principle in our daily life. Now, special Unani supplements, according to Unani system of medicine, we have got special diets. And you see, this is actually the golden rule that in Unani system of medicine we have got tremendous formulations. These dietary supplements for maximum of the diseases. Like you see, Maul Sheer, it is the barley water. I am going to share my personal experience with you that in kidney stones, this is a very important tool. If we want to get rid of the kidney stones or urinary stones, this Maul Sheer is an important tool with us. I am sharing that I have treated hundreds of patients with this simple, this Maul Sheer. Next, like in Unani, we have got Maul Lahm, Maul Asl, Maul Usul, Maul Bukul, and Scanjabin. These are the important dietary supplements we can treat maximum of the diseases, whether it is the COVID-19 or other diseases. Like that, we have Asifidaj, we have got Sikbaj, we have Muraba, we have Hulwa, we have these Halwa Beze Muruk, we have Hasar Miwa, we have Faluda. These are the different, this is actually in the classical Unani literature, and the name of these supplements and these diets has been recommended by Unani physicians in the different diseases. Now, as far as the different symptoms of the disease goes, Unani physicians, they are giving different diets for different symptoms. For example, for headache, they are giving masoor dal with vinegar and green leafy vegetables. Similarly, for these febrile conditions, barley water, chicken soup, vegetable having cold and moist temperament, mutton of young goat, they are giving the diets according to the symptoms of the disease. And like that, we have got vitamins, and we know in COVID-19, the vitamins, they are like vitamin D and vitamin C, they were actually in the regimen for these COVID-19 patients. And vitamin D, as you know, it's a very important vitamin, and it was recommended by the doctors in COVID-19. And like that, we have B complex vitamins, and we have zinc. We have got some herbs which have played a very important role as far as the COVID-19. Like we have got neem, Azadirachta indica. Similarly, we have got Nigella Sativa. We have got Mentha, we have got Lm sativum and Lm cipa. They have got immunomodulating activity. Along with that, we have got Malva sylvestris, we have got sorrella, we have got mushrooms and garlic and curcumin milk, golden milk, and micronutrients. The diets which I have mentioned in my lecture, they are rich in micronutrients, which is a very important tool in increasing the immunity. And some important points and requests. You see, and as we know, it is a media report that popularity of Ayush has increased by 40% in Jammu and Kashmir. And Ayush schemes at the primary health care level, like tracing, screening, and treating NCDs through Ayush. You see, the popularity in Ayush in the recent years, and I, from the Directorate of Ayush, I give salute to everybody, every stockholder. They have played a very important role in this popularity. But here to mention a person who remains and who has implemented the schemes of Ayush is our director, the director, Dr. Mohan Singh. You see, as far as Ayush health and wellness schemes are concerned, we have got 13 components in that. And all 13 components, the two components which I want to mention here and where he has played a very important role, that is the intersectoral convergence and functional integrity. We have seen in the recent years, in the last 2 years, we have seen number of MOUs which has single-handedly done with the Ministry of, with the Health Department of Health and Department of Family Welfare, and recently, last day, he has signed an MOU with this Morarji Desai Institute. Big applause to my director. And here are actually the dignitaries from the CCRUM, and I have already submitted a detailed project report to my director regarding that. You see, this 40% popularity can be increased to many folds. Sir, Dr. Yasir is here. He is fortunately here from the secretary, from the Department of Secretary. Sir, I have visited about maximum of my Ayush Health and Wellness centers in the Kashmir division. And while interacting with the CHOs or with the public or the PRIs, the demand comes from the public that the menace of the drug addiction, this is the biggest menace which we are facing, which our youth and which our families are facing. And this menace can be eradicated, and I am sure that there are addiction centers and in the health department and in the police department. But sir, here I would like to say that Ayush can play a very important role in that. I have already submitted a detailed report to you, sir. And here are the dignitaries from the CCRM. I request this guide, Professor Assembly Khan Sahab, that give us the funds so that we can train our doctors, we can give the training in the direction so that they can do better at their respective places. We in Ayush Health and Wellness Centers, we have got a compact facilities over there. We have got skilled manpower there. We have got diagnostics over there. We have got medicinal plant, this herbal garden over there. We have got quality drugs.
Please, I may request you again because we are running short of time.
Yes, I know.
Please
sir.
conclude.
But, yes, sir. And we have got we have got these frontline workers there. They can do better in eradicating this menace that is the drug addiction. Next, now what to take to this take-home image? Adopt healthy practices based on the Ayush principles. I am going to share with you. I was hypertensive in 2008. I take drugs for my hypertension, but after a gap of 12 years, I adopted this Ayush way of life. I used to have yoga in the morning. I used to take diet restrictions, but Alhamdulillah today, I am normal. My BP is normal. My lipid profile is normal. So I request you to adopt these Ayush health and principles. Visit these Ayush health and wellness centers. In every district we have got a robust network of our Ayush health and wellness centers. Visit these centers. There we have got yoga instructors. We have got skilled manpower over there. They can guide you. They can guide you nicely.
Thank you, Mushtaq Sahab. Thank
and
you.
adopt self-care model as indicated in the Asbab Zaruriya. In Ayurveda, we have got Dayacharya, Ritucharya, and dietetics. And in this Unani system of medicine, we have got this Asbab Zaruriya. But here I would like to mention that you see, this diet is a very important role. It can, as far as this non-communicable disease is concerned, we have got this Ayush way of, this is the only ray of hope where we can get rid of these communicable diseases. For that, I would like to request these dignitaries from the CCRM people that we should have MD in dietetics as well. It should be there. There should be MD in the dietetics, that this can boost this our Unani system. Thank you very much. जाते जाते मैं एक शेर कहना चाहता हूँ. मंजिल से आगे बढ़कर मंजिल तलाश कर, मिल जाए तुझे दरिया समंदर तलाश कर. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mushtaq Sahab. Thanks a lot.
Now I'll request Dr. Iftikhar Hussain Saab to make a presentation on experience sharing during the COVID-19 pandemic.
सर दोनों का चेंज करना है, यहाँ से भी चेंज करना है और इससे भी चेंज, इससे स्क्रीन चेंज होगी, यहाँ से आपका ये चेंज होगा. ठीक यहाँ से.
Respected Director Dr. Mohan Singh ji, Professor Irshad Saab, Dean University of Kashmir, other dignitaries, I will not take more than 10 minutes time. I would like to share here personal experience during the COVID pandemic. मुझे अच्छी तरह याद है कि मार्च के आखिरी दिन चल रहे थे कि पहला पेशेंट हमने यहाँ पे कोविड पॉजिटिव खानियार का जो श्रीनगर में पॉजिटिव हुआ था, उसके कुछ ही दिनों के बाद जब गवर्नमेंट एक्सरसाइज में आ गई और हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट, आयुष डिपार्टमेंट एक्सरसाइज में आ गए, I got a call from the worthy director Saab and I received an order that I will take care of the Kashmir division regarding the COVID-19. हमने एक टीम बनाया, मेरे साथ दो डॉक्टर्स थे जो दोनों एमडी थे, डॉक्टर अमजद साहब और उनकी मिसेस. We established a control room in Old Secretariat. I will also share here what we faced and what we achieved during these 1.5 years. हमने एक कंट्रोल रूम एस्टैब्लिश किया वहाँ पे, तो इसके साथ हमें गाइडलाइंस मिली अपने डायरेक्टरेट से कि वी विल शेयर आवर स्टाफ with the health department in coordination with the health so that we can जो चैलेंज है हमारे पास हम उसको फेस कर सकते हैं कोविड पेंडेमिक के दौरान. हमने पूरा स्टाफ हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट को दे दिया, जिसमें मतलब मेरे पास अल्फाज नहीं है, आई डोंट हैव वर्ड्स टू एक्सप्रेस हाउ मच आयुष डॉक्टर्स, डिस्ट्रिक्ट ऑफिसर्स, इवन पैरामेडिक्स वर्कड इन ऑल द डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स. इट वाज रियली अप्रिशिएबल दोज डेज. इसके साथ साथ एक और गाइडलाइन आ गई कि हमारे पास जो भी आयुष के इम्यून बूस्टर मेडिसिन है, क्योंकि ये देखा गया थ्रू आउट वर्ल्ड, जब पूरी दुनिया, पूरा ग्लोब जूझ रहा था कि हम क्या करें. इट वाज chaos throughout the world. Nobody knows, even experts, what to do, what we are going to face. But we started at the same time exercise. We received a huge number of quantities of the medicine like immune boosters, जिसमें कुछ मेडिसिन ऐसे थे, मैं कहना चाहूँगा, एक it was the month of the May when I got the call from senior IAS officer, divisional commissioner Mr. Police Saab, कि please visit to my home at Chashma Shahi. It was 10:30 evening. I rushed there. He had a symptoms along with his families. तो मैंने कुछ immune boosters उनके हाथ में थमा दिए. चौथे दिन he called me, कहा میں ٹھیک ہوں. کل ٹیوزڈے ہماری کووڈ کی میٹنگ رہتی تھی, تو ٹیوزڈے ہم میٹنگ اٹینڈ کرنے گئے. بفور ہی اسٹارٹس میٹنگ he told all those who were present, health department, our Ayush department, other agencies who were working in the COVID like municipal corporation, other agencies, اس نے ہاتھ میں اٹھایا اور کہا this is the ultimate. That was the Ayush product. اس نے کہا, مطلب ہاتھ میں اٹھا کے کہا this is the ultimate. اور اس کے ساتھ ساتھ پھر ہم نے یہ میڈیسنز ڈسٹرکٹس میں بانٹ دیے. ڈسٹرکٹ ہیڈ کوارٹرس میں ڈسٹرکٹ آیوش آفیسرس کے سپرویژن میں انہوں نے اپنے دوسرے انسٹیٹیوشن میں بانٹ دیے. تو پھر ہم نے گروپنگ شروع کر دی. پہلے جو اولڈ ایج تھے یا کوموربڈ جو پیشنٹس تھے ان کے بیچ میں ہم نے یہ امیون بوسٹرس میڈیسنس اسٹارٹ کیے ڈسٹریبیوٹ کرنا. اس کے بعد فرنٹ لائن ورکرس, یہ سب میں ہم بانٹتے گئے. لاکھوں کی تعداد میں ہم نے میڈیسن بانٹ دیے اور میڈیسن کی کمی ہمیں کہیں نہیں پڑی. وہ ہمارے ڈائریکٹر صاحب کا ہائیلی تھینک فل, کیونکہ وہ اس وقت جو سٹیج تھا, اس وقت جو کووڈ کی وجہ سے حالات تھے, تو ہم نے بہت کام کیا اس میں. ابھی بھی مجھے فون آ رہے ہیں کچھ ڈسٹرکٹ سے, لائک اننت ناگ, گاندربل اور کپواڑہ سے. کچھ لوگوں کو نمبر ملا تھا ان دنوں, کیونکہ میں ٹی وی پہ بھی آیا تھا 7-8 بار, ریڈیو پہ بھی آئے تھے. تو جیسے مشتاق صاحب نے بھی کہا یہاں پہ کہ جو لائف سٹائل ہے, ہیلدی لائف سٹائل پہ ہم نے زیادہ فوکس کیا. ہم نے ٹی وی پہ بھی بتایا کہ یہ بھی دیکھا گیا کہ موسٹ آف دا پیپل وائر ایسمپٹمیٹک بٹ دے ور پازیٹیو آلسو, اینڈ اٹ واز فاؤنڈ کہ جن کو امیون سسٹم مضبوط ہے اپنے جسم کے اندر, انہوں نے فیس کر دیا ایسے سمٹمز کو. تو ہمارا فوکس بھی یہی تھا. یہ امیون بوسٹر میڈیسنز ہم ساتھ ساتھ بانٹتے گئے, اور کچھ چیلنجز بھی ہم نے فیس کیے اس دوران, کیونکہ وی ویر اے لمیٹڈ ٹیم ان اے ڈویژنل کنٹرول روم, اور ہمارے بہت سارے ڈاکٹرز تھے جو دوسرے کنٹرول روم میں تھے, جو ٹیلی میڈیسنس کے جو ہے لوگوں تک تھرو ٹیلی فون پہنچاتے تھے اپنے گائیڈ لائنز اور اپنے سجیشنز ہاؤ ٹو ٹیکل دس کووڈ. وی ویر not having someday for a few days a room. We were not having an office. I remember well, me and my colleague Dr. Amjad Saab, ہم میری گاڑی میں بیٹھے, ہم نے آپریٹ وہیں سے کیا 2 دن. پھر تیسرے دن ڈیوکام صاحب سے پھر میٹنگ ہو گئی, تو میں نے ان کو ریکویسٹ کیا, میں نے کہا جگہ نہیں ہے کہیں پہ, تو اینڈ دے پرووائڈیڈ اس دا آفس. دین وی کنٹینیو دیئر. یہ ساری ایکسپیرئنسز ہم نے ہیلتھ ڈپارٹمنٹ تک بھی پہنچا دی. بعد میں ایک ایسا سٹیج آیا کہ ہم نے یہ امیون بوسٹر میڈیسن ڈیمانڈ پہ, ہم نے خود سے نہیں بلکہ ڈیمانڈ پہ, ڈیوکام آفس میں, ڈسٹرکٹ آفسز میں, ڈسٹرکٹ کمشنرز کے آفسز میں, پولیس لائنز میں, مطلب جتنے بھی گورنمنٹ ڈپارٹمنٹس تھے ان میں ہم نے بانٹنا شروع کر دیا. اینڈ وی ریسیوڈ اے ویری گڈ رسپانس فار دیٹ. اور اس کے بعد ہم لوگوں میں چلے گئے, آؤٹ ریچ ہم نے کر دیا. اس کے ساتھ ساتھ ناٹ اونلی وی ڈسٹریبیوٹ دا امیون بوسٹر میڈیسن, بٹ ایٹ دا سیم ٹائم ہم نے اویئرنیس بھی دے دی لوگوں کو, اویئرنیس کی ہاؤ ٹو بی سیف, کیونکہ اس میں کچھ لمیٹڈ چیزیں تھیں جسے ہم سیف رکھ سکتے, جیسے کہ ہاتھ کا بار بار دھونا, ماسک کا استعمال کرنا, سوشل ڈسٹینسنگ, اور یہ ساری چیزیں ہم لوگوں تک پہنچا دے گئے. ہمارے ٹیمز فونز پہ بھی لوگوں کو گائیڈنس دیتے گئے, اور ہم آؤٹ ریچ پہ لوگوں تک بھی پہنچ گئے. مجھے اب بھی یاد ہے بانڈی پورہ سے مجھے ایک بار رات کے 12:30 بجے ایک فوٹو آیا واٹس ایپ پہ, ہمارے کولیگس ڈاکٹرس کنٹیکٹ ٹریسنگ میں 12:30 بجے رات بالکل سڑکوں پہ تھے, ویئرنگ دس آل PPE کٹس, ادر تھنگس. ابھی بھی میرے پاس وہ پکچرس موجود ہیں. اٹ واز اے ونڈرفل ایکسپیرئنس. تو اس کووڈ کے دوران جتنی بھی ہم نے محنت کی, بفور آئی کنکلوڈ, کیونکہ دس از اے ایکسپیرئنس بریف وچ آئی شیئر ود یو پیپل سر, کہ ہمارا جو آیوش جو ہے, خاص کر جو میڈیسنز ہم نے ڈسٹریبیوٹ کر دیے امیون بوسٹر, اٹ گاٹ ریئلی پروموٹیڈ. کیونکہ ابھی تک بھی میں فون پہ بات کر رہا ہوں کچھ لوگوں سے جو ہمیں پوچھ رہے ہیں کہ کچھ پروڈکٹس کے بارے میں, کہ یہ پروڈکٹس بہت ہیلپ فل ہے. ہم نے جو ہی ہمیں سمٹمز لگ رہے تھے, اپر ریسپیریٹری ٹریکٹ یا سور تھروٹ, تو ہم لیتے تھے تو ہمیں فرق ہوتا تھا, خاص کر وہ جوشاندہ جو تھا. یہ ساری ایکسپیرئنس ہمیں یہ بالکل سکھاتی ہے کہ جس طریقے سے ہمارے آیوش ڈپارٹمنٹ نے پورے اسٹیٹ میں کام کر دیا, ہیلتھ ڈپارٹمنٹ کے کوآرڈینیشن ان کے ساتھ کوآرڈینیٹ کر کے, ڈویژنل ایڈمنسٹریشن, ڈسٹرکٹ ایڈمنسٹریشنز کے ساتھ, ڈسٹرکٹ لیول آفیسرز ہمارے آیوش کے, سب نے مل کر کام کیا, اور ہم اس کو रोकने में, इसके बारे में अवेयरनेस करने में हम कामयाब हो गए। तो हमारा आयुष डिपार्टमेंट हमेशा आगे रहता है ऐसे चीज़ों में। तो मुझे इंशाल्लाह उम्मीद है कि आगे भी अगर कुछ ऐसी भी पेंडेमिक लाइक अल्लाह न करे ऐसा फिर से दोबारा हो, तो हमारा डिपार्टमेंट इसके साथ साथ जो है शाना बशाना काम करेगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Distinguished participants, Dr. Mohan Singh ji, and the people with me on the dais. It has been a wonderful experience for maybe 1 hour or so. Reason being that you may not have heard about me, who I am. I am basically a person working on herbal medicine for the last 30 years. I am from this field, and I know that whatever plant resources we have throughout the world, identified 1.75 million species, 80% still unidentified, and in my opinion, all of them have properties, and all of them have medicinal properties. And whatever we have heard, whatever we have seen during the last almost 3 years now, and whatever we have passed through, the tendencies had been to identify the resources which can help us to overcome this pandemic. Initially, the concept was perhaps we can synthesize something and use that as a remedy. But now we have come to a stage where we know that nature has provided us resources. We have to only use them in a way in which we can be able to not only resist to this pandemic, but also be able to help people to recover from such sort of ailments. Because initial concept was that it is not a well-known pandemic. It is simply a sort of a theme that can enforce us to sort of reduce our movements or stop us from participating in discussions, etc., etc. And what we saw and what we have passed through during the last 3 years has been a wonderful experience for all the naturalists to identify resources which can help us to overcome such pandemics. Whatever the presentations so far have been in this, I have not been able to be participant of all these, but the theme is that nature has provided us resources. We have only to be very sure in terms of how and when to use it. I'll give you a few examples. I've been working on medicinal plant flora of J&K. Total number of species that we have identified in Kashmir is 2,200. And I have documented medicinal usage of 1,365. That means almost all the plants are medicinal. Now visualize, if we as herbalists analyze what the resources within these plants are, how we can use them to overcome such pandemics, a time will come that we will be self-dependent in all aspects. Ordinarily we will expecting by vaccination develop hogi America mein, Europe mein, France mein, Germany mein, and so on and so forth. But now a time has come that we can assess our resources and try to develop plans and strategies to actually identify resources which can help us to not only prevent but help people who have suffered this ailment to recover in toto. Because the recovery has been in majority of the cases not that good, because they are still suffering from certain ailments. There are weaknesses in the bodies. There are weaknesses in different organs and systems of the patients. Yet we can, as herbalists, encourage them to use certain products which can help them to overcome. Kashmir University has suffered a lot. We have lost 2 wonderful teachers in the university. One was my colleague in the Department of Zoology, and he was very young. Actually, he got promoted as an associate professor. He had yet to join, but Almighty took him away. Another was from the Department of Electronics. He was also now heading towards being a director of a particular campus, but unfortunately, within a span of 3-4 days, he could not actually survive. Those experiences, compared with the survival of 2 of my best friends, Professor Akbar Masood Saab also suffered from same thing, but he recovered in toto. Talat Saab, Honorable Vice Chancellor, he suffered from same thing, but he also recovered. That showed us nothing is impossible. We have to assess as naturalists, as practitioners, what are the resources which can be utilized, assessed, and then recommended to be used as a remedial measures. I hope and pray whatever presentations were made, whatever discussions have so far been taken place in this seminar, we can actually take away with us a message to educate our community members, our students, our teachers, our friends, etc., so that they can also be able to guide others how we can overcome. With these words, I thank all the participants and the presenters and the members with me on the dais that I have been given this opportunity to be a part of this particular session and try to share my experience about the herbal remedies for such diseases. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ishar Saab. Professor Saab has really educated us, and but our additional chief secretary yesterday was saying that WHO has recognized rather going to establish a center of traditional medicines. So I think in that direction, Professor Irshad Saab has made us wiser with regard to the properties of many medicinal plants. Now I will tell Dr. Wahid that he will add on. He was telling lesser species. So I will tell Dr. Wahid to add on and interact with the Professor Saab. But I'm thankful to all of you that you heard nicely. I would say few words. All the speakers, one online and others offline, educated us a lot. But what we learned, what I personally feel, that health sector was one sector which was having at the government level also lesser funding, lesser priority, but this COVID-19 has come as an opportunity to us. We should accept like this, that rather amongst the health sector also, maternal health, child health, and non-communicable diseases, which Dr. Mushtaq was telling that these diseases are a big disaster, all these were sidelined and the maximum funding came to this area. So we had no problem with the funding, and the government realized that this is the area which needs maximum funding. Even our equipments were being stopped, that we will carry on with the present equipments, but for COVID-19 maximum, for example, we people, I will tell you my experience. I have done health administration, but these oxygen generation plants and biomedical waste and other areas, we used to think that it is someone else's domain. So with this COVID-19, today our hospitals all over the UT of J&K have been expanded, normal beds, ICU beds, infrastructure wise, equipment wise also we got lot of funding. Now we are prepared for, God forbids, if there is some other pandemic or some other emergency, we people are prepared a lot, and rather it has come as an opportunity for Ayush sector, because we prior to this Ayush was not given that much priority, as Dr. Ghazi told that allopathic people understood the interdependence. Rather, I would like to say that Dr. Ghazi was on the front line and allopathic people were on the back seat, because he was leading the show. So we people got an opportunity that we focused, and you will not believe it, what I saw, that there was lot of pressure, as there is was a pressure whether I will get Shamshani Bhatti, whether I will get this Tulsi, whether I will get Chavanprash, whether I will get Unab, Sapistan, Malab, you will not believe it. People used to ring from, as he said, Divcom to the poorest of the poor. Everybody used to ring me, and I relocated drugs in various districts from one district to the other districts to the other, so that it could suffice. So to my understanding, we as a Ayush established, rather, we got an opportunity, and with the support of the Professor Irshad and others from Medicinal Plant Board also, I hope that in future medicinal plant will be researched. We will have more and more research in this area, and I am sure that our traditional systems will grow, and we will people have, faith has become of the people of the UT of J&K especially, that we can be, I still believe, as he said, that by demand, I still believe when in isolation centers, I went to the doctors, being allopathy doctor, I am telling you, yaar ye kya hai, ye to aap kuch hame aise hi convince kar rahe ho. तो नहीं मैं आई एम ऑल्सो सेम. So ultimately what happened कि the time came that from each and every ward, each and every department, the allopathy doctors rang me that मुझे ये immunomodulator drugs please provide करवा दो. So now we have reached to this level. Yoga asanas and pranayams, our yoga teams, we have reached to the, as Dr. Mushtaq has told, that we have reached to each and every village rather. Our dispensaries are at very inaccessible areas. We are going to convert all the dispensaries into health and wellness centers. So my request to all of you is this, that what we have achieved, we should sustain it and we should improve it. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Best of luck.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to our chairpersons, Dr. Mohan Singh and Professor Irshad Ahmed Nauchu, Dean Research University of Kashmir, for chairing this event and for having such a wonderful experience to be with you, sir, for being here. Thank you so much. I extend warm thanks to all the worthy speakers, Professor Imamuddin, who joined us through virtual mode, then Dr. Yasir Ahmed Rathir, who are very much here, Dr. Mushtaq Ahmed and Dr. Iftikhar Hussain Ghazi. Now I request Professor Irshad Ahmed Nauchu, Dean Research University of Kashmir, to present memento as a token of appreciation and gratitude to Dr. Yasir Ahmed Rathir, Professor, Government Psychiatry Hospital, GMC Srinagar. So big round of applause. Put your hands together for the same. Now I request Dr. Mohan Singh, Director, Indian Systems of Medicine, Ayush J&K, to present memento as a token of appreciation to Dr. Mushtaq Ahmed, Divisional Nodal Officer, Ayush Health and Wellness Centers, Kashmir Division. I will request Professor Irshad Ahmed Nauchu again to do the honors of presenting memento as a token of appreciation to Dr. Iftikhar Hussain Ghazi, MS Kashmir Tibia College and Hospital and Research Center, Shalting, Sumbul, Jammu and Kashmir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now I request Dr. Seema, Assistant Director in Charge, RRIM Srinagar, to present memento and bouquet as a token of love and respect to Dr. Mohan Singh, Director, Indian System of Medicine, Ayush J&K. So big round of applause for the same. Now please, ma'am, do the honors again of presenting memento as a token of love and respect to Professor Irshad Ahmed Nauchu, Dean Research University of Kashmir. Thank you so much. Thanks to all the participants, worthy speakers, rapporteurs. Thank you for being here and for making this session a wonderful experience, and it was really informative session over here. Thank you so much. Now we will proceed with another scientific session. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. कर दो let's move forward with another scientific session. It's the last session. I will request all overheads, so please be seated because we are proceeding with one more session, one more scientific session over here. So ladies and gentlemen, it's a matter of privilege and pleasure to welcome all of you here again in this one more scientific session, last session it is of this event. And this session will be chaired by Professor Zulfikar Ali Bhatt, former Head Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, University of Kashmir. Sir, I request please grace our stage with your presence. Professor Zulfikar Ali Bhatt is the former head and presently working as professor in the Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences and has additional charge as Head Department of Computer Sciences, University of Kashmir. Dr. Bhatt joined university services in the year 1997 as lecturer and has since continued in the same department as a faculty member. He did his B Pharma and M Pharma from Sagar University, MP in the year 1992 and PhD from Jamia Hamda, New Delhi in 2006. He has more than 25 years of teaching experience at UG level and around 15 years of teaching and research experience at University of Kashmir. Sir, we are truly humbled to have you here. Thank you. So, another chairperson who is going to chair this session is Professor Mubashir Hussain Masoodi. Sir, please come on stage and grace our stage with your presence. Thank you. Dr. Mubashir Hussain Masoodi is presently working as Professor and Head Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences at the University of Kashmir, J&K, India. He holds PhD in Pharmaceutical Chemistry from School of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Jamia Hamda, New Delhi, and postdoctoral fellowship from National Center for Natural Products, University of Mississippi, USA. Professor Masoodi has more than 20 years of teaching and 10 years of research experience and in the field of natural product research. He is recipient of several national and international fellowships and awards such as Indo-US UGC Raman Postdoctoral Fellowship, Young Scientist Award 2010 by J&K State Council for Science and Technology, and Best Publication Award by Indian Drug Manufacturers Association, Mumbai. He has published more than 80 research papers in national and international journals, 12 book chapters, and is editor of One Springer Nature. So big round of applause for Professor Mubashir Hussain Masoodi. So the theme of this session is Traditional Systems of Medicine for Non-Communicable Diseases, that is NCDS. And the worthy speakers who are going to join for this scientific session is Professor Muhammad Idris, A&U Tibia College, Karol Bagh, New Delhi. He is going to join us through virtual mode. Then Professor Arif Zaidi, he is also going to join us through virtual mode. He is Principal, College of Medicine and Healing Arts, UK. Third speaker is Dr. Imamul Haq, Assistant Professor, Government Medical College, Srinagar. Sir, please grace our stage with your presence. Professor Imamul Haq. Big round of applause for Professor Imamul Haq. Thank you. One more speaker with us will be Dr. Irfan Bande, Senior Medical Officer, Unani Directorate of Ayush, Jammu and Kashmir. Sir, please grace our stage with your presence. Please have a seat, sir. Dr. Inamul Haq, please, sir. Dr. Irfan Bande, I will request again to grace our stage with your presence. Thank you, sir. And the rapporteurs for this session are Dr. Pradeep Kumar, Research Officer Pathology, Dr. Zeba Afreen, Research Associate, Dr. Fauzia Azmi, PG Scholar, RRIUM Srinagar. Over to you, sir. Over to you, sir. Okay. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon to all of you. In this session today, We have first speaker, Professor Mohammad Idris, and he is from Tibia College, Karol Bagh, New Delhi. And he'll be deliberating upon the topic, experience sharing during COVID-19 pandemic. So we have...
हाँ सर, प्रोफेसर मोहम्मद इदरीस ऑनलाइन है,
okay.
इनके बदले या सर
Okay, we have Professor Mohammad Idris.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, respected chairs of this scientific session, Professor Zulfikar Ali Bhatt, Professor Mubashir Hussain Masoodi Sahib, reporters Dr. Pradeep Kumar, Research Officer, CCRU, Dr. Zeba Afreen, and Dr. Fawzia Azmi, my student. Ladies and gentlemen, today's my talk is based on two parts. Part one of my talk based on the tribute to the Masiul Mulk Hakim Muhammad Ajmal Khan Sahib, who was the great visionary of not only Unani system of medicine, but all system, including Ayurveda. Tibia College pandemic story, which was started a century ago when the influenza pandemic was arrived in Delhi in the month of September 1918. And after 2 years of this pandemic, and right now, after passing more than 100 years, the current COVID-19 pandemic, Hakim Ajmal Khan's approach to public health from pandemic, that is the plague or taun, which was ravaged different parts of India, and pandemic of influenza, which was popularly known at that time the Spanish flu, and establishment of isolation ward at Ayurvedic and Unani Tibia College Hospital way back in 1918. At that time, the college buildings were constructed, and during that period, the influenza pandemic arrived in Delhi, so that all the construction was shut down, and an isolation ward was built up in the hospital campus, and a number of patients were admitted in this ward. So this was the first approach towards the handle of toward how to tackle the pandemic by having patients in a isolation part. This is the vision of Hakim Ajmal Khan Sahib, and how he managed the influenza pandemic through preventive and treatment of Unani system of medicine, and how relevant is nowadays and applicable to current COVID-19 pandemic. And the part two relates to the Unani system of medicine for non-communicable diseases, and finally, the long COVID. This is the man. This is a visionary of his times, far ahead of his times. Next. This is the Ayurvedic Unani Tibia College Hospital at the very early stage during the 1920s. And this was the isolation part at the corner of the hospital campus. This is the Al-Taun, a publication for the, a booklet in the booklet form, a publication for the public awareness, was prepared by Hakim Ajmal Khan Sahib, and it was translated into many regional languages, in Marathi for the Pune distribution, and some other Hindi and some other language, and in Bengali also for the people of Bengal. This was a book having the mode of treatment from the physicians of Khandani Sharifi, which he belongs. Hakim Ajmal Khan was a renowned physician belonging to this Sharif Manzil, named after Hakim Sharif Khan Sahib. So in this book, he mentioned the treatment of Nazla Zukam Babai. He coined the name of influenza or Spanish flu pandemic by Nazla Zukam Babai, and provided the symptoms, aswab, alamat, and ilaj. And this chapter of the book mentioned that some renowned doctor of Delhi at that time came to him at Sharif Manzil, where he practiced, or his mata was located, and they consulted Hakim Ajmal Khan Sahib regarding the treatment of influenza disease, and he has provided some treatment to doctors and public at large. This episode was mentioned in a novel by the name of Twilight in Delhi by Ahmed Ali. It's a very famous novel. It is included in the MA English curriculum. So in this novel, the whole episode of influenza pandemic was mentioned, including the character of Hakim Ajmal Khan as it is, by his name. How he was approached by the people suffering from this pandemic, and how he treated each and every person's in his locality and outside, and without any charge. So this is very famous novel. And the management of COVID-19 pandemic, I'll share my experience during the first COVID-19 pandemic wave. At that time, the disease was new, the people was very much afraid of. In our hospital, we established a dedicated COVID healthcare center. It was functional with effect from April 2020 to January 21st. It has a 100-bedded facility for male and female patients separately. And during that period,
you have 5 minutes more, sir.
More than 1,000 COVID-19 positive cases, mild to moderate symptomatic patients were treated there without having any death, thanks Allah. And the patient's age ranged between the 2.5 years old kid to the 80 years of senior people. We had also COVID-19 testing center for RT-PCR and rat test and vaccination centers, we also prepared Jushanda, which was different from the Ayush Jushanda, which is still very popular. That Unani Jushanda was formulated, prepared and packaged by postgraduate department of Ilmul Sedla in this college. And right now we are equipped with a 100-bedded makeshift hospital facility with ICU and oxygen facility for the future exigency. If any wave, fourth wave comes, then we are ready to encounter that. During that period, the Central Council for Research in Unani Medicines assigned a clinical trial which was conducted at our facility. The title of that clinical trial was a prospective interventional case control randomized study to observe and assess the safety and efficacy of Unani regimen in preventing the progression of severity of the disease in hospitalized SARS-CoV-2 tested positive asymptomatic and mild to moderate symptomatic COVID-19 cases managed as per the Government of India COVID-19 management guideline at a COVID-19 management facility at Ayurvedic and Unani Tibia College Hospital. The outcome of this study, as you seen on the screen, the outcome is was very significant in terms of the cut down of the hospitalization time in interventional group. We have the number of days cut down in comparison to the control. That was the 13, and in control group was the 21 days. So this study shows very significant result. This is our Unani Joshanda, which I referred earlier. It contains the 7 ingredients rather than the 4 in Ayush Joshanda. It contains the Rihan, Darchini, Zanjabil, Filfilsia, but we added 3 more Unani single drugs by the name of Aslusus, Asgand and Giloy, which is still in the distribution. Now, the second part is based on the long COVID. We are all witnessing a number of cases which have already COVID-19 positive and survived, and they are daily coming in our OPDs. So the WHO has defined all the symptoms under the heading of long COVID. So WHO's definition of post-COVID-19 condition, commonly referred as the long COVID, via Delphi consensus, which was notified on 6th October last year. So WHO defines
time is running short now, sir. Try to conclude, please.
Post-COVID-19 condition occurs in individuals with a history of probable or confirmed SARS-CoV-2 infection, usually 3 months from the onset of COVID-19, with symptoms that last for at least 2 months and cannot be explained by an alternative diagnosis. Common symptoms include fatigue, shortness of breath, cognitive dysfunction, but also others, and generally have an impact on everyday functioning. Symptoms may be new onset, following initial recovery from an acute COVID-19 episode, or persist from the initial illness. Symptoms
Professor Mohammed Idris,
may also
I would like to interrupt here.
lack.
Kindly try to conclude, sir, your concluding remarks now.
Okay. I have 2 more slides.
Okay, sir.
So these are some papers which were published in the various journals, PLOS Medicine, BMJ, The Lancet, regarding the long COVID. And recently, a bill was introduced in the US Congress by one gentleman, the Senator, Mr. Ken of Virginia State. The bill actually is named after the long COVID, that is the Care for Long COVID Act on post-acute sequelae of COVID-19, commonly referred as long COVID, with the following objectives: research on US healthcare systems response to post-acute sequelae of COVID-19, and education and dissemination of information, intra-agency coordination in public engagement and information dissemination, research with respect to Medicaid coverage of long-term symptoms of COVID-19, and finally, the program to support the legal and social service assistance for individuals with post-acute sequelae of COVID-19.
Thank you, Professor Mohammed Idris, sir. We
Thank
really
you, sir.
appreciate
Thank
for your
you.
time and for being with us. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
And I hand it over to Professor Zulfikar Ali Bhatt for inviting the next participant.
Assalamu alaikum, and our next speaker is Dr. Inamul Haq. He is working as assistant professor in Government Medical College, Srinagar, and has done MD in community medicine. Well, my only request is we stick to the time. That is, we have a slot of 20 minutes, 15 minutes for the lecture and 5 minutes for interaction.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, first I will request help for my presentation. I hope we have my presentation over here. Can someone help me with that? Okay. So I haven't been here for the last 2 days. I came just about half an hour back, so I really don't know about the proceedings of the various sessions that were conducted yesterday or even early today morning. But since I came here, I could see most of the discussions revolving around COVID-19, its experiences, preventions, precautions, and what was done and what could have been done or what could be done in the future. Let's shift our focus from infectious diseases to diseases which do not have an infectious origin. Let's talk about something which has been a problem since decades and is going to remain a problem in the future as well. Let's talk something about non-communicable diseases. Diseases having a chronic origin, there are chronic diseases which do not have an infectious origin. So this, there is a national health program, we call it as the National Program for the Prevention and Control of Cancers, Diabetes, Mellitus, Cardiovascular Disease and Stroke. This first page, I got a paragraph from the program, which is a program to prevent and control non-communicable diseases. And it talks about various risk factors of non-communicable diseases. It lists tobacco, alcohol, unhealthy diet, physical inactivity, high salt intake, use of trans fats, high blood pressure and obesity as the major risk factors for many non-communicable diseases. This is the starting paragraph of that module, and by this you can understand that the focus of this particular program would be on prevention of non-communicable diseases through the prevention or modification of those listed risk factors. May I have the next slide, please? Next slide, please. So I'll be focusing on the topic that has been assigned to me. But if I ask you that what are the different risk factors of non-communicable diseases, in fact, few weeks back I attended an online course on non-communicable diseases, and they listed 4 metabolic risk factors and 4 behavioral risk factors. If you go through the World Health Organization website, when we talk about non-communicable diseases, they list 4 behavioral risk factors and 4 metabolic risk factors. As I have listed them over here, the 4 behavioral risk factors: tobacco use, physical inactivity, unhealthy diet, and harmful use of alcohol. And 4 metabolic risk factors: raised blood pressure, overweight or obesity, hyperglycemia, and hyperlipidemia. May I have the next slide, please? So here in what these slides, actually they might not be visible to you, but this slide over here shows what are the major causes of death in the world. So this data is for 2019, and if you this is the global data, the global causes of death in 2019. The first one is cardiovascular diseases, the second one is cancers, and the third one is chronic respiratory diseases. And if you go to the next slide, please. So the next slide is for data for India. It lists the same 3 causes in a different order. It's cardiovascular diseases, then cancers, and chronic respiratory diseases in a different order, but the same 3 disorders as the major causes of death globally. So this should give us some idea about the importance of non-communicable diseases, how important non-communicable diseases are. And the problem is accentuated by the fact that now the lifespan of humans is increasing. We now have more people in the old age group. Therefore, we can see in the future that because those non-communicable diseases, most of them are related to age and are more common in the elderly population, we'll have growing numbers of people with non-communicable diseases in the future as well. Next slide, please. Now, there is this one risk factor which we ignore, whether we are in academics teaching MBBS or maybe BMS students or any other health-related disciplines about non-communicable diseases and their risk factors. We list those 4 behavioral risk factors and those 4 metabolic risk factors. Or when we are making policies like we saw in the NPCD-CS document, we ignore the environmental risk factors. Most importantly, the air pollution, and there are many others. May I have the next slide, please? So these are the environmental risk factors, which are defined as all the external physical, chemical, biological, and work-related factors that affect a person's health, excluding factors in natural environments that cannot be reasonably modified. Environmental risks to health include pollution, radiation, noise, land use patterns, work environment, and climate change. Let me give you an example, apart from air pollution. Now, chronic respiratory diseases are the number 3 cause of death in India in 2019. NPCDS document does not include prevention and control of chronic respiratory diseases, most of which are because of those environmental risk factors like air pollution. So how many of you would believe that we do not have a walk-friendly road in Srinagar, for example? We do not have a cycling-friendly road or roads in Srinagar. If you are motivated enough to exercise and walk or run daily, you do not have a walk-friendly road or a walk-friendly environment. So urban building policies are important over there. So there is a role of other departments apart from health in this case. Next slide, please. You see, this is the role of non-communicable diseases in causation of in death. You say about 23% of all global deaths are linked to environmental pollutants. 23% of the deaths that are caused in the world today are linked to the non-communicable diseases, are linked to the environmental risk factors. And if we go to the different diseases which are related to those environmental risk factors, you will see number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. First 5 diseases which are related to those environmental risk factors are all non-communicable diseases. So we have number 1 is stroke, number 2 is chronic. Okay, we think that, for example, we think that because environmental risk factors, one of the major environmental risk factor is air pollution. So you might think that it's only the chronic respiratory diseases, for example, the COPD, which is caused because of those non-communicable, which is caused because of air pollution. Let's move to the next slide, please. 22% of all global deaths because of non-communicable diseases are attributable to environmental pollution. Environmental risk factors contribute 22% of all deaths because of non-communicable diseases. We can move to next slide, please. So in here you can see that the tallest bar over here is it's about smoking, okay? Because tobacco use is one of the major risk factors for all non-communicable diseases, which of course includes the cardiovascular diseases as well as cancers, and we know that most of the cancers are related to smoking. But then you can see the next, no, please, back, yeah. The first bar, which ranks at number 3, what these bars basically show is that what percentage of the disease is attributable to that particular risk group or to that particular risk factor. So we can see over here that the third largest bar over here is pollution. Third largest bar over here is because of those environmental risk factors, which we ignore when we teach in academics or when we make some policies related to non-communicable disease prevention and control. May I have the next slide, please? So you might think that only COPD or chronic obstructive pulmonary disease or other chronic respiratory diseases have a component related to the environmental risk factors. But herein you see 15% of all ischemic heart disease is attributable to household air pollution. Another 15% of all ischemic heart disease is related to ambient air pollution. 4%.
We're short of time. Oh. Sum up.
3% lead. Can we move to next slide, please? Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. So this is for COPD. So in COPD, of course, the air pollution is a major factor. So we have around 29% of all COPD because of household air pollution. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Then there is one more thing. So one important thing is that once the scientists now believe that these environmental risk factors, they induce some epigenetic changes which increase the risk of non-communicable diseases throughout the life cycle as well as through generations. So early life exposure to environmental risk factors is as important as a continued exposure to environmental risk factors. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. May I have the next slide, please? The next slide, please. The next one. So because we are running short of time, so that I thought we could skip some slides. So this is what we can do. But this is what we can do to decrease the burden of non-communicable diseases by interventions directed to the environmental risk factors. So we have, for example, replacing traditional household polluting fuels like wood, kerosene, coal, etc. with clean technology and fuels. I know that I believe that for all of us in the room would not be using any of those fuels and will be solely dependent on LPG, but I also do believe that there's a large chunk of our population and in the other areas as well who still use those polluting fuels. So shifting to clean fuel vehicles is another thing that we can do. And one important thing that we can do in Kashmir and in other parts of India as well is stopping the open burning of waste. So open burning of waste is a very harmful risk factor which induces non-communicable diseases in many populations. And there is one last thing that I would like to touch over here is that is about the radon exposure. So radon is a radioactive element which is responsible for around 10 to 15% of all lung cancer cases. So my brother was a smoker. So when I told him, because I was in preventive medicine, so I told him that, look, you should not smoke because smoking induces lung cancer and may lead to a higher risk of lung cancer. He said that Fala died of lung cancer. He was a non-smoker. So we should understand that all those non-communicable diseases, they have a multifactorial causation, and not only that, there are many different risk factors which might be related to those non-communicable diseases. These many different risk factors, they interact with each other in a very complex and less understood manner to induce diseases. So remember that it's not just the cigarette smoking or the air pollution which might lead to lung cancers or other cancers for that matter. It's also something known as radon, which is increasingly implicated in different lung cancer cases. And I don't know if we have some building codes for radon, or we have some the level of exposure to radon in our environments. We hope so that in the future we will have such research as well, and we hope that the policies that we make at the national or the state level or at our individual level will be to prevent the risk of non-communicable diseases through the environmental risks. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Inamul Haq. It was a very informative lecture. Since morning, most of the lectures have been revolving around COVID, but for a change, I saw a lecture that was basically on non-communicable diseases. I thank you once again for this wonderful lecture, informative lecture.
Next participant today is Dr. Irfan Bande, who is basically presently working as Senior Medical Officer in Directorate of Ayush J&K and is also IEC Coordinator, Directorate of Ayush. And his topic is role of Unani medicine in combating NCDs. Dr. Irfan, please.
Respected dignitaries on the stage of the dais, my colleagues and friends, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. As you know, there's a paradigm shift from, as my colleague already said, there is a paradigm shift from communicable diseases to non-communicable disease. So the focus is more on prevention and focus is more on well-being rather than disease-oriented strategy. My topic will touch a little on the programs which is running on the national level. Then I will touch what Ministry of Ayush, Government of India has taken a lead through Ayush Health Wellness Centers for providing prevention and treatment of these NCDs. Then I will touch what will be the role of Unani doctor by utilizing this preventive and promotive aspect of Unani for these NCDs. So change the slide, please. So if you see what my colleague was already discussing, why we are focused on this is because 70% of the deaths, change the slide please, 70% of the deaths throughout the world are now occurring per year due to NCDs, and that is actually 41 million. And we see in the age group of 30 to 69, it is actually 80% which are dying prematurely. So if preventive aspect is focused, these deaths can be reversed, the number of percentage can be decreased. Now in this case we see, what I will not touch more on this page because already this has been discussed. We see that 4 diseases are basically which are causing 80% of the deaths in NCDs. These are cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, cancers, and the last one is this COPDs. If we see the Indian scenario is the same, but my colleague was saying 62% is all mortality rate is in man is by the same disease, these 4 diseases. We are becoming a diabetic hub. We have 7 crore people suffering from diabetes. Same number of people are in pre-diabetic stage, and in coming years we are becoming the diabetic capital of world. In cancers, we have 34% of cancers due to oral, breast, cervical cancers are the leading causes of these deaths. Change the slide, please. Now, what program is already run by national program is running? It is NPCDCS, which my colleague was saying. the focus of this NPCDCS, it was introduced in 2010. 2015, it was introduced in all states. Focus was on infrastructure development so that we can combat these diseases, human resource development, health promotion, early diagnosis, management, and referral. Change the slide, please. The focus was on 4 diseases, what I already said: cardiovascular disease, cancer, chronic respiratory disease, and diabetes. Focus of these was on 4 other factors, that was these modifiable factors: tobacco use, harmful use of alcohol, physical inactivity, and unhealthy diet. Change the slide. Strategy was to prevent through behavioral change, early diagnosis, and treatment. Change the slide. Now these are the ways how we, the national program was running presently. It was saying we touch the modifiable factors, that's the behavioral factors, unhealthy diet, physical inactivity, tobacco use, alcohol use, and stress needs to be changed. We want to change the behavior in these factors, and we see in all these diseases, if you see the graph, all the diseases, these 5 factors are playing the important role. That is the unhealthy diet, sedentary life, tobacco use, alcohol, and stress. Change the slide. So to remember, in short, we remembered it as A, B, C, D, and E: avoid alcohol; B, physically active; C, cut down salt and sugar; D, don't use tobacco products; E, eat plenty of vegetables and fruits. Change the slide. This was the infrastructure which is actually developed for NCDs throughout India. In every state, we have a national cell, then state cell, then district cell, then district level these cells to monitor these type of diseases. Now change the slide. Now I will come to, change the slide please. Next. Now this was the focus. Focus was at outreach level. We will go for screening and prevention at CHC and these sub-center level. Then at higher levels, we will have centers for diagnosis and treatment. At the lower level, we will have screening only, and the patient which we can treat at that level, they will be only treated there. Those which have complications, they will go to higher levels, that is CHC and district level. Now change the slide please. Now came the concept of wellness centers. Why wellness center concept came? It was seen that this PHC level and NCD level, this sub-center level is giving fragment of this healthcare. It is not complete healthcare there, and only it was a national sample survey organization found that only 11% are utilizing in rural areas these sub-centers and PHCs, and in urban areas only 3% are using. Rest are moving towards tertiary and secondary level. Now what that was causing the problem, one was out of pocket expenditure of the patient was increased. Most of the time was utilized in this, and the people were not getting the treatment which they wanted at their grassroots level. Now comes the concept of wellness centers. Change the slide please. Mandate was given that we will have a comprehensive primary health care at grassroots level. What was that? That was we can have preventive, promotive, curative, rehabilitative, and palliative treatment at grassroots level. For this, what we will do, we will have in this National Health Policy and the WHO Traditional Medicine Strategy 2014 and 2023 emphasize harnessing of knowledge of Ayush for achieving universal health care. With this came the concept, change the slide please, Ayushman Bharat. It gave the concept of comprehensive primary health care at grassroots level. This said that we, in all states, we will upgrade the existing structure, in which we will upgrade 80% of the Ayush dispensaries and 20% of the sub-centers to upgrade them so that they can provide us comprehensive primary health care. So this was first time Ayush was given a mandate to prove your mettle, whether what you are saying from last decades, you are saying we have a preventive and promotive aspect. We are more knowing about these non-communicable disease, about these preventive aspect. So we have been given the mandate to prove our mettle. So this is for all medical officers.
You have 5 minutes more.
5 medical officers, wherever he is working. This is the concept you have been given, where you have to prove your mettle, what we can do through it. Change the slide please. I will go directly to the role of, please change the slide further. Change further. I will not touch this. I will go role of Unanimation. Change the slide for again. Now I come to this, what Unani doctor can do at the grassroots level. Change the slide, please. The first thing he has to do, these 5 factors, he can help in these 5 factors. He can screen the patients which will have in statics. He can do early this prevention for health promotion. He can do the case management, and he can help in supervision and monitoring. He can help in capacity building for these capacity building of ASHAs, ANMs, and other those lower members at grassroots level. Change the slide. Now what he has to do, I will give, already we have many of Ayush Health Wellness Centers, what Unani doctor can do there. First of all, empanel and enumerate, जितने भी आपका catchment area है, जितनी भी families हैं, उनको empanel करें. Empanel करने से आपके पास एक डाटा बन जाएगा कि मेरे एरिया में कितने लोग हैं और कितने लोग किस डिजीज से हैं, वो आगे इस पॉइंट्स में आ जाएगा और वो आपको क्या मदद, आप उससे उस डाटा से आप क्या क्या कर सकते हैं. बिकॉज सर्वेलेंस मीन्स कलेक्शन ऑफ डाटा फॉर एक्शन. सो अगर आपने डाटा कलेक्ट किया, हम इसको एक्शन में लाएंगे. कैसे? जब आप इस सारे को इन्यूमरेट करेंगे, दूसरी स्टेज में आप करिए जितने भी 18 साल से ऊपर हैं उनको असेस करिए आप फॉर मिजाज, जितने भी आसान. इससे क्या हो जाएगा, इससे आपके लोग जो है डिवाइड हो जाएंगे. आपको सोदा, सफरा, बलगम और उसमें तो आप एक पर्सनलाइज्ड हेल्थ प्रमोशन दे सकते हो. ठीक. और तीसरी चीज़ है, आप एनसीडीज में 30 से ऊपर जितने भी हैं उनका आप स्क्रीनिंग करें फॉर एनसीडीज. इससे क्या रिजल्ट आएगा, आपको ग्रुप्स, इतने 4 ग्रुप्स में लोग आ जाएंगे. एक ग्रुप आएगा वो जिनमें कोई डिजीज़ नहीं है. यहाँ पे हमें वही जो हम पढ़ते हैं, सेहत है तो बरकरार रखें, और दैट इज़ हेल्थ प्रमोशन एंड प्रिवेंशन. दूसरे फैक्टर में आपको रिस्क फैक्टर्स हैं तो इनका इजाला करना है. तीसरे में पहली बार डिजीज़ है, और चौथी में जो ऑलरेडी डायग्नोज्ड पेशेंट्स हैं, तो 4 ग्रुप्स में आपको पेशेंट्स मिल जाएंगे. 4 ग्रुप्स में आप लोगों को डिवाइड कर सकते हैं. अब चलिए, जो आपके पास पहला ग्रुप आ गया जो हेल्थ पीपल एट लो रिस्क है, उनको आप सबसे पहले आपने उनका मिजाज ऑलरेडी कैलकुलेट किया है. सारा मिजाज बेस पे उनका हेल्थ प्रमोशन स्पेसिफिक प्रोडक्शन दीजिए. डेली रिजीम्स बताएं उनको क्या क्या खाना है, क्या नहीं खाना है. सीजनल रिजीम्स दे दीजिए, और स्पेसिफिक फोकस रखिए अपना असबाब सित्ता ज़रूरिया पे, क्योंकि इस ग्रुप पे आपको सिर्फ फोकस है ऑन हेल्थ प्रमोशन एंड प्रिवेंशन. दूसरे ग्रुप में आए, ये ग्रुप वो है जिसमें रिस्क फैक्टर्स हैं. इस रिस्क फैक्टर ग्रुप में वो सारे हेल्थ प्रमोशंस रहेंगे, प्लस आप इसके डाइट में वो हर्ब्स ऐड करें जो इन एनसीडीज़ के लिए एज हम गुज़ाई दवाई यूज़ करते हैं, जो हम कॉमन यूज़ करते हैं. जैसे डायबिटीज़ के लिए हल्दी, या कोई और है, या नीम के पत्ते हैं, या जो कोई भी है डाइट. इसी तरह हाइपरटेंशन के लिए लहसुन है वगैरह है, वो ऐड कर दीजिए. अब जो थर्ड स्टेज आएगा, चेंज द स्लाइड. थर्ड ग्रुप जो आएगा, जो आपने पहली बार डायग्नोज किए हैं, इस पे आपको मैंडेट दिया गया है कि इनको आप अपने ट्रीटमेंट पे डालिए, हेल्थ प्रमोशन करिए, मिजाज बेसिस पे इसको हेल्थ प्रमोशन करिए, डेली रिजीम्स दीजिए, सीजन रिजीम्स दीजिए, मॉडरेशन करिए असबाब सित्ता ज़रूरिया में. और चौथी चीज़ जो करें आप, वो करें स्टार्ट यूनानी ट्रीटमेंट एंड मॉनिटर द डिजीज़, क्योंकि डिजीज़ को मॉनिटर करना ज़रूरी है. हो सकता है इसको कोई कॉम्प्लिकेशन हो जाए, तो इसलिए डिजीज में मॉनिटर करना ज़रूरी है. अब चौथा स्टेज वो है जो ऑलरेडी डायग्नोज्ड है, जिनको ऑलरेडी ट्रीटमेंट है. ये 2 स्टेज में आ सकते हैं. एक वो जिनको ट्रीटमेंट पे है बट कॉम्प्लिकेशंस नहीं है. दूसरे ये कन्वेंशनल ट्रीटमेंट पे है. दूसरे हैं जिन पे कन्वेंशनल ट्रीटमेंट पे है लेकिन विद कॉम्प्लिकेशंस हैं. तो इनको आप क्या कर सकते हो, बैक करिए, मैं 1 मिनट प्लीज, स्लाइड बैक करिए. इस ग्रुप को आप, जो पहला ग्रुप है जो विदाउट कॉम्प्लिकेशंस हैं, वो ट्रीटमेंट पे है, इसको आप अपना ट्रीटमेंट ऐड नहीं करें. आप सिर्फ इस पे मिजाज बेस्ड प्रिवेंटिव एस्पेक्ट दे दीजिए, असबाब सिताब में मॉडरेशन करिए. जो दूसरा ग्रुप है जो ऑलरेडी ऑन ट्रीटमेंट है विद कॉम्प्लिकेशन है, और इसे कन्वेंशनल मेडिसिन पे है, इसको आप अपना मेडिसिन भी ऐड करिए. यानी ही विल हैव कन्वेंशनल मेडिसिन, he will have your medicine, he will have health promotion through.
Please try to wind up.
But I'm concluding. So the last style is, change the slide. This is a model. You can utilize this model for doing the same thing what I have said. If a patient is of diabetes with or without complications, in pre-diabetic stage or he's a diabetic stage, you can group him and then treat him on this basis. Now concluding, this is my conclusion. I have 3 suggestions because we have people from CCRM here. We have 3 suggestions. We came late with operationalization of Ayush Health Wellness Centers through Unani. Although we have already operational guidelines for these Ayush Health Wellness Centers, but that has come from Ayurveda. So my this humble request is that we should have a memorandum of understanding, so that whatever with directorate, so that whatever research comes,
it goes directly to the grassroots level, where the doctor can apply it practically at the grassroots level. Similarly, we should have in the same way ASHA module, Unani based, health promotion and prevention, so that can be implemented at the grassroots level. Third is our whole treatment is based on Mizaj. We should have a general protocol throughout India, so that we can follow the same protocol for detection of Mizaj. These are my requests and suggestions. Thank you bearing me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Irfan. And I think it was Dr. Inam and Dr. Irfan who diverged in details on the NCDs. And the best part of Dr. Irfan's slide, the whole crux was the slide A, B, C, D. A for avoiding of alcohol, then similarly cut down the salt and sugar, and C and D. B was? B is B, active, and D? Okay, avoid tobacco and drinking and other stuff. So thank you very much. I pass on mic to my co-host, Professor Zulfikar.
Yes, now we have the last lecture of this technical session. Dr. SM Arif Zaidi, probably he's joining online. If somebody could help to connect him. He's there already. Let me give a brief introduction about Dr. SM Arif Zaidi. He is Dean School of Unani Medical Education and Research, Jamia Hamdard, New Delhi. He is a professor at Jamia Hamdard University and presently the Dean of School of Unani Medical Education and Research. He has served as the medical superintendent of Majidia Hospital. He is also the head of the department of the School of Unani Medicine, an acclaimed physician, senior consultant in Unani Medicine. He has worked as principal investigator in a project of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. With this brief introduction, I would like to invite Professor SM Arif Zaidi for his lecture. Professor Zaidi.
Hello. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, yes.
Oh, good. Thank you very much. Very good afternoon, sir, Mr. Chairman and Co-Chairman. And at the outset, I would like to thank to the organizer to provide me an opportunity to speak on such an important topic, diet in metabolic disorders. And you see that diet is one of the foremost part of the Unani system of medicine, because we have divided into the 4 categories. I'm not going
Sorry
to
to interrupt
details.
you, but please keep your video on, sir, and then share your screen.
Sure, screen shall be. Video on. Video. Screen share coming. Okay.
Yeah. Please make it full screen, sir.
Full screen. Yes, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
Okay. You see, I do understand that you are feeling tired since you are busy since the morning. And you see that sunna mushkil hai sunane se zyada. And moreover, I put my due apology for rescheduling, as I flew out today even from Srinagar to Delhi, and I reached here and sharing with you this PPT. So that the topic is the role of diet and metabolic disorders. As I said just now, that it is one of the part of the Unani system of medicine, ilaj bila ghiza. So that it has some, you see, importance in the Unani system of medicine. Coming to the introduction, that as you know that India is facing a dual burden of malnutrition the chronic energy deficiency, and the other hand is obesity. And moreover, the increasing urbanization and improvements in economic development also led to a overnutrition and further sedentary lifestyles. And the result is that metabolic disorders, which is increasing day by day. And I am coming a little bit into detail, but I will not take much time about it. As you know, that metabolic disorder is a disorder that negatively alters the body processing and distribution of macronutrients like proteins, fats, and carbohydrates. Metabolic disorder can happen when abnormal chemical reactions in the body alter the normal metabolic process. As you know that our body is very sensitive to the errors in metabolism, and the body must have amino acids and many type of proteins to perform all of its function. Like the brain needs the calcium, potassium, and sodium to generate electrical impulses, and fats and oil to maintain healthy nervous system. So, coming short that we can say that metabolic disorders can take many forms. This include a missing enzyme or a vitamin deficiency, or you see that and that vitamin is may be necessary for an important chemical reaction. On the other hand, abnormal chemical reaction that hinder metabolic process and accumulation of substances which are toxic and interfere with normal function. On the other hand, the disease in the liver, pancreas, endocrine glands, or other glands may be involved due to these metabolic disorders. So that's coming short to that disturbed glucose and insulin causes diabetes mellitus. On the other hand, the overweight causing overweight and obesity, raised blood pressure resulting hypertension, and atherosclerosis, cardiovascular disease resulting disturbed liver. And this is because of this disturbed liver metabolism may be one of the reasons which causes cardiovascular disease, atherosclerosis. So that there is a formation of a cluster. Hypertension, hypertriglyceridemia, low HDL cholesterol, obesity, impaired glucose handling, insulin resistance, microalbuminuria as per WHO. So coming to the short in epidemiology, I do understand that many of the speakers has already gone through that, but I will put briefly some of the factors. And you see that incidence of obesity in India is 9%, which is more in urban areas in comparison of the rural areas. According to WHO report, excess weight attributes globally to approximately 58% of diabetes, and out of you see that 21% of heart disorders and 8 to 42% of certain type of cancers. So that as I was discussing that 8 to 42% cancer and diabetes and heart disorders are one of the big culprits because of this metabolic disorders. And coming short to that, you see prevalence due to that there are the data from the Indian Diabetic Federation, 51 billion people who are in 2010, and now the expectation is that by 2030 there will be 87 billion people will be affected because of diabetes. And you see that we go to the ratio of urban areas, 8% out of 10 deaths are due to non-communicable diseases, and in rural areas, as I discussed just now, that 6% out of 10 are due to these non-communicable diseases. And you see that pathogenesis of this metabolic disorder involves multiple factors like oxidative stress, which is a state of loss of balance between the oxidative and antioxidant system of the cells and tissues. A number of studies, however, indicate that oxidative stress along with chronic inflammatory condition pave the way for the development of metabolic diseases. You see that in addition to nutritional stress, such as that caused by the high fat, high carbohydrate diet also promotes oxidative stress as evident by increased lipid peroxidation products, protein carbonylation and decreased antioxidant system and reduced GSH levels. These changes lead to initiation of pathogenic milieu and development of several chronic diseases. Studies suggest that in obese person, oxidative stress and chronic inflammation are the important underlying factors that lead to development of pathogens, like as I said, cancer, obesity, diabetes, and so on. So that if coming short, that diet and physical activity and risk factors, diet causes obesity and physical activity, and this on the other hand, stress increasing the coronary artery disease and hypertension. Smoking also producing coronary artery disease and hypertension. And you see on the other hand, the reduced physical activity resulting hyperlipidemia and diabetes. So there is a, you see, amalgamation of various factors which causes metabolic disorder, as you see in this slides. And now coming to the role of the diet in the treatment of metabolic disorders. Metabolic diseases or syndrome is posed as significant health burden around the world. We all knows about, and the development of metabolic disorder is influenced by a combination of genetic and environmental factors. Because the lifestyle we can change, and on the other hand we are switching on the junk food. Here you can see that problem is that we become sedentary. We are trying to go on the treadmill, but the life is sedentary and we are on junk food. Rather to a human going on this physical activity, the dog is going on the treadmill. so that you see the situation is absolutely different. And now that, as I am talking just now, there is a transition dietary habits. I'm not going into detail because I do understand the time may be short to you people. And coming to the components of good health and lifestyle that we can control, that nutrition is one, physical activity, exercises, behavioral modification, and stress management. Dietary factors often override genetic factors in Asian Indians for obesity, insulin resistance, metabolic syndrome, and type 2 diabetes varieties. Such diets need not be restricted in total fat intake as long as energy intake does not exceed calorie expenditure. And if they emphasize predominantly vegetable oils that have a low content of saturated fats and partially hydrogenated oils. And you see, I think that many of the speakers discussed about all these things. So that time is coming short, and you see diets and the dietary patterns coming to the directory. The high contents of vegetables and fresh foods, cereals, and olive oil guarantees a high intake of beta carotenes, vitamin C and E, polyphenols, and various important minerals. These key elements have been suggested to be responsible for improvement in the blood lipid profile. We all know, and decrease risk of thrombosis and number of you see non-communicable diseases. And you see that coming to the say point of the Unani system of medicine, which have emphasis on diet in particular, so that in Unani system of medicine, all the categories of diseases except the infectious disease come under the heading of NCDs, including the lifestyle and metabolic disorders. Hippocrates, you know, the father of medicine, laid emphasis of lifestyle disorders, and also put emphasis on modification diet and exercise for the preventive measures in cases of to prevent from the non-communicable diseases. And as we know, because as you see, the peoples of Unanimation are joining this conference. Disturbance of asparbasis, many of the speakers have already been discussed. I understand this is you see, these 6 essential factors and modifiable factors over a long period of time is considered as the cause of, you see, this non-communicable diseases. If disturbances of these governing factors occur, it leads to the accumulation of toxin in the body, damaging tissues and organs, initially at the humoral level, and then causing temperamental imbalances, functional disturbances, and finally leading to impaired body functions. So, Unani system of medicine approaches towards treatment and prevention of metabolic disturbances
Professor
by
Zaidi,
preventing the accumulation of this toxin
can you hear me,
inside the body humors abnormal.
We are falling short of time. If you
Yes,
could please
I'm
summarize.
concluding just now. I will take another 2-3 minutes.
Okay,
You see, talking about Ibn Majusi, who talked about the balanced humors are responsible for what he says, that balanced humors are responsible for maintaining health and their equilibrium, and which is that is controlled by the innate power of the body called tabiyat. And concept of tabiyat is very important in Unani system medicine. And role of diet in prevention of such disorders is very important in Unani system of medicine. Many Unani scholars mention under the heading of Taghziya about this, non-communicable diseases. Avicenna is also one of them. They talked about the stomach disorders also. कि पेट खराब है तो बहुत सारी बीमारियां पैदा होती हैं. And they talked about the nutritional distinct values of the different ghazas in metabolic disorders. So that they talk about the bad quality of food, excess of food, fuzulat, hararat ghalizia, quwwat dafi, and so on. And which is circulating and delivered unprocessed chyme, that giza, unprocessed giza, and you see the bulk of the giza leading to compositional deterioration of fibers, and the proportion of undigested unprocessed component of bread decreases, so that the same is called the dyslipidemia. That chyme known as dyslipidemia, hyperlipidemia, hypercholesteremia, hyperglycemia, and so on. Journalists also discuss about the condition which has to be kept in mind while treating these diseases, like type of food, time of food, quantity of food, temperament, and this is some consensus about diet. These are energy recommendations. They have talked about people's diet as the carbohydrate and fibers, and again proteins and fat recommendations. Other dietary habits I'm not going into detail because I think that most of the speakers have already discussed about other dietary habits. And just coming to the conclusion, you see that
Please sum up,
lifestyle
sir.
management is the mainstay
Please sum up.
to maintain an ideal body weight, to follow a healthy balanced diet, and diet which should contain whole grains, legumes, fruits, vegetables, fibers, and moderate fat is also necessary. Thank you very much, sir, for providing me an opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Arif Zaidi Saab. It was a very wonderful lecture, very relevant to the theme of this conference. That is the role of diet and nutrition in management of diseases. So before we sum up, this was the last lecture of this technical session. And before we sum up, just a few sentences I would like to add here. I've been working on these medicinal plants for the last almost 20 years. And definitely there is a role of these medicinal plants, especially in case of this immunomodulators. We have been discussing a lot about these immunomodulators. And one thing, be it communicable diseases or non-communicable diseases, because we have been focusing mostly on this COVID in the since yesterday. But one thing, we should not ignore other diseases. But in all, I would like to sum up in this short summary that there is definitely a role of people with better immune system, better, stronger immune system. They have been able to combat both communicable as well as these non-communicable diseases. And I think we should focus a lot on this, the role of diet and role of other nutrients in enhancing the immune system of ourselves. With these few words, I would like to thank all the panelists here, on the distinguished guests or the speakers here on the dais. And I also would like to convey my congratulations to the organizers of this wonderful conference. It's really worth appreciation. Especially, I may not be knowing most of the names, but Dr. Seema Akbar has been doing a very commendable role. I congratulate she and her whole team for this event. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank all of you. And besides, I would like to thank Professor Asim and his team at Kashmir here in RRIUM. We have Professor Seema, who did a commendable job by holding this mega event. But what I would like to apprise you people that it is not only the 11th February that we celebrate the Unani Day, but more and more such events should be celebrated so as to percolate down to the masses about the Ayush products, and firmly believe that the modern allopathic medicines which are right now in market, most of them have got their backbone from the medicine plants. For example, if you take the morphine, it has been derived from the opium, right? And then how this lead molecule morphine, it gave birth to several other compounds of interest, like we have naloxone, and that is again an antagonist in case of morphine poisoning. So similarly, there are many such products available in the market who have got their backbone from the medicinal plants, because these products, they provide the lead molecules. So with these, I thank you all, and I once again congratulate all the organizers of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Wonderful session it was. Thanks to all the worthy speakers, Professor Mohammad Idris, Professor Arif Zaidi, Dr. Inamul Haq, Dr. Irfan Bande, for making this event a wonderful experience for all of us. Now, I would like to request Dr. Seema, Director in Charge, IUM Srinagar, to present a bouquet and memento as a token of appreciation to Professor Zulfikar Ali Bhatt, former head, Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, University of Kashmir. So big round of applause, please. Thank you. Now, ma'am, please do the honors of presenting memento as a token of love and respect to Mubashir Hussain Masoodi, Professor and Head Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, School of Applied Science and Technology, University of Srinagar. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to request Professor Zulfikar Ali Bhatt, former Head Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, University of Kashmir, to present memento as a token of appreciation and gratitude to Dr. Inamul Haq, Assistant Professor, Government Medical College, Srinagar. Big round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, I would like to request Mubashir Hussain Masoodi, Professor and Head Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, School of Applied Science and Technology, University of Kashmir, Srinagar, to present memento as a token of gratitude and appreciation to Dr. Irfan Bande, Senior Medical Officer, Unani, Directorate of Ayush, Jammu and Kashmir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thanks to all the people over here, and we hope that this event will enlighten us in real sense and will provide us with the approaches to build a healthy life in a better way. Thank you for having with us throughout these 2 days, and it was a wonderful experience indeed. So many congrats to all the organizers, to our whole team for making this event a wonderful experience for all of us. Thank you so much.